Let's see if this works. So we are live streaming. I am praying everything is going to work smoothly. It has been an incredibly difficult time just getting on air, as it always is. In this case, it was the Skype. And so happy to see that it does seem to be working. So we should be able to get a stream and a link, and that will enable our friends to... there we are. Thank you, Mr. Reese. Let me move this back a bit, and with that, we go towards the text box here. Everyone forgive, of course, my mumbling to myself. Let's see if we can hear ourselves. Stream. Wonderful. We can hear ourselves. And with that, we've got 2 upvotes already. And make certain to add your own to anyone out there listening, and we will grab the link from here. Make certain that that works. And
all right. So I guess this is where we start the small talk to lead towards the top of the hour.
Yes. Let's see if we can bring Brendan Zogit on to help with that, Jameson, and because he's only got a few minutes worth of time during his lunch break, let's make certain that he uses that up first. We're going to give him dominance in that regard. If I can remember how to bring him on, and this will be attempted now. Okay. Have to remind myself to breathe, and I've lost my voice, which is really annoying.
So,
there we are. Yes, honey?
I wanted to say something.
Yes, honey.
Seconds, that around 8:15, around that time.
Yes, honey.
I like to start what I wanted to share tonight for tonight's event.
Yeah.
If that's okay.
Oh, most certainly. Most certainly. Absolutely.
No. I know. I'm just giving some sort of timestamp that that's the time, that 8:15. I will come on, and I will between now and 8:15 I will listen to everyone. So 8:15 or so I will start speaking, and I will be speaking as in like I'm sharing something rather than debate, like, you know, somebody will participate. That's not what I'm going to do tonight. I'm just going to talk about matters that I, you know, decided to share. So that's what I'm going to do. So
yeah.
All right. So I let you guys speak, and then I'll join. I'll be here. I'll be on mute.
Yes, honey. Sounds great. And so
yeah, thank you.
Oh, bless you. Love you. And Brendan. So Mr. Zogit, tell us what's going on in your world.
Yes, Douglas. It's utter hellscape. Just pure shit right now.
God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Like, so many people want fried chicken. It's like, I don't know who sent out the memo, or who the fuck said it's fried chicken day. But apparently it is. So it's just, it's a pure hellscape. And then the other employees are just trash, and they're like shopping while I have like a line and shit. So it's just like awful, just awful.
I'm so sorry. Oh, that's just terrible. And so this is your lunch break. Are you going to be able to eat or sustain yourself while talking to us?
I'm eating right now.
Okay. It's not healthy to chew while you talk, but by all means, let us know what else is going on in your world. And it's deeply appreciated the time you could spare with us.
Right. I mean, I appreciate it. Like, hello, everybody. Good evening. Everything's pretty much... it's going as smooth as possible, you know, like nothing too bad, but I'm in the process of like looking for a new place to live. So like, you know, if anyone's living in the Sacramento area, I definitely have like, you know, good credit and various, enough money to pay my rent. So if anyone needs a roommate, I'm ready. But also I have a cat, just put that out there. But other than that, like my life's pretty, you know, I've been maintaining, you know, watching what are called like the Navgrahas, or like the 9 planets. So, you know, watching the precession of the moon through the different nakshatras, like I'm learning that as far as Vedic astrology goes, Jyotish. So, you know, I'm staying on top of that stuff.
Wonderful.
I'm going to take a bite of food real quick.
Oh, please. Go ahead and do so. And later on, I will be chewing a sandwich myself, so I will be off times on mute, and that will give me enough calories to burn through the rest of the evening. I'm not quite sure if this evening will be as long a transmission as others, but it should be fairly substantial. So by all means, go on, Brendan, whenever you feel that you're.
And then like when I was already clocked out for lunch, like one of the front end managers who are all like incompetent weirdos and shit, like he was like, oh, I need to pull you out of the deli later for, you know, I don't have enough checkers. And I straight up told him, I was like, no, like I don't have time for that. Like I'm already behind. Like I have to close my section and do my tasks. So then, yeah, like he got pissed off or something, but like I don't really care anymore. Like I'm not gonna do double, triple work just for these fools. Like it's not my fault they're not scheduled, you know. Yes. But anyone who's in retail knows what I'm saying. Like they would just agree with what I'm saying right now. So it's like these evil corps, like they want to juice so much profits that like they leave 2 people at the checkout stands when it's like that's the only way to even make money. So they're like shooting their own selves in the foot because that's just how the evil corporates work. Like nothing makes sense. Like none of the techniques they use make work, or nothing works. Like nothing makes sense. It's all about just profit juicing and craziness, in my opinion. So
well, isn't this but isn't this kind of like a family run business that you're involved with, or what?
It's like not exactly. Maybe it is family owned, but it's like it's a big chain. It's like maybe like hundreds of stores, like 300 stores or something. Mm-hmm. But it's it's called Save Mart. It's like they serve like the Central Valley of California. They're based in Modesto. Mm-hmm. So they like serve, you know, like Sacramento, the Bay Area.
Because I would be absolutely them like Gary, Indiana. Big. It just says Save on it, right?
It's called Save Mart, like Save Mart. That's it. Like it's not Safeway. Like people confuse it with Safeway sometimes.
Okay.
But yeah, I think it's just California based, I believe.
Well, California is big enough to sustain any business. So yeah.
Seriously.
Go on.
These fools aren't short on money, and like they won't like schedule extra people, and they're like cutting my hours and shit. Like fuck them. Like, I'm just gonna say that. Like fuck this company. Like I don't care if they pay me. But it is an advantage right now during Corona because I'm getting paid like more than I would at like any other job because I get like coronavirus bonus. So you know.
That's incredible.
So at least I have that.
Yeah.
So it's like combat play. That's like combat play. We're at war with Corona, and we're out in the combat. And you and the nurses, they all deserve it. Right. You guys all deserve it out there, man.
Thank you,
the essential workforce, man. So I just want to take this point to tell you guys how much I appreciate you.
Thank you, Derek. Yes, and I agree with everyone who's working in these fields. It's like basically sustaining our economies, like sustaining everything right now. So,
yes. Yeah, very much so. And you're risking yourselves to do so. So yeah, by all means.
Someone else like in my department called out, and she was like, the other day she was like, "Oh, I feel hot," and then like 10 minutes later she was like, "I feel cold," like I have a fever or something, and I was like, "Oh my god, just go home," like fuck. Right. And so she hasn't been back in a couple days. Like it's probably the Rona. Like who knows?
Right. And,
but like I tell people how to combat it, and like people just look at me like I'm crazy or something. It's like it's not my problem if they don't listen to Brendan, you know. Like I've told them about like the enzymes, like all of this is scientifically vetable too, like the enzymes, like the vitamin C, like you know, like it's not guaranteed cure, but it'll like definitely arm you for, you know, defense. It'll help you defend. It's just like, but everyone just looks at me like I'm crazy when I say that stuff, so it's not my problem. That's on them, you know.
Right. And and do go on. Aside from all of that, was there anything that came up that you wanted to bring up historically or culturally that you felt was important for us?
I mean, I lost it all during this whole fiasco. I had a few things. There was an interesting story you would like, Douglas, that I found out from the Mahabharata having to do with Arjun.
Yes.
At one point, Arjun, he went to the god Indra for help to get more of those astras. Like he wanted to get, you know, some powered up weapons because he knew that this war was going to happen. So he goes there, and one of Indra's consorts, who's like a goddess, like a female goddess, tries to basically seduce Arjun, and Arjun rejects her because she's actually like related to his dynasty. Like there's multiple reasons why he said no, but she got upset. She cursed him and basically gave him like this curse that was like basically he would become a eunuch permanently, and then later on Indra, you know, confronted her and told her to lessen the curse to only a year. And so during the year he was basically you know, the basic way to explain it is, yeah, he was like a eunuch, like he couldn't touch any chicks basically, but he used but what's interesting is he used, during that year, he used that power, or the curse, as a power, in order to basically go incognito as a chick. So he actually did some cross-dressing in order to serve a purpose.
Yes.
You know, and so this is in the mythologies, that he actually, like, you know, became incognito as a chick for like a couple months, and, you know, thereby he served, like, you know, did his duties, and like after that year he was restored his, you know, his ability to, you know, have a chick. So that was interesting. I figured that would be something you'd be interested in.
I
so this
definitely appreciate it.
That he actually, like, he's doing something that you would do, you know, it's like going incognito as a chick.
Yeah, definitely appreciate that. I appreciate you bringing that up. What I'm running into now is that the hyperlink I'm trying to provide is not linking. So I'm just trying to, you know, get everything straightened up in that regard. I've also just lost the ability to access the Skype, so hopefully that comes back on. And there we are. That did. So everything that can possibly go wrong is always going wrong. And this is why I need a separate producer, and of course have none, which I'm working it all myself. So let's see what I can do here with that. Keep on going.
And my point of like bringing up that story was more like the fact that, like, you know, cross-dressing and stuff is very ancient, and it's not so, you know, and even going, you know, undercover as a chick, like a lot of that stuff happened in like ancient times. Like it wasn't like people think, oh, it's just like nowadays, like they're drag queens. Like, no, it's been happening like for, you know, thousands of years. You know.
Thank you. Yes, very much so.
So it's not so abnormal as people claim.
Okay, there we are. So the hyperlink is
definitely
funny.
like a technique. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, thank you. It's something that most people have no concept of. They think of it constantly as a some form of self-indulgence or some kind of hobby or something, or some form of entertainment, when it's much more than that. But please, yeah, thank you for that. So go on with it. What else comes to mind, by all means.
I learned a few more things about like Ravana.
Oh, yes.
He was the demon king that ruled over Sri Lanka, and what was interesting about him is like the villains, even in the Vedic story, the villains are actually like enlightened beings. Like he wasn't just like, you know, some evil dude like for no reason. Like he actually did like follow the multiverse. Like he knew astrology. He knew how to. He was even benevolent to his own people. So this demon king, he was actually taking care of his own people. And I had a conversation with someone about, like, you know, like, why is the West so fucked up? Like, why is America, like, killing its own people and stuff? And we got into this talk about, like, a real evil ruler, not these, like, desperati people, but, like, a real evil ruler would actually, like, care for his people and care for the beings that support him, you know?
Yes.
And actually, he would want his people on his side to be more powerful instead of taking away power. So that just proves how crazy, like, the West is, and how crazy the situation we're in is, because none of these people care about, like, the common people. Like, they could care less, like, these so-called rulers. And I'm talking even politically, like, even these political guys, like, a lot of them don't care.
Yeah.
And so that's something to take into account. Like, a true, like, it even says it in the Tao Te Ching, like, a true ruler, like, you know, there's certain criteria. And even if you are evil, you should take care of your people. That way you're more powerful. That's like how it would be equated in like modern language. Like you'd be more powerful if your people were taken care of, you know?
Yes.
So that's my message to the rulers of the planet right now, is that like all the craziness of trying to poison people with like canola oil and stuff, and just to make money, like, you know, that's just, your society's just going to collapse. Like it's just going to degenerate, which it is. We're seeing it. So
yes.
So even the demon rulers of the past were more enlightened, and they even had this knowledge where taking care of their people would help them actually. Yes. You know. So nowadays we don't have evil rulers. They're just crazies. Like I just call them crazies. Like.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're just insane.
Thank you.
So yeah.
That is so important. A profound distinction. and very much appreciate it. And so continue with your education or continue eating. If you want to continue eating, just let somebody else know so they can jump in. Otherwise,
oh yeah, it's no problem. I have to go in like probably less than 5 minutes because I have to go back in. But what else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, like, and this I've been seeing so many sick people. Like, it's disgusting. Like people with like laryngitis and like, which it is okay. It is normally like flu season, but I feel like this year, like the stuff is like a lot more virulent, and it's not just COVID. It's like multiple things going on. So I've been double downing on the eucalyptus oil, like straight dousing myself in eucalyptus oil and like spraying, and so far it's defended me. And I found like a couple articles that basically prove that eucalyptus oil can defend against airborne viruses. Like it's confirmed, like by science. So that's the technique I use, and so far it's served me well.
Wonderful.
But also it has, you know, I have like a healthy diet and I eat a lot of like spices and stuff, like masala. I make this masala chaat that's like so spicy. It's like the spiciest thing you can ever eat. Like, but it's like I said, it's defended me this far.
Yes.
So I have faith in it. You know?
Wonderful. I mean, that's so important, and really appreciate it, and also appreciate your spending such precious time with us, considering the fact that it is your lunch break. And what I'll do is I'm going to call you tomorrow.
It's good to get my mind off of whatever's going on in there, some kind of craziness.
God, yes, and by all means, I want to let you know I'm going to call you tomorrow night whenever I wake up. You'll be home tomorrow night at what time? The same time, 10 p.m. or so?
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
I'll close tomorrow night, but I'll be home around 10:30.
Okay,
so it takes me like 20 minutes to get home.
So I'll call you around 10:30, 11 p.m. or sometime shortly thereafter. Okay?
Okay. Sounds good, Douglas.
Sounds good. Bless you, and my best wishes to you in your efforts.
Yes.
Tell people again where you are and what you need in terms of a living space.
Oh, yes. I'm in Sacramento area, so like basically anywhere outside of the city. I don't really want to... I guess beggars can't be choosers, but, you know, the city of Sacramento is different than the county, right? You know what I'm saying? And so I live in the county of Sacramento. It's like outside the city. And the situation, I just need like, you know, a 1-bedroom, you know, something stable and safe. Nothing too fancy. And I found a few, but like I said, they're kind of flaky. Like this dude was like, he was saying, oh, it's occupied, you know, until January. But I want to at least have a little more solid view. And as far as a tenant, like I'm like a golden tenant, like what would be called like a golden tenant. Like I pay my stuff on time, I clean up after myself. I don't, you know, like other than the cat, which a lot of people don't like cats, but he's like well behaved, and I have an electric litter box. So I mean, as a whole, I'm like what I would call a golden tenant. Someone who's respectful and just does his own thing, goes to work and goes to sleep. That's it.
Right. Yeah, definitely appreciate it. And all our love. Take care of yourself. Guard your health. And we'll be speaking.
All right.
Yeah.
Good to see you or talk to you guys.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good night.
And
WEEKEND-CUM.
Yes. All our best. And so that was Brendan.
All right. See you later, Brendan.
Good night, Derek. Nice talking to you as well. Like I hope we can have an in-depth convo again soon. Like when I have some days off when these evil corps stop working me to death.
All right.
Good night.
Wonderful. And so we're officially starting the program now. That was kind of the lead up to the top of the hour. We are 4 minutes after the top of the hour, but that is perfect. It is fine. And what we are dealing with is, of course, just the normal technical glitches. However, they seem to have stabilized, and that's deeply appreciated. I want to say hello to the people in the chat room, Sarah Shields and Daniel Arola. Sarah Shields says, hi Selena, hi Douglas and Jameson, have a great show. And so she's there as Underfell Girl Sans, and Derek Talley has already put in the link to the PayPal, deeply appreciated. And of course Daniel Arola checks in saying he's high in the sense of HIGH from Houston, where it's all nice and cool outside this evening as he describes it. And he says the counties with the highest success rate at taking care of their people through the COVID-19 pandemic are led by female leaders. He's pointing out the countries. Yes, the countries. Though I'm sure yes, he did say the countries. That's my eyes there. And and Jameson pitches in with the idiocy of the Y chromosome. Indeed. And so we will, of course, have a fairly sedate program this evening. It should be substantially filled by my narrative in monologue later on in the evening. It's when I work myself up to that will be the question. We will definitely have the lovely Madame Selina Khan dominating our opening hours, and I'm so glad that she is going to gift us her grace in this regard. As people can probably tell, my voice is shot, and it's not even with using it very often over the weekend. This was, of course, a very important weekend, and this is what needs to be stressed at the opening of this program. This was my late and sainted Cyrus's, my womb matron's, my mother's birthday weekend, her natal day weekend. And on her solar return, the 5th of December, which was Saturday, then, of course, I did my best to commune with my mother. And, of course, Jameson Reese emphasizes the fact that I should take some vitamin C. As a matter of fact, I'll go and do that any moment now. It being suggested by everybody, including Brendan Zogit, that I do so. And once I've done that, we'll see how much I can oh, he says Coristin cold and cough. Yes. Oh, I forgot. Yes, the cough syrup treatment. It might do that. We'll see what happens. Other people would recommend the low-cat syrup that I use from Asia and China specifically, so I might take care of that or swallow some of that later. In the meantime, I might do that within the next few minutes. But in the meantime, I want to thank everyone for their suggestions. And I wish everyone to know that in terms of the specifics of this very special day, it is the transitional day from my late and sainted Cyrus, Diana, SÖJÅN, Takabayashi, Hideko, Dietrich's solar return weekend into the Pearl Harbor Preemptive Strategic Surgical Strike Commemorative Day on the 7th of December, tomorrow. So this is the Pearl Harbor Memorial Day, EVEDAY. And so this is the transitional period between my mother's weekend and the day coming up. That is historically so important and so relevant that it's burned its way into our collective memories, along with Christmas and Thanksgiving. The date of Pearl Harbor is actually easier for most people to remember. As a matter of fact, Thanksgiving is harder because everybody knows it's simply the fourth Thursday of any month. There's no real date for Thanksgiving, no fixed date. So you have a fixed date for December the 25th, which is Christmas, and you have a fixed date for December the 7th, which is, of course, Pearl Harbor Memorial Day. So this is something that is more of a commemorative day, west of the international date line in Japan, which is December 8th. Pearl Harbor Day in Japan is the 8th of December, which is considered a lucky and fortuitous numeric calendrical date, the 8th number being considered very fortuitous and coincident with prosperity. Now, we're going to bring on the lovely Madame Selina Khan to dominate the opening hours at approximately a quarter into the hour. We've got about 6 minutes till then. I'm just going to make certain that everyone is well. We're going to do a sound check here with Derek Talley and Jameson Reese, who are with us tonight. And we're going to ask them just to say hello, test out whether or not their audio is working well, and then we're going to turn it over to Selina Khan. So everybody do pitch in. Our man Pac-1 Morales is busy with his family right now. He will be on standby, and if I do need him later on, he's invited me to call him in, but right now he's very busy, as is Peter Moon with his wife's guests upstairs, and he will be more free within approximately 2 hours, or an hour and 45 minutes, or a little bit beyond that. And I'll be checking in with him potentially tonight, more than likely before going into monologue. So whoever just took a breath, say hello.
Hello, it's Javos.
Sounded good.
Your host for the evening.
Yes, thank you so much. And Derek Talley, if you could do a...
And hello, everyone. How's it going, everyone?
Wonderful. So we can hear both of these gentlemen clearly. We've got 5 minutes till the time when Selina Khan is ushered in. I'm going to inform everyone, of course, that In terms of Pearl Harbor, it's I'm not going to be going too much into it tonight because there really is no need to do so. In my opinion, I've spoken at such length on Pearl Harbor in such exhaustive detail. All anyone has to do is look up Douglas Dietrich Pearl Harbor on the internet, and you should be able to find something. Really, all you need to do is go into the video archives that are available on YouTube, and you should look up December 7th of last year or the year before. You should be able to find it. Obviously, we only go back by about a year on YouTube anyway, so the best way to get all of my past episodes on Pearl Harbor would be to check into the archives and check up the December 7th, going all the way back to the year 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, Diana Dietrich, died, was murdered, essentially. And with that, you'll be able to find all the information that you will ever need on Pearl Harbor, exhaustive amounts of information, telling you everything that you should need to know to reconstruct your paradigm along the lines of reality. And of course, the website is douglasdietrich.com. So just subscribe to douglasdietrich.com, make a contribution, check into the box at showsdd.com where you can register and log in to all the past archives, and that would be by using the red button. That'll bring you to the showsdd.com page, which we finally fixed the images on. Lena Shea, as former web mistress, had put a series of images up there that were fine, except for a placeholder image that she had up there that was creeping any number of people out. One of the childlike biofacsimilacre was on display there forever, and our lovely Selena Khan finally changed that, so I can rest at ease now that we're no longer creeping people out with something that they don't understand. So there we have that. Aside from that, we've got a few minutes in which I'll emphasize the fact that Pearl Harbor is oftentimes propagandized as the event which started American commitment to the Second World War. Nothing could be further from the truth. America was committed to the Second World War in the 1930s, from around 1936 onward, on the China front, within the China theater of conflict. And when the Japanese struck back, it was due to a direct American threat to bombard Japan, which was published in the headlines of American newspapers, which Americans conveniently ignore and have now all but forgotten, and well, completely forgotten. So with that in mind, bear in mind that Pearl Harbor was a preemptive surgical strategic strike, and it was something that was propagandized by the Americans at that time by flooding the media with a lot of print and a lot of garbage, that it was somehow unsuspected or a surprise attack. And so with that being deconstructed by myself over the past several years, that's what made me a threat enough where, of course, my character is constantly under attack. So there is a very select group of people who are doing this. They are involved with the network, the deep state, that is most committed to preserving the big lie that the Japanese started the war, because, of course, the Americans lost. And once that's pointed out through the book that Peter Moon is finishing up this month into the next, then the entire American paradigm collapses. And with the collapse of the American paradigm, will follow inevitably, eventually, ultimately thereafter, the collapse of the United States military-industrial complex will ultimately start at that point in time. It did not start with the Pentagon Papers, because that just wasn't enough. World War II is all that America rests its identity on, not Vietnam. And with the deconstruction of that paradigm will come the collapse of the American identity as we know it, and the reformation of another, newer and healthier identity, not based on a lie. So with that, we turn over to Selena Khan, the stage. Welcome aboard, my mistress. and we'll check her sound quality. Hopefully she'll be able to speak. She's having problems where she's at. Yes, honey.
I'm back. So can you hear me?
Yes, honey.
Okay, all right. So it might be a little bit interruption because all day I had this problem. I was speaking with my clients through Skype and all these. So it was interrupted and call dropped right now. But it is what it is. If it happens, happens. But all right. So I'm gonna bring up some stuff, talk about a few things that past few. Actually, starting from last Sunday, yes. Then Monday, Wednesday was in between the transmission and tonight. So basically last Sunday, actually, you know what? Let me ask you one more time.
Sure.
That, this is sort of like, it's not a PG-13 type environment. We just, everybody share their things, use their words. Sometimes people say things differently, and then you, down the line, your show gets, violations from YouTube, and they will be like, warning and all this thing. It's just that, you violated the guideline because you're using their service. The same goes for your show that members of Team Dietrich that who participate and share their thoughts and ideas and stories and all kinds of stories. Some stories are all really happened, some are made up. So we all do all these things, which is fine in the name of entertainment and whatnot. So so it's just making sure that everything is fine because. Sharing what I'll be sharing, I might be use words that might be, people might get offended, but I'll just say what I have to say because I'm allowed to. So last Sunday, I think. This, we started the show, and then, we're doing our preview talk, whatnot. So Douglas asked, okay, how was your day? Derek said, how was his day? And then I was just waiting, okay, what I'm going to talk about, I'm there, standing by. So JMO comes up and shares his story, and then it was kind of like, I felt a little bit bad. It's nothing wrong. He just shared his story. So it's not about right or wrong, what he did, good or bad. It just, he shared his story, and I felt that, a few words, in the story was like, kind of like I didn't like it. It doesn't mean anything. I can like, I can dislike. It's just what it is. So, and then thereafter, I did not continue listening. I thought that, I just, I got turned off. And then I'll explain why I got turned off. It's not that. Not quite only about the story. So next transmission between Sundays, I spoke to Douglas and I said, look, that night Jamin was mentioning something, and I felt bad. It's kind of like it's about a woman. It's about he kind of guessed it that this woman was probably like ran away from mental hospital, a lot of things happening, situation in Manhattan is bad. So, and I sense that he kind of don't like Manhattan. Manhattan is bad for him, but he goes there all the time. I'm sure he has his own purpose. So, but I, on the other hand, I know what goes on. I know there are homeless people. I know there are entertainment. I had a great time. I don't look at anything as in like, even if people are fucking on the street, it doesn't matter to me. Who cares? There are people, law enforcement agencies, their job. So it only be a story for me. Maybe I will share with people, whatnot, friends. So yeah, it's all. So I don't go anywhere to find what I don't like. Well, I don't go anywhere to criticize anything. It is what it is, and I try to have that environment fit into my mindset and everything allowed, everything accepted. Then what happened, Douglas was like, he was so nice to me and respectful. Said, do you want me to apologize next transmission. So I said, well, if you want to, it's not that bad. But say something very little. You don't have to mention anyone. You just say it indirectly that there was just word was mentioned under the circumstances, and with the story it was kind of someone felt inappropriate, and then I don't know what happened. JMO tried to mention a lot of things, and then so when I was saying all this thing, explaining, I kind of told Douglas that, so what Douglas did and apologized and all this, and then Peter was like, oh, I don't know what happened. I don't even care what happened. I don't want to know. Therefore, I don't care. And who said what difference does it make? I mean, what is he talking about? He didn't hear it. He didn't know anything. Why is he making a statement? Like, what does that mean? You don't belong here in this, conjecture of, whatever we're talking about. So, but anyway, it doesn't matter. I respect him. He always contributes, and he does. We all agree. So then thereafter, today is the night that I wanted to mention that there are a few things here. Is that basically there are homeless people everywhere, and I found out a tremendous amount of research. Basically I do my own virtual journalism here, so and I have to find neutral people, talking to people and all these things. So turned out that I really found out very valuable information. So so basically I know few homeless people, and then I used to work for a company, and then I helped homeless women because I have love for them for many reasons that I'm not going to talk about tonight. But so back in many years ago, I was like really young and all this. It was like 49th and 57th Street and Madison Avenue, around that area. That was my workplace. So usually summertime, I will just go on the other side, which is like Rockefeller Center. Then a lot of things, shops, all trendy stores, very expensive area. So what I'll do on my lunch break, I'll just go around, talk to people, whatever. I'm it's by nature, my personality is I'm very friendly with people. And in New York is a place that what I experience, of course, there are a lot of people find different things they hate, but I would be friendly. And I worked there for a good amount of time. Pretty much everybody knows me. I'm in 3 blocks out. So I see this place that homeless people sitting there, all this. So one day I went a little bit towards Trump Tower, almost that part. It's on 57th Street, So walking a very hot day. So I noticed few homeless people, and so I was standing, I was smoking a cigarette with one of my friends, not quite friend, he's like co-worker. So he's very nice. He's like, he always gives me, he smokes pot, So sometimes I take a puff and nobody knows, we're on the streets. So it's fun for me. I was young, I didn't know anything. So I'm just sharing that I'm not a pothead, but I used to have fun, smoke cigarette with them and all this. So I saw this lady sitting on the floor, head down, covered her face and all this. So I said, are you okay? And she was very upset. What is your problem? So anyway, I'm sure she was not in a mood to have chit-chat with a person that she doesn't know. And then she's homeless. What she has, except for her pain and suffering and, all this thing. So what I did, I bought something, and I didn't want to make her feel bad. So I got some extra food. I said, you know what, can I share this with you? What she did, took the food from my hand and threw it in a garbage. So still, I still didn't feel any bad, anything insulted, or any of these things. So a few days later, again, another day, I just wanted to see if this woman is there. And she was there. So I went there again, I'm trying to talk to everybody. And then she said that, you know what, I'm sorry what I did to you, that day. I said, it's okay. We can easily share a cookie right now. It's because I wanted to talk to her. I got kind of curious, and I wanted to know that how this thing happened to her life, that she's on the street, like what caused her, where does she come from, meaning like family, who abandoned her, how someone become homeless. So I went with her with the respect, and then long story short, I ended up, seeing her. I invited her, to a restaurant, Avon Pond. This is a, fast food chain that, everywhere. So, I, bought her a lunch, and I was talking like, do you want to work? I can help you out. And then she shared a lot of things with me that just, I'm going to cry. But anyway, so what I did, like, I ended up having her in my office to clean office. It's like a small office, very trendy, very expensive. They sell spying device, like government agency from all over the world. Washington, D.C., they will come and buy product. It's just a small showroom, but we had our main office, headquarters, 2 blocks down. So I used to work back and forth, both places I had my office and all this. So I ended up helping her. She cleaned the floor, and we would joke around, kind of like became a friend and all this. So this is one incident, and then after that, I got, I don't know, we lost contact, and then whatever. And then few incidents, other things are basically, Central Park area where the entrance on 59th, whoever knows Manhattan, they will understand. So that's one of the entrances where, that's new, beautiful shopping center they open. These are all for rich people. This is one of the richest, city in the world, kind of like, it's just all money there. It's people who have all this wealth. They're the owner of Manhattan pretty much and all this. So they're the power structure. So anyway, so I go there to enjoy my time. So every summer until 2019, I mean, this year I haven't gone to Manhattan yet, but very curious to go. Maybe I will one of these days. So every summer I would go there. I'll take my pillows, my food, and all this. I'll take my kite. I enjoy flying kites and all this. So I will just go in and have fun and listen to music, and make friends, talk to people. Sometimes people is like they buy food. It's Whole Food is like less than a half a block away. So since I eat I don't dine out anymore. So several years, 3-4 years, I've been going there, and then that's what I do. I am at the park, and then I go to Whole Food, like you just right across the street. So I go buy food, and then come back, share with people. I share with homeless people. There's this part that they just sit down and whatever. It's kind of like a show going on. So anyone might understand this. People are all cunning there, but there is no cunningness. They're all people like you and me, and it's just that I do have a little more than them. So we people tend to see them as in like they're bad people, or they're homeless. It's kind of like a word as in like it's something bad or whatever. But these people are just, all they have is nothing but pain, sadness, sorrow. They have nobody. They have no friends. They're here today, somewhere else. Tomorrow they will be somewhere else. So I have tremendous love and respect for these people. It's kind of like my education that you learn from people, that life is what life is. So I suggest anyone, instead of watching people, men, women, if it is a woman, wiggling their pussy and then, just sharing a story because they have, some friends, they have opportunities. So it's just that's not what it is. There's no denying, but I'm in touch with them. I talk to them. A lot of people that, I met people, many, they're literally homeless, but they're friend's house, one friend's house today, another friend's house tomorrow. I came to know these 2 girls, they're twin, they're in a foster home. I mean, it's just on and on and on. So I learned so much from these people that changed me. These are the people who made me a human being that I am today, that I appreciate life, that what they don't have anything. So that's my point here, is that when I shared that, point out that, JMO said that story, and I didn't believe it or whatever. The only reason I didn't, that when he mentioned that whatever the story might be, there was no sympathetic word, as in like, oh, so sad, how these people, it's cold, how, this woman he saw, whatever happened, whatever she was doing thereafter. I haven't seen anything, heard anything that he mentioned, like, so he was kind of like, Douglas, you also participated, you kind of like went along with it. Oh, tell me what else, what happened. So I'm not saying that anybody did wrong thing here. I just feel kind of bad that it's a woman. She kind of like probably ran away from mental hospital, whatnot. So whatever, even if it is true, there's not something to say it in a very friendly manner. And there was no loving word or anything, or even just point out, these people are homeless. They're they have whatever it is, but not whatever happened. It would take at least for a person to observe and understand, probably like at least 30 or more seconds. So what is it? Someone is staring at them, and then staring at them. What they're doing happens to be a woman, and the word was used all together. I just thought that this could have been told slightly sympathetic manner. So with all together, I just said I felt bad. And then still till previous transmission. JMO was like, oh, Douglas, why do you even have to apologize? I didn't ask anyone to apologize. I shared my opinion. That's all it is. No one owes any, tell me anything. They're sorry, they made a mistake. None of those things. None of my business. It's not that deep. It's not that. It's rather very shallow. So over here, so I don't understand that I shared something. I made a statement, and then they're all blaming that, I just don't know homeless people, or it doesn't exist, and all these things. I do know more than anyone. I can give many, many instances. In fact, trying to reach out. There's this gentleman. It's amazing, doing an amazing work. Doesn't matter, but I also know that how these people, two places in the United States. There's only two places, Manhattan and San Francisco. San Francisco is the worst one, and I know the reason. So what people do is so bad. It is so many things. They're blaming the homeless people. They're not. They're just victims here. How many people know that? We just throw out a comment. They're bad. They're homeless people. What kind of world that we live in? That just because they're on the street, they're sick, they're even capable of killing people, but they're not normal people. They're being victim of circumstances and by the society. So I'll go over why another time. But so that was the whole thing here. So what is this rage about? Like, oh, women also call men dickhead. Has nothing to do with, well, probably, I'm kind of like a shallow-minded people. I don't understand JMO's depth of understanding what I spoke. I don't know what am I missing here, but I was unable to explain it properly. But, see, he told me he lives in a fantasy world. So I'm kind of like, I made a mistake just by making that statement about like, oh, he made this story, whatnot. I shouldn't even said anything because he told me he lives in a fantasy world and he hates human. I mean, I have no problem with that. If that's what you do, it's fine. It's your life. It's you. What you look at, what you do, how you live, what do you do. No one is there to question. You live your life. I live my life. I have my own way. You all have your own way. So once in a while, we speak of things that we share, not in terms of like right or wrong. Like, oh, you did something very wrong or very bad. So these are the things that is pretty simple. So if you don't understand and then you bring up irrelevant matter and people just come and try to, I don't care, I don't need to know all these things. I don't know, like what am I speaking in, I don't know, Greek or something that people don't understand? It's just pretty simple. I just said something, mentioned something, the word. I mean, it's so funny that word, that was a very inappropriate word in everybody's standard. So yeah, I use that word too, but I very much say it very appropriately. Like I joined an office in like 3-4 years ago, Douglas Elliman, but different branch where I am right now. So I go in, it's all Jewish. This is like, kind of like, I don't know how it's gonna sound. It makes me feel like I'm the only nigger, as in like, as opposed to 99% Jews there. 1 or 2 probably, like. So when the first meeting I go, so this agent looks at me, she's pretty old, still Jewish, and they said something, they used that word, I understood. The word was, what is this word that the non-Jew, there's a word, oh my God, that people who are not Jews, like different race, Jews are Jews, but what is the word? I forgot.
Goyim. Yeah,
okay.
yes.
All right. So what I heard that and some words. So this agent looked at me. One thing is that if anybody insults me for no reason, trust me, I will attack them mercilessly. I'm not gonna go kill them, but with my words, whatever I know. So fine. And she's like, what language do you speak? Nothing like hello, how are you? And she said it in a very dumb manner. Is that she said it very, like racist sense or something? It's all Jewish. What is she doing here? Where does she come from? That's not the case. So it made me very upset. I said, well, what do you think? I don't speak English. Neither I speak Hebrew or Farsi, whatnot. What do you speak? So she's kind of like laughed at me like, oh, no, I didn't mean that. I was, you didn't even say hello. Where is the courtesy here? I never met you. This is the first meeting here. So anyways, time went by. So every time thereafter, I would come to office. I'm just looking for my opportunity like a vulture. So when I'm going to do my work here. So she comes in, I'm like, I pretend like I didn't see it. The perfect moment. So her name is whatever, P-A-S-S-E, Pasanente. So I go there, I say, where is Pasanente, Miss Pussy? I'm sorry. I mean, look, I don't speak English well. So if I am saying in a wrong way, everybody started laughing. So what is her name? So I had to say what I wanted to say to her, and I did. And I felt good. And she, from a distance, she just looked at me. She really got angry. But I kind of like control myself not to laugh. Really, I was laughing like kind of internally. I was just laughing at myself. Then what am I doing? It's not necessary, but she made me feel bad. It's nothing really. I shouldn't have done it, but I did it because what is this mentality? What this office does is that these 2 agents joined their Black African Americans. So when they join, there's no other race exists there in Jewish any office except for myself. So and they love me because they know who I am, how I am. So they cannot morally bring me down. Every time I'll say things very loudly, very vocal, very outspoken, very straightforward. So everybody knows who I am, and that's how I am. It's not something I'm like kind of some diva or anything. I'm very well spoken, and I have enough guts to deal any situation. Nobody can put me down because I'm brutally honest and sincere, and I give my honest expression to everything. So if somebody treat me bad, I'll give them my worst bad type of attitude. So another day, like 5-6 months later, same. She was like, where is those 2 colored people? I'm like, what the fuck is this? What are these people? What do they do? Where do they come from? Who do they think they are? I mean, this is just so disgusting. So anyways, time went by, and then she left. And so my point here is that if we as a human being, we as female, as go again attack male, and then male attack female, then we all attack each other. There's no sense of unity here. Constantly like, oh, they're black, they're Muslim, they're Christian, whatever it is, that race that we bring up. Like, if it is black, then there's a racism. If it is other race, it's like, they're all slaves. They're all like, they come here through illegally through the border and all this thing. Therefore, they're lower class or whatever. I mean, it's just on and on and on. Not just in this manner. There's this. Remember this gentleman came to your show, Douglas. His name was Richard Burns.
I
remember. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's not important. The important thing is that he came onto your show one day and he brought up, at some point, he was having nice conversation and all this thing. Everything's fine. Out of nowhere, he brings up, oh, you know what? The immigrants are coming to this country and taking away all the jobs. Well, that's his ignorance and understanding. That's what he says. So it's okay if that's what he has to say. And he said it, which is fine. But the thing is that if we carry on the other hand, there's this thing called H1 visa, which is like they bring all those people from India, whatever, namely India, Philippines, and that part of the world.
Right.
And then this is sort of like a status job for these people because they all have master's degree. Some, so what they do is kind of like a job invitation. They're like low-level job invitation. They're not like higher positions. So they come here. For them, it's like a really status job. They'll probably in their neighborhood tell everyone in the neighborhood like, oh, okay, my son is going to America and he's got a job and all this thing. But over here, these are like another type of sophisticated slave job. So they come here, they're given like 5 years time and they get benefits. They're all in Silicon Valley and all this thing, but still very, very low level. 5 years pass by, most of them are sent back home. So they're here. Whoever stays back, they suffer a lot because they don't have anywhere. They overstay, and then there's a lot of problems. So I have that I know a lot of people. I associate with people, all kinds of people. So so my point is that if we look at like constantly always like division here, you're from that country, you're from that culture, you're Muslim, you're Christian, you are Jews, all of these things that we have in our mind, like all these divide and conquer type, that's what society is built on, to hate each other. So we're so freaking programmed. This whole world is a country. So if we go with that mind, we're all like all equal as a human being. Unless there are other subspecies of human and whatnot, those are different. But in a so-called society that we see and we live in, over here we just hate each other. Everyone, everywhere you go, I don't see any unity. You say something like people, you're nice to them, they will take advantage out of you. There's this people that homeowner that I'm working on, they think I'm sort of like they're useful idiot type of person. They can tell me what to do, some illegal thing. They will tell me not to lie to buyers, like don't tell them it's illegal, but we'll figure out later. I said no, I'm working here, making my decision with the buyer will have impact in their life. If it is something bad, if I know it, I'll not do it. So I will give up my money and work. That's what I do. I sell home and I make money. So, but I will never compromise with my philosophy of like not hurting people. And like discrimination is just insane. In New York City, you go to Manhattan, if you don't know how to adjust and get along what is going on everywhere, you'll feel like you are being hated by everything, and you will hate everything. So only way anyone will go with everything if they have some generosity or kindness or love in their mind, that it is what it is. I'm just gonna go there, have fun, instead of like what you didn't like and how offended you are. So I mean, it depends upon people. Like So I love New York, not because, you know, I am able to go there. I go to parties. My main office is there. Every year we go to Radio City Music Hall. We go party at Marriott. But on the other hand, there are also other people that I go see. Just me. Not that many people will do such a thing. So I'm sharing my experience with where I go, what I do, who I meet, who are the people. So what I expect from everyone, that not to get offended with anything, try to understand and stay with unity. You know, you don't have to fall in love with anyone. Just show your loving gesture, positivity, and whatever. If you don't, it's fine too. It doesn't matter. That's why we live in a very chaotic world. All we see, hate against each other, men, women turn against each other, by men and women, by people and all this. But that's what the power structure want. They want us to get distracted and forget and then get involved with how you criticize everyone, you say negative thing about everyone. It just on and on and on goes on. So how to live, I don't know, like, you know, there's no discerning truth, like, okay, this is the right way or this is the wrong way. It depends how we look at life. But there is one thing over here, that we're all, you know, here for a very short time. So what do? You just, you know, live peacefully, or just constantly carry on, like inner, you know, contradiction, you know, that what is right, what is wrong. You know, no one has to think anything. You just go with your open heart and then accept everything, and then do your best. There are no rules, but so that's what I wanted to share. That without love, nothing happened.
Yes, that's right, honey. Thank you. That was wonderful. I deeply appreciate that.
Thank you. I just wanted to share this, just, you know, so people understand that it started with some silly incidents, and then I point out something, but none of those are, you know, important. I don't have anything against anyone. I just shared my feelings. So there is no like a fight back here. Oh, you said this, and then a man does this, women, you know, they do all this, whatever it is that. But the whole idea is that I didn't mean anything here. I had nothing against anyone. So I just wanted to clear my name at this point. So
yes, of course. Oh, honey, well,
no one misunderstood. I love everybody. You know, that's who I am. So yeah,
yes,
that's all. I'm done speaking what I.
Oh yeah,
say.
Yes. Never in doubt in terms of your good name. Of course, it shines with clarity, honey. It's clean. There's nothing that was ever in doubt. So at any rate, honey, I want to thank you for sharing with us everything. And
thank you, appreciate that.
Yes.
Yeah. Now you know, Derek or JMO.
Oh, Derek
take over.
Derek will be fine right now. And but before Derek comes on to catch us up on what's going on with himself, do let us know what else has been going on in the real estate community, in this economy. What exactly is going on Long Island?
This is so crazy that so far everything looks good. Meaning still business is good, people are buying. The thing is that, let's say Manhattan, so there are like all kinds of residents in Manhattan. There are like super wealthy, like Donald Trump, or other billionaires, Larry Silverstein, that, you know, and then all the other, like, you know, what is his name? Jared Kushner, 57, tallest building, skinny tallest building they built. That I think he owned that. I don't know. I heard from you, Douglas. But in any event, what I'm trying to say that whoever owned those buildings, those are basically owner. But then again, there are people that they buy apartments. So depends, like they're all different prices. So people who are basically, you know, pay $4,000 or $5,000 rent, it's so expensive. They share kitchen, the bathroom. It's like insane how small these spaces are. Worse than even Tokyo or something. So probably not. It's just a different. I'm just saying it. So what they're doing is that remember I mentioned Mr. Galam. He's the columnist for this renowned newspaper,
right,
and all this. His daughter works for Derek Jeter, whatever it is, company. So she has an apartment. What she's doing is that subletting to 2 people. It's a 2-bedroom apartment. So she's subletting to 3 people. She's gonna get the rent from them, and she's moving with her father, that he's my client. So she's gonna stay with mom and dad. It's they have big house here, so she will live here. And people like her, there's all different levels. Some are selling, whoever owns, like let's say they own studio, or so those are the one. What they're doing is that selling over there. But where are they going? They're coming towards Long Island. They're island bound. And the other thing is they're moving out to neighboring states, like, for example, I would say like Connecticut, Rhode Island, or Massachusetts, or some quite part of any state, neighboring states. So that's what is happening. So when they come to, and those who are wealthy enough, I had few listings. One of the listing was sold for $1.5 million. So basically, the buyer it's all Chinese. It's all Chinese. Anywhere you go has the money. If Chinese people don't participate in real estate in terms of buying and selling, and all the companies and all these holding companies that own properties, our U.S. economy, real estate will be like pretty much 25% of real estate business will collapse, more than 25% probably. So now these people, so they come to a group of people. So Manhattan is pretty much kind of like building, like they're trying to create a new culture. Like if you go, like there are a lot of beautiful, like what is this, Hudson Yard is the west side where Hudson River, that's the part that so many builder by now, they built like mega structure apartment building, and the river view all around, 360-degree view apartment. So who are these people that doing it? So what is happening basically is that business as usual, but we're getting wrong news. Everything is fine. How is in the world is possible the real estate business is still okay? It's really good. So this Chinese buyer that purchasing my listing, he made $700,000 down payment, cash down payment.
Wow.
So he will pay remainder of the money from the bank, mortgage. So this $700 cash, I mean, imagine how wealthy these people are. So he's not the only one. Everywhere you go, people are purchasing. These are the people come from either Manhattan, they are selling their property, and they're coming over here. So that's what is happening. And the market report through all kinds of like Zillow, and then all the other there's this large Zillow version of Chinese websites called Samaki. It's all business as usual. There are properties available. People are buying. It's kind of like neither the buyer's market nor the seller's market. But things looks good. Next 3 months, it's going to be good. Probably next year, sometime in summer, that is something that we are trying to figure out. But still, everything, it's just a big wealth transfer happened. And then there's whole another story on that. So a lot of things happening that, we don't know. We are people that, we like average people like myself. All I think, oh my God, I have to have enough money so I don't suffer if there's any crash takes place like 2008. So I have a different mindset. Everybody's different. Other people sell their home. A lot of people in Nassau County, they're just in Westbury. I'm selling 3 homes there. They're under contract and all this thing. But these people are going to 2 of the fam, they're going to Virginia. So I'm saying it's nothing really changed, as in reality, that everything pretty much stays. Poor gets poorer, middle class is still middle class, rich get richer. So this is the 3 concepts here. So poor gets poorer, that's just the same, a little bit poorer than before. and middle class is like the same, and rich are getting richer. So where is the change? So people suffer that those who are at a lower level of income group, and so this division everywhere. It's worldwide. It's not just in the United States, and it's a lot of things here that it's just like I can go on and on, but it's not necessary. It's not important. But all I want, everything stays good. So business, a lot of business owners, they're coming up with. But one little thing that I noticed, that what is happening, I'm very much into technology.
Yeah.
So look, how is it possible? Like Zoom, right? This guy, he's a Chinese billionaire. 2017, this Zoom was worth probably, I don't remember, it's in millions. Now it's billions. So everybody's using Zoom. Like our office, we use Zoom. There are 30, 40 people in the meeting. We have twice a week, and they inspire agents so that we don't freak out. And this is a business that real estate agents. It's like we're not employee. We don't go to work and then get paid. So pretty much, if we don't send ourselves to go to work, there's no money. You're unemployed every day. So we have to be on top of everything. So now I notice that how technology, which is what I wanted to say, the virtual business, like these are platforms. This new trend of business. Very, very soon, in 5 years time period, people will be just working from home. Home will be office, and outside will be just to get around, go around. It will be other way around. Unbelievable business that that I do research because I have interest in it. I do a lot of graphic design. I do, but I'm pretty much into it as much I am into real estate. So a lot of change happening. People will be whoever into the technology, they can really make good money and make a good living. But people are not into it because it costs money. And it's sort of like basic education. No one has to be sort of like a diploma. If they have it, they really can, so employment probably in a physical reality, like you go somewhere, go to work. However, if someone learns how to learn programming, business, coding, it's very popular. Everywhere you go, like, they're coder, they, write languages and all this. So, the virtual world, the physical world together, like we are more entering to virtual world. I mean, what will happen globally, a world situation that's different. It's just politics, so it's another topic, it's totally different. So the point is that there are people who are kind of a little bit understand that things are changing, but if you don't go with the trend, not necessarily in terms of enjoy and having fun, not like kids do, they're on the phone, they entertain themselves. I'm talking about adults who is looking to get a work, they can really create a business. I mean, no one needs to be so rich and wealthy. You can really enjoy your life with minimal, but if you are thorough, you know what you're doing, you know what you want. Money does not really bring happiness to people. It doesn't really solve much solution in terms of happiness, but so it's just a lot of things happen, a lot of business on the internet that I've been teaching graphic design to all different kinds of people. I'm sending, there's a few agents that I reach out to agents and look, if you don't pay any money to anyone, this is what you do. I teach them the basic, so they can be, they can learn, they can, whatever. But whoever wants to learn to work, like someone can really work for Facebook, and what I teach is just so, like, remember, Douglas, you told me that you had someone that you paid $100?
Yeah.
Those are bogus. There was nothing, like, I don't know how long ago, but
it's
real
awful.
work, that that person, you're too innocent, you didn't realize it. But I can show people what they can do, and they can really good money. It's very easy. It's a business aspect of Facebook. So now Facebook became so like polluted or whatever. Yeah. So how things are all like lined up. So what, like Facebook was like, let's say it came 2004, 3, 4 at that time. At the same time, they have a backup company. It's called MEMqədRY. 2012, it was founded on 2012 with Mark Winston. This guy, these are all the same group. They're not some entrepreneur and then came up with that idea. It's all set up for them. They belong to the system, to the matrix. So we looked at them like, look how much money Tony Robbins made. I want my money back. I paid like real money. It's in the fund. But no, it's good. I will take it as like, I learned something, that how to be cunning and cheat people, but I will not do that. I will utilize in a manner that somebody will learn from me, and it's a win-win for both. I don't exploit people. I don't, cheat people and give wrong advice. No, Tony Robbins does. Like, I attend his event 2 times, I think 3 times actually. So yeah, it depends how you understand something, and if you know how to utilize it, you can do something out of it. It's not like, so virtual business is really booming. It's just amazing that if anyone can grasp that, they can make a living easily. So
yes, that was wonderful, honey. I deeply appreciate that. And so in terms of everything that's been going on lately and what you've been through in life, believe me, you've made out so very well with all the challenges that you've had as an immigrant. And may I ask what year you came to the United States?
Well, it's like all right, can we talk about that another time? Because I'm here speaking about all this thing. I have like very that it's kind of a lot of private matters here. Private, I don't know, it's pretty private. So I'm not going to talk about today. But when I'm ready, I will talk about everything. I wouldn't mind. I have nothing to hide, but but not probably today. I came back and forth. It was like I was raised here, then my parents took me back, and then I studied a little bit. I had the opportunity to know my culture. I'm grateful to my mom that, like, people live, my relatives and all these people, you have no idea that people who are especially work for government in the military, they live in a palace. Yeah. Unbelievable status quo, unbelievable power, unbelievable. They have 24 hours. They're like 5, 6 maids. One is for cleaning, one is for cooking. The one cooks, and these people are treated like kind of like a subhuman level. They're not allowed to touch, drink water from the same cup, they're not allowed to sit with them. It's just unbelievable, insane human cruelty that is out there. My sister brings her maid to her house. She lives in Canada. So she lives here, stays here for 8 months, and she goes there. She has a lot of property. She just, I cannot imagine. It's not that they're very wealthy, but it works for them. What they do, they are able to do that. So that's the life that they have. But I cannot tolerate that they have all these people. They're treated like a subhuman level. They're not allowed to, like, if the chauffeur is there, it's for 24 hours. So I'm like, when the last time I visited, I'm in the car driving around, seeing all this beautiful thing. I'm like, oh my God, your driver, that's what they say, has to go home. So no, he's 24 hours forever. I don't know how to participate. So it's crazy. It's very bad. I don't like this thing. It bothers me.
Yeah. Okay. We'll definitely appreciate how you describe that, and I understand how challenging it is to talk about such issues. They're very painful. Like you said, it is
painful. Yeah. I cannot, like, these people are exactly like us. Where does this who created this culture? Like, why it's like that? So if you treat people so, like, inhumane way that, oh, they're, you know, they're segregated, they don't belong here, you have money and wealth, like, therefore they're poor, they don't have anything, so they will be treated as in, like, you know, it's just over there and over here, you're not allowed to come here, you just do everything for us. So I just remember, it makes me so sad. I mean, I think about all of these things, all different things, not just this culture and all. It's all originated that part of the world, I would say, in India, like a caste system.
Yeah.
So land of India, actually, you know, it's just a name. However, there are this population group brought to India that we don't even know our history. So I'm only guessing that it makes sense, like by, you know, reading all different articles written by all kinds of people. Like I remember I sent you a book by mistake.
Right.
That book.
Yeah, The Secret Life of Plants. Yes.
Right. So that's not the case. It's a good book. It has a lot of information. So one of the I think some teacher or someone like was saying, like, you know, we have in America also like that. We don't say caste system. It's all ideas came from the East. That's what we do over here. Poor people over there, immigrants over there. So we can create a you know, status as in, like, you know, this type of people only stays here, live there. Nobody, like, I live in a very predominantly Jewish area.
Yes.
It's like I'm the only one, probably, like, you know, whatever. So my point is that this is all like how all these things that come to like ideas, that what is it that people have, what they're hiding or saving or keeping, and all this for what, to do what, to show poor people that they're inferior and they have no part, they're just here to do what we told them to do and then die one day, and generation after generation that's been going on still to these days. What a shame. So that's the world we live in, and no one can do anything about it. We always talk about problem every time. There was no, like, a solution. Like what was his name? Pak-1 was talking about the water problem, right?
Yeah.
Pak-1. So in some states. So he was mentioning, like, if I was in his situation, like, we don't take any kind of initiative of, like, okay, so if he does this thing, you know, write a letter and then get signatures from the neighborhood and then submit it to his you know, local governor's office, whatnot, city council, whatever it is that, you know, legislative. So, and if he does it, someone does it, and together 10 people participate, 10 family, something will happen. They have to do it, but nobody cares. We just talk about it. So like in my area, I volunteered to 2 schools. I did. So currently 1. So what happened was that, you know, I noticed that, you know, parents come here to pick up time. So it's kind of, it's in the middle of residential area. So there's this only street. This time is like the time for parents to pick up kids. Mm-hmm. That's the time they're not allowed to park there. So all this is elementary school. Children has to be, you know, picked up by their parents or caregiver, whatnot. Everybody started getting tickets. So what I did one day, I said, look, this is what I'm going to do. It's just an idea. If you guys participate, I'll help you out. So what we did, we got signature from all the parents, and we submitted to school. And then I went to the school, what do you call, like, the superintendent that you know, manage everything, other matters, not the education part and all this. So I took his signature and then I submitted and I went back, followed up, and it worked. And they finally did. And I told them the exact situation, what happened. Is it fair or not that they're all getting tickets, and these tickets are insane. You get $45 ticket and they add fees to it. It just you know, there's no mercy, no logic, nothing behind what they do. They just, you know, made up their mind, and then they just look for how they can, you know, slash your wallet. You know, they want your money. You live here. It's a, you know, upscale area. People are, you know, so it's just horrible. So I did it and it worked. And then after that, it took like 9 months almost to, get this done. But my point is that if we think that where to go, and then it's not that you're going to solve all the problem in the world. That's not something that, even realistic. But whatever little thing that we know, if we, come up with ideas like I do, like in Great Neck, right in front of my office, there's this, she's the, these are like office job for the government, for county office. So there's this lady, Iranian Jewish woman, so she was, there was October last year or year before. So Anna Kaplan, so she was there, we were all talking and all this. I said, listen, so I kind of like told her that, Anna, what are you gonna do? I will campaign for you, but you have to give me something that I will tell the families in this neighborhood that you will like improving lunch at school, or extra give enough breaks so that children can read books, interact with each other. Like instead of our break, you should divide it into two. I was just talking about just basics. So she was like very nice and cooperating. She said, you know what, if you want, come to my office. If I win, I will talk to you. So my point is that I'm somewhere there and I can claim that, listen, remember you won, you told me this. So I'm here to know if you're still willing to go and continue. So that's how I am. I can go to anyone. Like you were mentioning that, complaining about Richard K. Cole. Trust me, if I see anything that impacted my name, life, or whatever, no one can stop me. I'll just go and tell them, I want to prove what you did and you have to stop this. And it will work, it will happen. But not everybody is like me. It's just my personality. But most people are very humble, and then, they feel shy, they don't have enough time, and all together nothing gets done, nothing happens. We don't improve because we are always busy with our money, our entertainment, watching TV, Kardashian, whatever. So that's what we do. So where's the time? In order to do something constructive, you have to come up with good ideas and come up with, formulate some realistic plan, and you can work it out. Like water is bad everywhere. So if you think that is something too extreme, you have to participate. It's your problem in your community. So don't just think that you're the only one who lives there. So when you do this type of thing, because I'm very aggressive because of my business also, kind of I can never talk to people in a manner of friendly manner. It doesn't work. So I kind of dictate people. This agent came. When agent come to an open house, they're supposed to bring their buyer. They cannot come alone. If it is a man, absolute no, they're not allowed to. So it's not. If it is not an open house time, so this agent came. I treated him very bad in one of my listings. He came, he gave me an outrageous price, and I kind of treated him very, very bad. Then I felt bad that I shouldn't have done that. I went a little extreme. So anyways, out of nowhere, I had another listing just a block away. So he showed up, he called me. So I went there. I was extremely upset. I said, where is your buyer? Are you an agent? He goes, yes, I am. I'm like, can you move your car? And he brought his, I don't remember, very expensive car, one of those cars, who cares? And then he just parked the car, left as if he's showing off to me or something. So I said, can you move the car and put it on park it on the street? Then I said it in a very commanding manner. Move your car and put it over there. And then what happened? Why you're here? I was like, oh, can I see the house? Of course, but where's your buyer? Oh, no, I don't have my buyer with me right now. I said, no, we don't do that. You have to leave now and all this. He said, no, actually, you know what? I said, where is your business card? So he showed me. I said, no, I'm not happy with your picture on the phone. You have to show me physical business card. So he's like, oh, I don't have it with him. So give me your license number. I'm pretty much interrogating him in law enforcement for a small agency will do that kind of investigation. So, and then I said, oh, well, I really didn't appreciate that you came alone. You have to bring a buyer. If you don't, then you only can see it virtually. You can call me and I'll do a code and you'll be able to see it, or I will send the virtual showing and all this. So what happens is that if I am not like that, I will not survive in this business. It's a very rough place for women. Like, there's so many agents that I know, they just come and go. These two agents, like, this is so funny. Like, I do all kinds of interesting things. Like, there's this agent, very young agent, he's black, and then he's very nice, very sweet. I said, look, you have to be very tough. Do you want to work with me so I can target specific area? We all know there are areas based on race and all these things. So there's this area, Jamaica, that I never go there. I'm looking for an agent just to go with me. I know I will get a lot of listing. Listing is something that, somebody gave you permission to sell their home. So it's an official work, and then we just do a lot of paperwork, genuine paperwork. And then, so what happened was that I called him, and then I said, look, here, there's this event going on in our office last year. So I said, look, you come see me. I'm inviting you. Come over and we'll talk, because there's no other time for me. So he comes in, and he's like, I said, if they stop you, just tell them that you are my guest. Selena Khan, I gave him a message, show them my business card. So he came in. I said, if you have a girlfriend, it's fine, but if not, then you will hang out. I'm not going to hang out with you. You will just come. I will only have some specific business conversation. If you're really interested, I will give you instructions, and this is what you're going to do. He come in. He's like, Selena, you invited me. I came, but I quit real estate. Oh my God, bastard. I was like so upset. I was so happy.
Oh my God.
Because they can survive. Because if you're not like ghetto type, I didn't mean it in a negative sense. People speak differently. It's the language, whatever they want to say, there is nothing in it. Anything goes. If you're not like that, you're polite when you want, you have to. When you don't have to, like, a lot of the time that a lot of agents complain about me, like they think that I'm very rude. But I told my manager, they don't follow guidelines. I was like, there's these two agents, they're white, they're in Westbury area. So it was my listing. They went to the house. Then it's illegal to do that. It's a violation in real estate term that if someone listed a home to sell, other agent cannot go and talk to the homeowner. They will be penalized $2,500. So these two girls, they went there and talked to the homeowner. Like, oh, Selena is not, if she's not able to sell your home, by the way, I'm having a closing soon, that same property. Wow. So what I did, I called the manager. I said, do you know these two idiots, Jenny and whatever, you have to teach them how to practice business. If not, I will file a complaint against them. So I warned them. I still have that text message, what I said on the message to the manager. So second time around, another happened 2 months later. And then that time I was really bad. The way I talked to the manager, I said, do you remember I called you and I told you what happened? And it did not stop. You know what's going to happen now? I'm going to come to your office right now and I'll talk to you, sit down, and you have to give me an answer why this happened. So he was kind of like, it was nice, but I said it such a way, like as if like, this is something not nice. I said it in a very commanding way. So that's why people get my point, because I make a point one after another. I don't have conversation with people. So when I talk here sometimes I lose my mind, like, or I go loud. I just, so I forgive me for that. I don't want to be that way, but that's what I have just my work life. So when I go there, I'm a very different person. Like, so pretty straightforward. There is nothing in it that it's all specific conversation what to do. Like I had a big fight with this homeowner. Again, they don't understand. So they are blaming me for why their house is not selling. So when I told them all these things, talking to them, oh, Selena, you're too loud. You sound rude. You have to be respectful. I said, no, I'm not. I'm just talking loudly. I lose my mind because I'm getting my point. So that's the world that I live in, where I constantly tell people what to do, tell them the truth, and they don't get it, they don't understand, they don't accept it. So all kinds of situations. Like there is this another lady I met recently, Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee is she is very successful. Again, she's Chinese. So what is happening over here is that she wants to pretty much sell her house because she's cheating on her husband. Whatever it is, the reason might be, doesn't matter. But what she told me is that I will help her sell the house, but I will not be allowed to talk to her husband if she owns the house. So I said, that is something that I will not do. You may have to find another agent to do that. If it's pretty, you know, like expensive property, very expensive. So I refused that because it's against my philosophy, you know, that I will not such a thing that will hurt another person. So I just refused it. I don't care about money. I'm happy with little money, but my work is that I enjoy. I'm not there to be rich and wealthy and gather material wealth, you know, endlessly. That's not my objective. So
yes, sir.
That's my point.
Wonderful. Oh, thank you. So, honey, that was beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing all of that.
Thank you. So I'm going to go now. I have some work to do.
Yes, honey.
So if I have anything, I'll jump in. Other than that, you guys take over, and I'll listen till like 11 o'clock.
Yes.
And I'll go to bed. And another thing is that I may have to make an appointment to talk to you.
Yes.
For, I don't know, whenever you wake up, you call me, so
yes,
I can. It's not gonna take that long. It's all your business for you.
Yes.
And the other thing is that, what is the other thing I'm forgetting? Well, there's this. Here's the thing. That remember I had this some conversation about some matters that I wanted to have a three-way conversation with somebody. I think his name was Mr. John Smith or something. So I want to finish that when you have time.
Okay.
I like to go on to that phone call, and I just wanted to, you know, clear something that will give me some peace of mind that whatever happens shouldn't happen.
Yes. Yes, sir.
All right. So with that in mind, I let you guys, you know, take over, enjoy, and I will listen till 11 o'clock. And good night, everyone. I love everyone. They're so loyal. They are amazing listeners, and they are all beautiful people. I'm going to shout out to, I'm sorry, I have no choice. I have to say my friend, I'm saying her name in terms of she's my friend. I'm going to shout out to Lena Shea.
Of course.
We share well, her children. She shared with me. Oh, my God, these children are jewels. So that's that. Love you, Lena Shea. And then Sarah Shield and Maria Michaela. And then I have all my blessing and prayers for Veronica Barara. She'll be fine. Trust me. She's beautiful. And I see her once in a while. I've never been in touch, but she can. She's more than welcome to reach out to me. Douglas, if you talk to her, give her my cell phone number so I can tell her something about her illness. Might be helpful.
Oh, right. To Veronica Barrera.
Right.
Yes.
Her. Yeah.
Yes, I'll gladly.
And who else? I'm gonna shout out to, actually, let's just say in one word, shout out to everyone. And so thank you, and have a good night, everyone. Until next transmission.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Love you. You have a blessed night. Good night, honey. And with that, Derek and Jameson, if the two of you gentlemen could come on and just cover for me. My voice is still shot to hell, and I'm really unable to speak. If you can cover for me. Yes. Cover for me, and I'll be right back in about 15, 20 minutes. And both of you gentlemen, just do your best, okay? Thank you. Have a conversation. And first off, why don't we start off with Jameson can come on as he sees fit whenever he feels ready to do so. But you have the stage now, and just did you have any stories prepared? I'd be appreciative if you covered them now, aside from your own. Is that possible?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got some stories, and one thing I wanted to add every week was the benefits of something. Like 1 week we talked about the benefits of honey. 1 week we talked about the benefits of ginger. But today I want to talk about the benefits of cinnamon.
Yeah.
And with cinnamon,
I'll be here for just a few minutes with you, so keep going. Yeah.
Okay, and then I'll go into the stories.
Sure, take your time.
Cinnamon and the different ways.
Before you go into cinnamon, actually, tell us your situational update, your status report, if you would.
So I'm doing good. I got one more week off of work, and actually, what I've been doing all week is I've actually been running like a marathon in the pool, kind of like a marathon workout. So for every day last week, I spent at least 2 hours. Running in place and different stuff and doing exercises in the pool every day. And I feel great. And so I'm going to, I got a couple of doctor's appointments and things I got to take care of next week, which just happens to fall on next week, which is good because I got one more week off to take care of everything else I got to take care of. And then every day I'm going to be working, not working, but every day I'm going to be going to the pool and just doing a workout for 2 hours a day in the pool, and then another hour or two a day in the gym. So I'm just gonna be being prepared physically to go back to work in my in my best shape.
Wonderful.
So I've been doing pretty good.
Yes, I so much appreciate that. I also want Pac-1 Morales to give us an update and a situational status report on himself, his business, his family, and his wife, who's working in the COVID ward. Now, Pac-1, you're going to hold the stage, and when you're done, let Derek know so he can tell us a bit about the benefits of cinnamon and some of the stories he's prepared. But right now, it's so important to get Pac-1 to talk while he can. And Pac-1, we need to know exactly what you feel we should be aware of in these terrifying times. The most dangerous times are right now at the height of the virus before the vaccines come out, and we're in this extremely vulnerable period of time. I'm going to be gone myself on mute for about 15 minutes, so just hold the stage and share everything with your situational updates, what's going on, what people need to be aware of, and I'll be back and, segue over to Derek whenever you feel that you can do that. And thank you so much for showing up. Appreciate that.
No problem. For sure, Douglas.
How's it going, back on?
What's going on, Derek? Not much. Just I was holding it down for my wife right now. She went live. They were doing a little thing with a couple of little what are those small sale businesses. But right now with the COVID, it's extremely important to wear your masks, to be aware of who you're around, and the threat right now for spreading it is very serious. I mean, people just act like it's not real, and it is very real. There's absolutely no reason right now for anyone really to be out. I mean, if you really care about, if you value your life or the life of your family, it's really just something that you have to take extreme precaution with. My wife works on a COVID floor, and she takes every step she possibly can, to ensure that she doesn't bring anything back or that she's not, contaminated. She takes extra sets of clothes with her to work. She has a separate set of shoes there, like just everything she needs. Right now is just it affects people differently. It doesn't just have to be a cough. It can be various things, body aches, it can be fevers, it can be nothing. It can be nothing. It's completely asymptomatic. They show no symptoms, just positive, and this virus is really showing its toll on people. People who've had it, been positive with it, are discovering that things aren't like they were before they were infected with the virus. It can be various things, from some people can't exercise, can't do running, and short-winded constantly, or some people develop heart conditions after this. Their heart, they have irregular heart rhythms, and it just it's very serious, because it's something that, again, this is year one of a virus, of a new virus. Like, there's no knowing anything. There's a vaccine coming out. There's multiple companies working on vaccines. I read I read a meme. It's not funny, but it's just the humor, and you understand once I say it. Like they said, in 100 years they haven't been able to find a cure for cancer. You know, in 60 years they haven't been able to find a cure for AIDS, but they found a cure for the COVID-19 in 9 months. You know, just, you know, I'm not saying that it doesn't work, but do your research on every company and every vaccine that's being made. You know, look at where they are, their studies, you know, with everything. There's some people, you know, that are afraid to get it. I know I'll get vaccinated, but I'm going to make sure I know what's, you know, what each company's about before I make that choice as to who. But they're offering, I guess they're trying to offer people an incentive of $1,500, you know, if they get the shot, which that's kind of like, that's it makes it scarier to want to get the shot. It's like, you gonna pay me to get the shot? Wait a second. But no, they're finding that second round of it, because it's a 2-part shot, they're finding that the second part of the shot mimics COVID symptoms for at least 24 hours, and they said that means it's working. So, but essentially, it puts you through like a 24-hour COVID infection, you know, to make your body immune to it, I guess. But also, what I just read today, let me pull it up real quick. It had to do with one of the ingredients inside of in the COVID vaccine itself. So it has a spike protein called syntesin-1, and it's vital for the formation of the human placenta in women. If the vaccine works so that we form an immune response against the spike protein, we are also training the female body to attack synthesin, which could lead to infertility in women for an unspecified duration. So that's kind of scary, you know. It's just, unfortunately, this is where we're at, you know. This is where we're at, you know. Like, there's really not much you can do other than, you know, take your chances. I mean, it's better to be safe than sorry, you know. And people say that sheep mentality, you know, that's like survival, you know. It's at this point, it's surviving with your family. I mean, everything seems like it's going to hell, but eventually, you know, something to shake. So I would definitely wear your masks, constantly wash your hands. Any kind of type of transaction I do, like if I go to a store, I have hand sanitizer I carry on me. If I go to the store and I open the door, I either grab the wipes or sanitizer in there and clean my hands, and then, you know, I get out of the store, I get in the car, I sanitize my hands again. If I go to McDonald's or go to the party store or whatever, and I exchange money with someone, I put that money in my wallet. I don't touch it again. I get my hands, I sanitize them when I get in the car. I get home, I wash up, I take a shower. You know, it's just something serious. It's just I've literally seen now about 5 or 6 people wearing military grade, like freaking what are those, the smoke masks, the hazmat masks. And I mean, to each their own. Everyone wants to be safe. I guess it's smart, because they say that you should cover your eyes now too, because if the virus gets in your eye, you can catch it too, which is kind of scary. Yeah, I don't know. It's just this. That's like the new norm now. Everything's so different. Nothing will ever be the same. You just gotta, I guess, adapt and find our lives within this everything going on. I mean, there's still jobs. There's still a place of, you know, still doing construction. There's still all sorts of things that can be done. You know, and it's not dwelling in anything. It's just being safe for now. Just this virus will, I'm sure, pass on, but it's going to take a long time, you know, and we all have to, you know, as long as life is something that we hold precious to us, is just buckle down and do our parts, you know. It's partially our responsibility to, you know, ensure the future of our families, you know, or, you know, our kids, whatever. And if we don't do that now, I mean, look at everything we have going on for us right now. It's all went to shit because nobody's done their part prior. You know, that's all we know. It's basically war and fighting and pollution and building and concrete. It's just this, if everyone just buckles down right now, take this time to appreciate life. You know, take this sit down rest to know your family. Everyone's so busy with their daily lives, we don't know our families. You know, that's one thing that we do everything in life for. If you have kids or you have a wife, you do everything for your family. So take these times to just enjoy your family, enjoy getting to know each other, building memories right now. You know, this we don't know what's next. You know, there could be a you know, this great division, you know, could lead to a civil war. And then the biggest thing to live with is regretting that you didn't do enough when you had the time to. You know, we're not all gonna make it through this virus. You know, again, you know, take these precautions, be safe. You know, because I know I am. I know I've watched people that we know catch the virus and seen, you know, the after effects of it, or just it's scary. It's scary. You hear about people dying, people you know's family dies. You know, everyone know. I guarantee everyone already knows 3 or 4 people who have died from it.
One of my best friends has it right now. One of my best friends from when I lived in California. He lives in Las Vegas now. So his wife, he doesn't have a Facebook page, but his wife is on there, you know, letting us know that, you know, that COVID has hit the house and to pray for her and everything. So, but I had an article here that I actually wanted to share with you. I actually didn't share it on my Facebook page, but I wanted to share it with you to see your thoughts on it, because it makes it kind of a connection. It connects a few things together. But the article is from the Atlanta Black Star, and it said the article is Obama criticized by Twitter users revisiting so-called Flint water stunt as he announces he'll take the COVID-19 vaccine on television.
Yeah.
Former President Barack Obama announced Thursday, alongside former Presidents George W. Bush and Bill Clinton, that he would take the COVID-19 vaccine on television in order to show that it's safe to amid public skepticism. People like Anthony Fauci, who I know and work with and I trust completely, Obama told SiriusXM host Joe Madison this week. So if Anthony Fauci tells me that the vaccine is safe and can vaccinate you, well then and immunize you from getting the COVID, absolutely, I'm going to take it. On social media, Twitter users, and they resurrected a debunked meme to criticize the 44th president's pledge to take the vaccine on camera to demonstrate its safety, citing concerns about its handling of the Flint water crisis in the aftermath of the Michigan city's water becoming contaminated with lead because of a switch in the supply source. In 2016, then President Obama drank a glass of filtered water on Flint while on camera at a town hall meeting to demonstrate that the filtered water is safe to drink for people over the age of 6. While you are waiting to get your pipes replaced, you need to have a filter installed and use that filter. And if you use that filter and the water is safe to consume for children over the age of 6 who are not pregnant, he told the audience. So although I understand the fear and concern that people have, and it's entirely legitimate, what science tells us at this stage, you should not drink the water that is not filtered. But if you get it filtered and use it properly, the water can be consumed. And that's point number 1 that he made. Despite his unambiguous language that day, some have interpreted Obama's remarks to mean that he was mocking the water crisis, or that he drank the water to show that the situation was completely resolved. One Twitter user said that the Obama pledge did not make him feel more comfortable about taking the vaccine. So then it gives a bunch of different quotes from people on their Twitter pages of what they thought. But what do you think about this?
So I think, you know, I'm not a Barack Obama basher. You know, I don't know. I'm not a supporter. I don't feel. I just I know when he came to Flint, that was bullshit. That wasn't real water. The water at this time, even if it was filtered, still wasn't looking like that. That was straight clean water. That was like, it was inside of it was like in City Hall or some shit, man. Like they brought the water, you know, like they clearly poured it from water bottle. That's like bottled water, man. That wasn't no water out the tap, bro. That was the biggest crack of bullshit ever, man. That was in the peak. That was in the peak when the water was still, dude. Yeah, no.
Yeah, but he could have made an emergency crisis and forced that governor to do something. He could have forced that governor.
Everybody used Flint as propaganda, as by means everybody wanted to be a part of the Flint shit, but more or less just for the moment, the picture, you know, the picture. They just wanted to be seen with Flint, like they were doing something. A lot of people don't, man. There wasn't really no help like that. Money that was pouring in, the mayor here was trying to throw concerts and shit and just dumb shit. Like, mayor was trying to be a celebrity, you know? Like, it was, the whole thing's a joke. There wasn't at your sink, you still had all the sediment and shit that washed those pipes in your water heater. So, you know, filters weren't working. Filters did not work. You know, it did not work for killing the lead, taking the lead out of the water.
Yeah, there's no way it can. And then the fact that you have to add that little caveat of children above the age of 6.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you something. My nephew is one of the children. There's a whole study going on. They pay the mothers, young mothers, and the mothers of the kids here in Flint right now that were born and raised during the water crisis, which still to this day, they pay them per visit, like $50 per kid per visit, to study them, to test them, to do blood tests, to do all sorts of stuff. And a lot of these kids are autistic. They're on the spectrum. You know, they have issues. There's cognitive problems from the water. And that is something that's ongoing study right now. These kids are being studied right now, man. And the thing is it affects the DNA. Like, lead messes with your DNA, your genetic, like it fucks them up. So these kids, you know, these kids' grandkids that are right now that are going to be having kids and shit, those kids are going to have even worse effects than them. Right. You know, it's like this is. Yeah, the whole thing could have been stopped, and even what they're doing to fix the pipes, they're only fixing it in the road. They're not fixing the pipes that are in your yard. They're not fixing the pipes in your house. They're not doing anything about the water heaters. You know, these houses are technically, I guess what you'd probably consider condemned, because all the pipes have lead-based water in them. You know, it's inhabitable. You still have these residents that are taking baths and showers in this water still to this day. A lot of them have developed skin diseases, like skin. Like, it looks almost like psoriasis, but it's like scaly. Like it's weird, like nasty abrasions. They get it all over their face, their hands, their arms, the creases, and they still no choice. You know, they just did this the lawsuit for the water. You know, that's people saying it still ain't gonna be enough to do anything. By the time they settle out, or, you know, health-wise either. The whole thing, the whole Flint water crisis, and here's the sad part too. I'm not saying it ain't serious or shouldn't be fixed, but I'm saying that there's thousands of Flints all through the United States. You have to think about the Industrial Revolution, man, and that's essentially where all this came in place, because, you know, when the industries started building and, you know, they started opening up all these shops and shit, they all ran all their sewage, everything into these rivers, you know, and then cycled the shit right back into the water systems, and it just stayed. Like, it's toxic,
Indiana,
you know.
Where I just moved from, Gary, Indiana, where I just moved from, is one of those places, and you know, I believe it may have had some effect on Malik, you know. So you know, who knows? Yeah,
I mean, there's how many other places that are like that?
As far as it affecting the DNA and then affecting your children and their children's children, that's called epigenetics. And there's a book that I was looking at this weekend that I really want to get into and study, but it's called "You Are What Your Grandparents Ate," And I know that's a strange title, but it's called.
No, I get it.
But and then the study they did in the book, they did a study in the town of Sweden that has you know, like it's an industrial, not industrial, a place where they grow a lot of food. They grow a lot of their own food. Everybody grows their own food. So, and then they've had feast or famine. So it's either they're feasting or they're famine. And one thing they determined when they went back and looked at the lifespan of the people for the last couple of 100 years, whenever they had time of feast, whenever a teenage boy ate over 8, and when he was going through puberty, his sons lived a shorter life. And whenever they have famine and the females were pregnant during the famine, well, those babies grew up. The female babies grew up to have a shorter life. So they looked at the lifespan of the men and the women there, and they found it was connected to what their parents ate. And so they did an experiment with some mice and that were dying young, and these mice were bred strictly for looks. Okay, so they weren't bred for any kind of work or anything. They were bred for their looks. So these mice were bred for beauty, and they actually died younger. They found they could extend the lifespan of these mice by feeding their parents nothing but greens while the mother was pregnant, and then the babies and the offspring started to live longer. So, you know, that's just another case for eating right, you know what I'm saying? But but you know, it's just interesting how that study in itself is called epigenetics. What you are, what your grandparents ate, you know, in that book. So, and yeah, that epigenetics does extend something that I'm going to look more into, but yeah, it covers the lead poisoning and then the passing down of the DNA, where it actually changes your DNA, even of your children and your children's children.
That's cool. Yeah, that's just it's crazy. I don't know. That's mind blowing.
Yeah, it is, and I appreciate you keeping us up on the report of what's going on.
Yeah, well,
you're a warrior in Flint. Flint don't know how lucky they are to have you, man. So you keep fighting the good fight, bro.
Oh yeah, always, man. You know, so tonight, because I've still been doing tamales and everything, man, and it's crazy, man. Like I was, I was driving down the road, man, and just it was probably about 7:30. I had to go drop off some tamales, and I was passing a party store, and it was all taped off, and there was a car, and there was like the window was like all shot up. You could see like all the bullet holes through it. I was like, man, that's crazy. Like in this time, like even where everyone's wearing masks, it seems like people are doing more messed up shit now, you know, and getting away with it, you know. So I went on there, and yeah, sure enough, at that party store, someone came out of the store and seen someone in the car and ran up on the car. It's like, man, in these times, it's just crazy, like how people could be so focused on just, you know, doing dumb shit. So I'm saying is right now is the time that we need to be all inside right now, you know, finding ourselves, finding, you know, our families.
That's why I've been skeptical. I've gone to the gym a couple of times, and you know, there's hardly nobody there, and that's why. If I ever walked into the gym and it was crowded, you know, I'd probably leave. But you've got all these people paying memberships and not going, and I guess that's what's keeping it open. Yeah, but other than that, you know, I wear my mask. They keep the spray bottles in the and the paper towel's full, so you know you're always wiping stuff down. I only do about 3 exercises. Everything else I do at home, you know. But yeah, that I hear you. I hear you. I've got to be extra careful, you know, myself. So when the few times that I have gone to the gym, you know, I just make sure I wipe everything down. And plus, it's just never crowded anymore because everybody's, you know, spooked of going, and I don't blame them. You should be spooked, you know what I'm saying? But there's enough people that spooked that kind of makes it comfortable for me to go in there, and there's a few people working out here and there, and everybody's keeping their distance, and you know, me, I'm wearing my mask, so.
Yeah. Well, you know, after the other day you were talking, you were like, it takes 2 weeks to make or break a habit. And I was like, man, because I have a whole gym here at my house, you know, Olympic weights and everything. So I was like, and then after I talked the other day, I was like, man, you know what? I think I'm gonna get back on it, man, and stop playing around, wasting my own time. Get back with it. So yeah, so I'm kind of motivated. I'm gonna start back up tomorrow morning. I'm gonna wake up about 6:30, take all my proteins and pre-workouts and stuff, and get it going.
Yeah.
Yeah, that used to be my deal. Waking up in the morning, going to the gym, makes you feel good, man. It's like there's like when you start eating better and constantly working out, getting good exercise, there's something about it that it gives you like a good energy, man, like a good vibe.
Yeah. So I'm pretty much starting from scratch. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah.
You know, and luckily with my job, I don't really come in contact with anybody, so I'm pretty much set up for social distancing. Loner. Yeah. The only thing is we work what's called slip seat. And slip seat means you get in the truck behind somebody else, so you don't know who's, you know, there's a previous our trucks are always running on the road. So like if I was on my way to work right now, the truck that I would be driving would probably be also on its way back to the job for that driver to call it a night, and then for me to start it a day. You know what I'm saying? So you always got to wipe the truck down from the previous driver. But our drivers do a pretty good job of keeping the insides clean. My only complaint about my coworkers is they really don't do a good job of keeping the outside of the windshield clean. You know what I'm saying? If you run through a swarm of bees or something like that, and then turn on the wipers and then smear them all over, and the only thing you can see is just like where the windshield wipers go. You know, sometimes, you know, it helps to wash it off on the eyes. But as far as the inside goes, you know, the person who gets out the truck cleans it pretty good, and then when I get in, I clean it again. You know, I wipe down that steering wheel and everywhere my hands can touch the radio. I'll wipe it all down and make sure I'm not gonna pick anything up.
Oh yeah, definitely for sure. You gotta carry some Lysol disinfectant spray or something with you at all times.
But they supply it now. They supply gloves. They supply extra masks. They, you know, like just a regular white mask, which, you know, the last time I used one of their masks, their earpiece broke, and I had to use a stapler to to staple the band back into the actual mask part. You know, but they got masks, they got, you know, cleaning supplies, and they got everything. So, you know, when you go to work, you know, you forget something, you say, that's all right, we got a supply closet. Well, that we could just go get stuff and just start cleaning.
Right.
The only bad part is my job used to feed us. And so before COVID, before I, because, you know, they were going to throw me a party when I came back. But, you know, I caught the cancer, started my cancer treatment before COVID started. So I started my cancer treatment in February. So they said, whenever you do come back, we're going to get some catering. We're going to get some. Well, now the health department says that you can't, you know, like in the break rooms, just lay out all that food, and you know, it's got to be served. It's got to be individual packets. So the only thing we do now, if they want to do some type of catering, they'll either go get a bunch of Baconators or they'll go get a bunch of Chick-fil-A sandwiches and, you know, that are all individually wrapped. You know what I'm saying? No more pizza or laying out big pans of chicken and big pans of roast beef and, you know, stuff like that. What my job used to do before the COVID.
Right. And thank you for sharing that. That's so nice that your job does that. It's like the old company towns. That and with yourself and Pac One, I take it that both of you gentlemen have taken us to the top of the hour in good form. I just dropped by for a moment while I was busy taking care of so many things and put the earbud on for just a second. But I heard you were talking about people raising their own food someplace or something like that. So I'm not.
Oh yeah. So we had a great conversation. So Pac One gave us you know, just an update of the COVID situation there, basically, and you know, gave us some good pointers and stuff. And then I read an article about how President Obama said that he would put the vaccine on TV, and then people started comparing it to his stunt that he pulled in Michigan with the Flint water, with the water, drinking the water on TV, saying, "Oh, it's good, you can go drink," you know. So people said, "No, that's just going to be like another Flint water Michigan stunt." And then we kind of segued into the effects that the lead water has on your genetics, which perfectly segued into a book that I was looking into this weekend called "You Are What Your Grandparents Ate." And in this book, "You Are What Your Grandparents Ate," it talks about epigenetics, and epigenetics refers to things that your parents and grandparents do that can affect the DNA of the children. Yes. Grandchildren.
And I sorry for laughing there. That might have seemed inappropriate. It just brought to mind this incident in Paris that happened when the mayor of Paris at one point tried to prove that the drinking water was perfectly safe and drank a full cup of water on national television and died immediately because no one ever drank the water in one full shot before. They would usually just boil it or drink it with, how would I say it, cut with something else, so to speak. And so, yes, in much of Europe, the drinking water is quite foul. Much of the world, the drinking water is quite foul. What makes it so shocking is that nobody expected that in the United States as, quote-unquote, a first-world developed nation with what was supposed to be a plumbing system, so to speak, or at least a water distribution system is the more proper word at the civic level, that turned out to be totally non-existent in the heart of a major metropolis. So, by the way, when I think of Detroit, then I remembered what I was speaking about the other day, just as a kind of segue here, a passing thought, where we had brought up Abdul Karim Haq, and I was trying to bring up, but I couldn't remember, where his daughter and his son had attended school at an Islamic school for children that was well looked upon and considered one of the preeminent preparatory schools in the United States. It was in Hamtramck. It's all located in the neighborhood of Hamtramck, which is a strange name. And I have no idea where that name sources from, but it sounds like a combination of ham radio and electronic. It sounds like a neologism or a put-together word that was developed specifically for Motor City, as they called Detroit, for at a time when they were industrializing. So that aside, it will be a few minutes to the top of the hour when I'll be bringing Peter Moon on, and I will ask you to round up everything at this point, and you can come on later, of course, if I need a break to finish up that story if you wanted to follow up on that. But is there anything you want to kind of leave as passing thought before I bring Peter on? Of course, both of you are welcome to interject whenever you feel that it would be constructive to do so anytime tonight, whether Peter or myself is on. So,
we got 1 minute. So I was just going to go through the benefits.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. By all means.
Oh, yeah. It's a strong antibacterial. It's a strong antifungal. It's a strong anti-tibia. It's full of antioxidants. It helps reduce blood pressure. It lowers cholesterol. It improves digestion. It balances blood sugar levels. It helps build strong bones. It boosts your memory. It's an anti-inflammatory, and it has manganese, fiber, iron, and calcium. So those are 4 minerals that you get from cinnamon: manganese, fiber, iron, and calcium. And you can use it in tea, you can use it in baked goods, cereal, or soup. So cinnamon is good for you. So I just thought I would let everybody know the benefits of cinnamon today. So that's it.
Wonderful. No, that's delightful. And now let's see if I can bring Peter Moon on. I want both of you gentlemen to kind of say good night, but not in a total sense, only in the sense that in terms of general speech and presence, and you're welcome to come back on, as I said, anytime you feel the need to interject. So both of you gentlemen say good night to the listeners.
Good night.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll be there
Everyone.
to cover
Wonderful.
you.
Thank you.
At any point.
Deeply appreciated.
Good night, everyone. Thank you, Douglas.
Thank you. Deeply appreciated. And Derek, did you say good night? I didn't quite catch it.
Yeah, I sure did. Good night.
Delightful. Okay, so let's do our best to see if Peter responds, and we should have no problem. But the way everything else has been going on tonight, technically, you never know. And there we are. Definitely just waiting while the Skype's. Okay, that was an interesting sound effect. Oh, those are the guests, right, Peter?
I'm here.
Yes. Anyhow, wonderful to have you with us. Oh, no need for the camera. That adds on to the bandwidth and might knock us off. So
Wait, I didn't know I was on camera. Just a second.
sure.
Let me. I'm on. This is Skype.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
There we are.
Sometimes it just comes on, but anyway, there we go.
Yes. Yes. So good to have you with us, and catch us up a bit on everything. You've been working very hard on the book, and I know that your wife had some guests over today. And is there anything you're willing to share concerning that? People she knew from work or Romania or?
No, just the friends, but she knew from work. But they, one of the guys, he had hurt his back from lifting at work, and anybody who lifts, they weren't even heavy boxes. They were like 20 pounds or whatever. Mm-hmm. And he was lifting with his back. Oh. You shouldn't lift with your back. You have to lift with your legs.
Yes. Yes.
And then he was in a cramped attic space where he was bending over while he was lifting, so that was putting additional strain on his back. And I guess the doctor prescribed him a lot of heavy painkillers. So what it did is it relaxed the back. It got rid of the pain. The back is okay, but now he's
a drug addict.
Yeah, he has to detox the toxicity of the drugs.
Yes.
But what I would tell people, anything you have, and this is from Qigong, is total relaxation of the body will heal the body. And sometimes steroids will reduce the inflammation so that the physiology of the affected area can actually relax. And this is what heals the body. Flotation tanks are excellent for relaxing the physiology of the body. Mm-hmm. You're just completely suspended in salt water, and all your vertebrae just kind of just they're not fighting gravity. Mm-hmm. It's quite an experience.
Yes.
But that was and she gave him some detox tea to help him on his recovery. Well, he's recovering fine.
Cool. That's wonderful. And he, from what we heard in the background, he sounded almost euphoric. That detox tea must be some potent stuff.
I don't know if you heard him at all. I don't know what you heard.
It was something in the background. Might have been from Pac-1 Morellis' home where he has young children. That's probably that.
It might have been, because it wasn't him. He's long since gone.
Okay, that makes sense. So, by all means, what other things are going on in your life? You've had back problems in the past, and you dealt with them yeah.
Well, you know, I strained my back horribly working on your book. I was trying to push it and get it done. This is back in June.
Yeah.
Stayed late transcribing one of your tapes.
Yeah.
So that I can digest and edit it. And I have 3 chairs that I have used for back purposes.
Mm-hmm.
One is a yoga chair.
Yeah.
Which you can roll around in. One is a gaming chair
Mm-hmm.
for gamers that sit in, you know, in front of a computer all day.
Right.
And one is a kneel chair, so you'll kneel down. And there was a point where I couldn't really use any of them.
Oh God.
And it was horrible. This was back in June, and I had was it a heating pad I was using all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Paula was massaging me daily, and it got to the point where her massages didn't do any good. I had a heating pad, and then I was going to the chiropractor every week, who's one of my football friends, and he treats us all for free if we want to come, but I come every week because I need it. And he just keep coming, and what was he fixing my strained Achilles? He was putting electric stim on it, and now I'm running normal again, and I'm having a great time and stretching, towel stretch. When you it's like put your foot on a chair and you put a towel at the end of the foot and you stretch, kind of roll the back. It's very good for your back. It's very good for your legs. You stretch before you work out, run, play, and you stretch afterwards, and it builds up the muscles. I learned, and this is from submerging myself in the dark room. Dark room, 15 minutes a day, 2 or 3 times a day is excellent. And I have a whole regimen for the dark room in my book, The White Bat. But the thing is when you go into darkness, it stimulates your visual cortex, and it also makes you smarter. You go into complete darkness, and there's other Qigong things I do that increase to make you smarter. So, like say, I'm having an issue with, I need a piece for this job, or I'm talking about house repair jobs, or this. So after going in the dark room, I walk into Home Depot, and I'm not even looking for stuff, and it appears to me. It's like, you know, I'm making the connection. Yeah. One of the neatest experiences I had at Home Depot was when my daughter was about 2. Mm-hmm. She was 2. And I was going to get this, I don't know what you call it. It was a thing for sliding doors. I needed to, you know, fix the sliding doors and put something into the ground so it would hold the sliding door. Mm-hmm. And I'm looking. Where is this thing? I'm looking on this, you know, Home Depot, you can get lost. Yeah. And she just walks over and puts her hand on it. Huh. Like she found it for me. Uh-huh. It's in a wall full of junk. And I, you know, she, on one level, she didn't know what she was doing. Right. She could, on another level, she knew totally what she was doing. Right. So what I'm saying is there is a certain magic in going into darkness. It's not really magic, but it connects you. It puts you in resonant rapport. It's the quantum principle of, what do they like to call it, law of attraction. Yeah. Law of attraction. So that's very good. And then this parlays into your own personal problems. And it makes you smarter. So I found, after going in the dark room, I'd ask myself a question about making myself run faster, and I start seeing stuff, finding sites that I couldn't find when I asked the same question from a different angle. And then when you stretch afterwards, you're building your muscle and your fascia because the blood is now flowing. So with the blood flowing, it will build muscle and fascia. And this applies whether you're 25 or whether you're 65. It doesn't matter. The body is the body. And young people don't need to, it's good for them to stretch, it's helpful for them to stretch, but they can get away without stretching. Right. And so they generally don't do it. They just go out and play. Yeah. And the people in professional sports are notorious for getting hurt because they don't condition and work out properly, because they're doing you know, they're not doing enough qigong. They're not doing any qigong. Yeah. So they're not in touch, and they torque themselves inappropriately, incorrectly, and if they would work out doing standard, some of the simple stuff I do, it would make them, the odds of getting hurt much less, and getting seriously hurt would go down even further. So this is what this stuff has to offer. So that's just a little bit, and you know, I say going in a dark room helps you with your work, helps you with anything. It's wonderful, but it takes a certain discipline to do it. You got to take time. First, you got to find a place in your house that you can make totally dark. My teacher used to use heavy, thick army blankets and put them over his bedroom window to get darkness. Yeah. And I have a pantry that is underneath a staircase that I can use, and that's a good space. And I can sometimes if it's daytime, I have to put paper or something in the crack, you know, to make it. But making a dark room is a whole action. Sometimes you have to do it, set it up. So that's good. And I'm also reading. I'm trying to pull a few quotes from the Tao Te Ching for my newsletter, and one that's very interesting here, with regards to. Let me see here. It says, great, excuse me, great generals are not warlike. Great warriors do not get angry. Those who are good at defeating enemies do not engage them. I thought that was a good one. Those who are good at defeating enemies do not engage them.
Yes.
It's, I mean, you know, if somebody's coming to your house with a knife, it's hard not to engage them.
Right.
But if you're really good at it, you can not engage them. One of the exercises I learned at my third year in Qigong, and there was a magic in the way things would work. I walked in. I'd studied 3 years. It's my anniversary. So I'm going to walk into the class and I'm going to say, I'm going to tell him, I said, this is my third anniversary today. I think before I can even say that, one of the students comes over to me and starts showing me this exercise called Mother's Palm. And I said, yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that now. And he says, well, I told you, the student says, I told you should have done this. This is what I started. You know, when you first came, I told you should have. Well, I wasn't ready to do it. But the reason he did Mother's Palm was because he asked my teacher, what was the first thing you learned in Qigong? And my teacher said, Mother's Palm. Right. It's the foundation of all palms. He said, so then he learned Mother's Palm, and this poor guy had fallen off of a second story. He was an iron steel worker. Yeah. And as he described it, his hand looked like a catcher's mitt. No. So my teacher's nephew, Lord Akhenaten was his name, his legal name. Lord. Said, you know, once you see my uncle, he can help you. So he did, and the guy, you know, recovered. He recovered to the point where, you know, I mean, he was just fully functional. And then, but I did the Mother's Palm. It took me my third year. I was ready to do it. And it's hard to describe Mother's Palm, but it's like you can imagine having your thumb at your navel and your other hand in front of you, and you kind of roll your palm up the back of your hand, the back of your palm, and you rotate it out so it's facing in front of you, and then you do the other hand. And this is a palm that would be, it really can't teach it audio, but you were taught, this was an old technique in China that a Taoist would be walking, and he would walk upon a farm and need to stay for the night or whatever. And he would stay, and he would teach the farmer this, and he says, this will prevent you from being robbed. Right. Just his palm. do this palm an hour a day and you will not be robbed. And I'm sure being robbed in those days was a lot more prevalent than being robbed in these days.
Right.
So this was an exercise that took me, it's not easy to do, because you're going to do an hour a day slow as you can, right, for 6 months, and then you do it for another 6 months, and this completely relieved my back when I did it at the time. So I could go for a period for years, and then circumstance or whatnot, lifting, bending, it's come back, but it completely alleviated it. And it's a very powerful exercise. I hope to teach it on one of my classes.
Wonderful. Tell us how that's going with the filming of these classes that Paula was helping in.
I just was able to take the computer stick and put it onto my computer and look at it. So far it looks good, but I haven't had time to review them. Right. Because I've been working on your book.
It's amazing how these electronic mediums are really incompatible, or the electronic tools just don't seem to be compatible at all, so many of them. I think that's so frustrating.
Well, we're having a problem downloading it, transferring for her iPhone to my iMac. It wasn't working. So, she asked her brother, and he says, just put it on a stick and give him the stick, which we did. It was simple. I didn't know if my stick would be compatible with her computer, because her computer, but it was. She was able to download her iPhone to her, IBM style computer, and then she could put it on my stick, and my stick could read, it could do it, because it's just what's called an MP4 file. And then that can be, I still have to look at them, make sure they're okay, edit them, and I have to do a few more. And then I can put the course together, which shouldn't take too long, because I've done a lot of work on it already. And that, so that's, and right now I'm doing a newsletter at the same time, and I'm doing your book. And it's about, it's very interesting. It has to do with so much of the nonsense that's going on right now. Which a lot of people have a lot of attention on. And and I even made a post. It's in the information age, we're now living in a paradigm where meaningful facts do not necessarily have meaningful tractability. You could have the truth, you could bring it in front of a judge, and for any number of reasons, it's not going to have traction. You could bring it to the police, you could bring it to your boss. We're talking about facts with traction. Yeah. So if you if you had $1,000 in the bank, it doesn't mean that you could withdraw it or manipulate it. But banks do work, at least up to now. So
it's funny you say that, because I went to visit the bank just the other day and it was closed. During normal bankers' hours, but they're doing that these days.
COVID makes a convenient excuse for everything. Yeah. Just like my friends that were up here, they went to go to Easy Pass because they didn't get, what do you call it? They never got billed for going through toll roads. So they went to Easy Pass. They tried to get an Easy Pass, and they're trying to report themselves so that they don't get fines because they're not getting a bill. And they met some Chinese people there who had the same problem. But the Easy Pass office was closed. The website doesn't work, they said. So yes, we're having shutdowns. I went to renew my license, and you have to do it online, and you can't go into the DMV office. So it's closed. So you have to go. I had to go get an eye test from an ophthalmologist, or what do you call it? Not an ophthalmologist, whatever they are.
I guess the optometrist.
Yeah, the optometrist. So I walk into the place. It costs $15. And you walk in and they say, okay, look at this line, read it. You read it. Takes about 5 seconds, and that's the test. $15. You pass the eye test. 15. Okay, give me a receipt, please. And they put it into the DMV's computer, and then I apply online, and my renewal, my license will come in the mail. You know, I mean, at least the website wasn't broken.
Right.
But so anyway, but evidence or data is not evidence or data, or is not unless it is recognized as evidence or data. So we're dealing with issues of recognition, denial, and acceptance. And I would say that one of the most important parts of Scientology therapy was that when you were counseling somebody, you would accept what the person was saying and not question it, criticize it, or denigrate it in any way, even if for all practical purposes it appeared to be outright wrong and or nuts. You would never question the reality of someone. You would accept their reality and you would work with that. And that was because otherwise you're violating the reality of the person. That doesn't mean you're kissing their ass, but it was just a very important aspect of counseling. And you will find in life that, especially when we get into controversial data like yours or Preston Nichols, that people are so damned busy to negate what is being said.
Oh, reflexively. Yes, they rise reflexively. Yeah.
Yeah, without, and it's very non-productive. It's very non-productive because you don't have anything if you do it. I mean, you have all you have is a piece of information that cannot be recognized, understood, or cultivated to understand. So, and when we're dealing with the media and the political situation we're going through right now, you have recognition, denial, and acceptance of information. Not just the presidential election, but say the Jeffrey Epstein case, right, or any controversial legal issues where justice is ignored. You can present evidence to a court, but they have to recognize it as evidence. And there's all sorts of reasons they might not recognize it as evidence, which could be technical and legal in their nature. Yeah. You can deny it, you can accept it, and that's half the battle. I got a call from one of my readers, yeah, who I befriended, and he's in jail. I spoke about him before. He's very magically astute. And he got in this horrible shootout where the police were trying to kill him. They had him misidentified. Right. And he was like, I don't know if he was shooting at anybody, but he had a very aggressive situation where he was having to evade the police and they were shooting at him, and the police basically made fools of themselves. Right. But police don't like to be made fools out of, nor does the system like that. So he was basically declared incompetent, which means insane. Right. It was put in a, what do you call it?
An institution. He was institutionalized.
Yeah, it's sort of and so then he has a public defender, and I'm talking to him about the public defender, and it's like, I said, they're not even accepting your competency. I said, you have to, and he's trying to work on the case, and he said that his attorney was feeding him stuff about, the CIA was all over this. The attorney's telling him about the CIA, which makes him sound nuts.
Well, in that sense, wasn't that helping him in a sense?
No, because the attorney's like, and the attorney, I think, said he had a psychotic break. And I said, wait a second, your attorney has no legal grounding to be evaluating you psychiatrically. Right. He's saying you have a psychiatric break. Have you even seen a psychiatrist? I don't think he has. So his attorneys are like not representing him, and all the public defenders, they all work in the same room. Right. Now he's got another one. So I'm saying you have to get recognized as competent before you can even discuss your case with anybody. Yeah. He doesn't understand that, and the attorney's not helping him. Right. they're not helping him at all.
Do you think that there's some malevolent intent behind that? Like, was there conspiracy? Like, was the attorney, advised to railroad him, or is that possible?
Probably, but it's sort of just like a sleeping, like, handle it. This guy's just, it's kind of like a
sleepwalking.
Yeah. I don't know that they're sharp enough, and sometimes you'd hope that this thing would just go away. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I said, I told him to talk to his evaluator, who seems to be friendly, an MD who's also a psychologist, who is, supposed to be, make sure everything's going all right for him. Mm-hmm. So she seemed friendly to him and sympathetic with him. I don't know. And, he had left me a message saying, my attorney might call you. I told him the attorney's not going to call me. Mm-hmm. He's not going to call me. He could care less. He's not going to take time. So the point here I'm making is recognition, denial, and acceptance. This individual might have some denial himself. But the thing is I think he has a big challenge, and this is what Jameson was talking about. It's about interfacing and functioning with society. Right. This is a very important aspect of life. You have to be able to function in society if you're going to live in society. Mm-hmm. And I was very disenchanted with society at a very early age as I began to grow up and learn that I was going to have to work for a living, because there was it wasn't that I didn't want to work. It's where was I going to work and what was I going to do? Mm. I wasn't unwilling to work at all. But, what type of job? What am I going to do? There was no pathway whatsoever. And the pathway that was presented in the 60s and early 70s was working for the establishment. Right. And there was one cook who said, you should get a job at McDonald's. They've got an excellent plan. Everything, is just excellent. It was all laid out. The guys from Bell Labs came to school and offered us all a job. You didn't even go to college. You went to training for 2 years and you got a very good job, and so much was taken care of. Right. At Bell Labs. Yeah. And I said, this guy sounded like a complete jerk. Uh-huh. He sounded like he was from, CIA Central or something. He wasn't from CIA, but he was Bell Labs. Yes. They said, I don't think anybody was interested. Mm-hmm. So we had a dance troupe come, and they weren't recruiting for people to be in the dance troupe, but one guy was pretty good. He auditioned and they signed him up. He could come to them after his senior year. So I'm saying is they got to recruit, but I don't know that the Bell Labs guy got anybody. I didn't hear of anybody going there. Because Bell, it sounded like a training program, and everybody where I went to school was university oriented. Uh-huh. So it wasn't that. It was more like a worker program rather than a education program. Right. But it would have been a very good job for somebody who was looking for a job. Mm-hmm. It's not that, so it's like, but you reject, all my friends rejected it because the guy sounded like such a, and who wants to move the hell to New Jersey, I didn't know what New Jersey was like, I didn't want to know what New Jersey was like. And, no offense to New Jersey, but I didn't even know, and having, there are some nice parts of New Jersey, and there are some parts that aren't so nice, but that's beside the point. I didn't want to, it wasn't appealing. And then, but McDonald's, this is like, wow, this is like, you could be set up in a profit sharing plan, and you're if you have any intelligence, you're likely to move up, and you can go from franchise to franchise and make sure they're cooking their French fries right. And you know, but I thought about that at one point in my life. Wow, it would have been convenient to have a job like that. And the older I got, I said, it's really good I didn't do that.
Yes, yes.
Because I would have spent so much time contributing to the, you know, the delinquency of America's health problems.
Yes. Careful now. McDonald's will sue. But go on. Yes.
I'd have a big fat 401k and IRA account and all this sort of stuff.
Yes.
And, you know, oh, what are you living off of there? You know, where did that money come from? And this is the funny thing you see with people who have, people are great accumulators of money.
Yes.
And for whatever reason. And if you took all the money that's been accumulated and not spent, just because people don't know, it just was never spent, it would solve a lot of the world's money problems in terms of individuals and redistributing it. Unfortunately, things don't work that way. But all of this money that's accumulated, often, you know, you can accumulate millions upon millions of dollars and have the best health care in the world, but it doesn't buy you health.
Right.
This is one of the great tragedies of money. It does not buy you wisdom. It does not buy you, and this is one problem with very wealthy people in Long Island, and I'm sure elsewhere, is that they will try to buy an education, buy this, buy that, buy their dumb kid a Harvard education.
Which won't do them much good. But go on. Yes.
Well, they'll buy them, and also one of the reasons that they're dumb is because their parents, you know, don't treat them right.
Right.
They might spoil them. They might do this and that. So you have, you know, people that use money as a solution to everything.
Right.
And it's when you buy a high-priced person, you're often barking up the wrong tree.
Yes.
I will give you a prime example, and I noticed this from a distance. It was during the Michael Tyson rape case,
right,
where he was found guilty.
Right.
And one of the main problems with Mike Tyson, in that, I believe it was Indiana. Indiana is a very, you know, when you talk about white trash pieces of shit, I wouldn't say that Indianans would necessarily fit that description, but I would say that when you disparage white people, that's kind of what some of those people would fit. And actually, they're not really bad people. They're very conservative and very sheltered.
Yes.
And so, for example, I had a dentist who was Jewish, and his first job as a dentist or practice was in Indiana for whatever reason. They looked at him. First, he drove a BMW or a Mercedes, and this was an outrage. I'm like, what the hell? And when they found out he was Jewish, they looked at him like, you know, like he was like some, you know, alien from an outer planet.
Oh, it brings to mind Blazing Saddles, but go on.
Yes. And you could understand it more about a black person, or maybe a Hispanic person or a Chinese person who looked different. But this guy doesn't look any different than any other Caucasian person. Nice looking guy. But he said that, you know, when they knew he was Jewish, they looked at him with great suspicion, and probably more curiosity than suspicion. And it is utterly ridiculous that they are so sheltered and you know, to be that way. So,
right.
And into this type of culture, Mike Tyson, a black guy,
threatening a threatening black guy, yes,
who grew up basically as a criminal, as a young juvenile delinquent,
yes,
and spoke with, not unintelligent, but spoke with an English that didn't, you know, do him any credit,
right,
in terms of sounding like somebody that might be okay.
Right, and that's the fault of Customayo, who raised him as a fucking bipedal pit bull. They totally neglected any other form of education or socialization. But go on, yes, please. Truly a victim. Well, yeah, but go on.
Well, he said, and he said this quite honestly, I believe. He said that he did not rape this woman. He said that, but that he said he deserved to go to prison for all the other things he'd done and not been caught or convicted for. He said he deserved to go to prison. He said, but not for that, because he says, I didn't do that. She was caught on videotape about going for the money too. That was recorded. But the case was so slanted. The jury was so slanted against him. So it's been said. But this is the thing I'm getting at. He hired one of the most prominent attorneys in the United States, a man who has taken a lot of flack over the Jeffrey Epstein case. He was Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer, Alan Dershowitz.
Right.
And Alan Dershowitz charged him $5 million and didn't do a damn thing for him.
Right.
In fact, they critics of criticized. They say, well, you know, Alan Dershowitz arguing before a jury in Indiana is toxic because he's Jewish. It was no offense towards his Jewishness, just it was offensive to people would respond poorly to a Jewish guy. They might even say these Jewish guys like black guys. You know, I mean, I don't know, but I had a problem is, why would you charge somebody $5 million when you know damn well you're not going to help them?
Yeah.
You know,
disgusting.
You could have at least charged him $500,000 and walked away very happy for your time. And, you know, but it was, I mean, I said somebody who would do that to me is very unprincipled.
Well, to say the least. I mean, it's just another form of criminality, which I feel is far worse than anything Mike Tyson has done. But go on.
Well, yeah, and Dershowitz was constantly defending himself about his role with Jeffrey Epstein, and that's kind of faded away. Although he did surface last week. I saw him somewhere, some newsline, and he said the most astute thing, which everybody misses in this whole Trump fiasco, yes, or election fiasco, I should say, is that it's the legislatures. It's the only way that this court can, this election can be challenged is in the state legislatures, all of which, in the battleground states, all of which are Republican. But then I learned that the reason they haven't done it is because they're too awkward. They've never done this before, so they don't really know the protocol to get the legislature together and evaluate the controversy. They don't have to do it, but being that they're Republicans, you would think they would want to do it. So this is what all of the legalities, and he pointed that out. He is a professor of law at Harvard, and he's pretty astute on legal matters, and that's what this should come down to. Astrologers say there will be a big battle on the the eclipse that comes on the solstice,
right? And
that's like to be the third square of Pluto and Mars,
right,
which will be a big, war, which will tip the scales which way this is going to go, and then the what do you call it? Losing side can then riot. It's almost like a anticipated events. Election electoral college results on Tuesday. RAT coverage at 7 tomorrow. Don't miss it.
Yes. Yes, like on cue, on schedule. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's on cue astrologically, and you know, blah blah blah. But anyway, so
yeah, go on. Oh, I was just going to say, just so people know, in terms of the astrology, at the end of this month, the planets will almost literally align. Jupiter and Saturn will come closer together than they have since the Middle Ages, and will actually look like a double planet. So that must have some significance. So please.
Well, yeah, they're moving into Aquarius. They're moving into Aquarius, which means a whole. I mean, to listen to the astrologers talk, it's a very beneficial thing. They'll talk about the infighting. They don't say it because they're not putting their. They don't really know, and they don't put their necks on the line. But they're talking about this political stuff, which is the fight, and then they're talking about a golden age and a restructuring of the government. Right. And you could see a restructure with either party winning. It's hard to imagine it, how it would take place, but you could see it. An astrologer once said many years ago, he said, the problem with the Congress is it's you know, it's going to have to be replaced because it doesn't do anything. I wouldn't say that it doesn't do anything. It approves the budget every so often, you know. But you know, and was it, the stock market loves it when the Congress is stocked, because then they can, you know, they won't have problems from the Congress. They won't have legislation that could affect the stocks. So they love it when Congress is locked, the stock market. Right. But back to what I was saying about recognition, denial, and acceptance of data or evidence. Right. It's like, you know, you don't get justice, you don't get joy. And I say, to recognize, deny, or accept data or evidence is a matter of choice. And choice is a word which is etymologically tied to the word power. If you have choice, you have power. If you have power, you have choice. You know, it's more empowering to walk into a restaurant with enough money to order anything you want. If you don't have enough money and have a limited order of choice, you have a limited order of power. And if you have if there's no menu, you have no choice. You've got, you know, 5 things on the menu, you've got little choice. So you don't feel very empowered. Right. Just like if you go to a restaurant out in the sticks, it's can sometimes be quite challenging to eat. I found some of these places in small areas, unpopulated areas, it's okay to eat there once, but you never want to go back. It's, you know, the food is bad. Well, it's just like, no, you can't eat there again. It's just, no, you can't do it. It's too, no, you can't go back. I mean, unless you're really super hungry. So, you know, I mean, you go to a place and have a burger or whatever, and you know, you can't go back. You can't have that burger again. It's just too plain. Anyway, so it becomes a choice of what data you're going to, like, whether it applies to a court, employment, or whatever it applies to. If you can, well, we could do the court reference, because if the court doesn't recognize or accept data, it becomes a matter of choice, and then it becomes a matter of who can enforce the law. If you can choose the law and say, this is a law, pound the gavel and say, these votes need to be declared illegal, this person needs to be put in jail for, you know, taking ballots across state lines or whatever. But if you can't enforce it, it undermines your power. For example, we have edicts about people not going out on Thanksgiving, not gathering in their homes, not gathering anywhere. But certain sheriffs and people are refusing to enforce the law. So it makes the governors look weak. It makes them look inept.
Right.
So if you don't, you can have laws, but if you can't enforce the laws, it makes you look, you actually lose the power.
Right.
So you don't have tractable facts. Facts are tractable only if they can be enforced. They do not have to be true facts. They can be, sounds stupid, false facts. Fake news can be, what do you call it, enforced by repetition.
Yes, reinforced. And
yeah, very powerful. So it's all about enforcement,
yes.
Which is even more relevant than truth. It does help to have true data on your side. It really will help you enforce it if it's true. But and so this is, so what we're saying is, when you come down to the politics of the election, without getting involved in the pros and cons of the different candidates, it's like, it's power exercised. So you can make an argument, like, so it's very interesting. So say with you can argue or take the position that Biden was in charge or was privy to and enabling of an entire election, what do they call it, conspiracy. And this is the case that Giuliani has brought out in his opening statement, that it's a big conspiracy to, you know, what do you call it, defraud everybody with the election.
Right.
And whether that's true or not, if that election results can be carried forward, let's just assume that it was a big fraud and that they stole ballots. If Biden can then take office in spite of the fact that he cheated, he has enforced and he is now politically in power. If Trump can demonstrate and get the legislatures to recognize these ideas, whether they're true or not, that this was false, they can now vote for him and he can take office. And he will have, but whoever is, and further, if Trump loses, and they were false ballots, and he was cheated out of the election, he is politically inept. And I don't say that with any disparagement or disrespect. I say it because he has not been able to enforce his position. And that's in the scenario that his claims are right. So it's all about enforcement, of being able to enforce, and it's very interesting, as they say, without taking a side of either candidate, who has more power? Trump and his minions and his fans, or Biden and the Google and all the people who support him? Who is more powerful? It's very interesting. You would think that it would be Biden's team that would be more powerful, just because of the enormity of the machine he has behind him.
Right. Yes.
But we will see. And but the main thing I'm saying here is power, and it's power and it's choice. And I will also, because I was talking about Qigong and whatnot, I will also say is that in the book, the Tao Te Ching, it's commonly translated as the book of the Tao, but the word Tao Te Ching, is a very significant meaning.
Yes.
And as it was taught to me, it means virtue, but it's synonymous with the word power.
Right.
So you could translate it as the book of the power of the Tao. Some definitions do embrace that. And virtue is power. It's not necessarily being good or moral excellence, but it's referring to being competent, powerful, and effective. So the Tao being the power behind the power. It's all of these petty political games are subordinate to this, and you know, all of these political characters are passing characters on the world stage. They're not going to be around for a long, long time. Donald Trump, even if he resurrects himself in this election or the next, he's going to fade. You know, you can't imagine in, what is he now, 74?
At least, yes. Something like that.
Yeah, he's 74.
Yeah.
So if he takes the next election at 78, you know, he might be able to, you know, sell himself for another 4 years, but he's going to fade. He's going to fade, just in terms of age.
Right.
His dad lived a long time, but I heard, and a lot of what I read about Trump, I don't even listen to. But one of the things I always thought was curious, and I think it was his niece who said this. His niece has written a book attacking him, and he's, you know, his brother was an alcoholic, and she's a, you know, child of an alcoholic. So you have to take everything she says with a grain of salt. But then again, you can't utterly dismiss everything she says. And one of the things she said that I could see him doing, I don't know that he did it, was that when his father was old and senile, and he would talk to him, he'd come out and like make fun of him facially, making grimaces of imitating his father being, you know, inept, retarded, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I could see him doing that. I don't know that he did it, but I could see him doing that. But then again, in turn, you know, he's a passing character on the stage. As are they all, and they shouldn't be taken too seriously.
Yes, that perhaps is one of the things that we have to try to admonish ourselves, is not to take some of these situations too seriously. They get so overwhelming, and but nevertheless, our lives are impacted, and I think.
But you know what?
Yeah.
It was an absolute horror show under the George Bush administration. That was an absolute horror show. I mean, he was just doing all sorts of crazy things with Dick Cheney. You know, they were just, they were so outrageous and egregious.
Yeah.
I mean, did you ever see that guy? He used to be on TV. I think his name was Scott Ritter. You know who I'm talking about?
Vaguely, barely, but yeah.
He was like an inspector in Baghdad, and he was refuting everything the Americans were saying and doing. There was also, I don't know that he was the one, but I think he was the one who talked about an entire dossier put together of the inspection that had been done on Iraq by the United Nations for Saddam Hussein and it was Saddam Hussein had complied with everything, because he knew if he didn't, he was going to get his ass kicked.
Right.
And they brought it to the UN, and somebody from the government came, let me see that. I need to see that. Okay, I'm going to get a copy. And he just stole it and basically stole all the evidence that Iraq had its inspections done and passed the inspections. Right. And Scott Ritter was all over the news. He was quite a thorn in the side of the administration. And all of this stuff came out to be pretty, shown to be true. Colin Powell was lying his ass off. And,
yes.
Yeah, and then Scott Ritter, I guess when he came back, they somehow entrapped him on Facebook with some underage girl. And they just destroyed him.
Oh my God! Let me look him up and see if I can.
They put him in prison,
right?
And he was apparently, and I'm assuming that he was guilty. I don't know that he was guilty, because they could have fabricated the but apparently he was. But I'm saying is this is really an ad hominem issue,
right?
Because he was, you know, I don't think he was lying about what he found,
right?
But apparently he had a weakness, and they exploited it,
right?
And he was reduced to the level of his captors.
Oh shit! Well, there we are. I just looked it up and listened to this because it's just so juicy. This is kind of what reminds me of the other night when I brought up that the lady, I've already forgotten her name, who claimed that she had written The Matrix, and I had so much fun talking about I think their name is the Wachowski brothers or whatever, and I don't know if you caught any of that, but
I can tell you something about that, and I will when you finish.
Yes, but this is similar to that with what I've you know, just what came up online now when I put up Scott Ritter, and the way they describe this is just priceless. On a February afternoon in 2009, Ryan Veneman, one of only 5 full-time police officers in the tiny Barrett Township of Pennsylvania, decided to spend some time hunting for sexual predators online. By the way, who the fuck does that? It's like, oh, I've got some free time, I'm going to get online and just hunt for some sexual predators because, you know, it's...
Police do that.
Yeah.
I've heard that they do.
Oh my God, what it shows something unhealthy on their part. I mean, we could say we're grateful that they do that, but it sounds highly suspect to me. I mean, if I were, it's like, what does a butcher do on his day off? He has a barbecue. I mean, good God, what does a post office, what does a postal delivery person do on their day off? They go for a hike. I mean, really? I mean, this is like repeating what you do at work all day long. I mean, you would think you'd just do something else, right? It does sound suspect in that regard. But Veneman entered a Yahoo chat room where the minimum legal age is supposed to be 18 and passed himself off as a teenager named Emily. If you ask me, this is like, you know, if somebody's really doing this on their own, there's something almost perverted in that. Before long, he was contacted by a man who said he was 44 and called himself Delmar for fun, a reference to Delmar, New York, an Albany suburb about 3 hours from where Veneman was sitting in the Poconos. By the way, Albany is where Lena Shea lives. And so basically he says, he says, I'm 15 years old and I'm horny, and a graphic flirtation ensued. At one point, Delmar for fun asked Emily again if she was 18, because he said that would just kill it all, kill the mood. She says, no, I'm 15. And anyhow, so then he says, anyhow, so this went on for a while until he finally said, Delmar, who turned out that it was, Ritter, says, I don't want any trouble now. Now that I know you're 15, apparently he was having a hard time grasping that and was probing. And then when he finally confirmed that the person said this twice and that it wasn't a typo, then he says, basically, I'm out of here. And it says, after about an hour of this, according to logs later presented in court, the man Veneman was talking to masturbated in front of a webcam and announced he was off to take a shower, and then he finally said, I'm out of here.
Wait, that was Veneman or Ritter?
It's Ritter. It's Ritter. It was masturbating on camera. Actually, he said, I don't want to get into any trouble, and then he just went all in. And then Veneman typed, you're in a lot of trouble, don't you? And that's when Veneman says, I'm an undercover police officer. You need to call me ASAP. And, they go on with a bit of the transcript. They got the whole transcript here. And so that's when Delmar for fun wrote, no, you're not 15. Yahoo is for 18 and over. It's all fantasy. There's no crime. So see, he was convinced that this was an over 18 site, which is what it legally was. So there's supposed to be a block on children under 18 from accessing the site. The problem is that
it was an entrapment, and he was stupid for even indulging.
Yes. And so that's when Veneman, the police officer, said, I have your phone number and I will be getting your IP address from Yahoo and your carrier. We can do this 2 ways. Call me and you can turn yourself in at a later date, or I'll get a warrant for you and come pick you up now. and that's when the perpetrator turned himself in immediately, and that, it turned out, was Scott Ritter.
That was a mistake for him to turn himself in.
I agree. Anyhow, so Scott Ritter is, of course, they mention, this is something else about Scott Ritter that makes this so juicy. They describe him as one of the most controversial figures in American foreign policy for the past decade and a half. It was Ritter, a former Marine Corps major, a United States Marine Corps officer, a commissioned officer of the major status, and United Nations weapons inspector in Iraq, who quit the United Nations inspection team in 1998 and railed against Saddam Hussein's government for misleading inspectors and scamming the international community. So the way they present him, they're saying that he was saying that Saddam Hussein was a bad guy and that he had somehow pulled wool over the eyes of the inspectors. And then it says, and then it was Ritter who then did an about-face and emerged during the long period that led to the war as the loudest and most credible skeptic of the Bush administration's contention that Hussein was hiding weapons of mass destruction. So he did a 180-degree turn for whatever reasons. Maybe the Iraqis bought him off, or maybe he had a crisis in conscience. Maybe he was being paid by the administration and then said, no, I'm going to go honest. Anyhow, in a bizarre moment in 2002, Ritter even made the long journey back to Baghdad to address the Iraqi parliament as a private citizen, warning that his own country was about to make a historical mistake and urging the Iraqis to allow inspections to resume. For this and for his relentless insistence that the presence of hidden weapons of mass destruction was nothing but a political pretense for war, Ritter was dismissed and even mocked by much of the media establishment, including the New York Times and the etc. You know, just they name a whole shitload of magazines. But definitely, this guy is something else. And of course, he was caught in a situation where they obviously set out to destroy him. I do not think that this was coincidental. I mean, I think you would agree with me, Peter, that they targeted him. That this was that they knew what he did in over 18 chat rooms. This is the problem. The children can, of course, break through a barrier. If their parents don't set up the barrier, then children can get into these chat rooms. But he was in a chat room where supposedly legally consenting adults could do shit like this. Not,
and you know what? The irony of all this is probably, you know, this is what you know, the so-called bad guys, deep state in our government are guilty of, and they're making other people guilty of it. You know.
Yeah. Yes.
It's they're catching other people at what they do.
Yes, yes, it's a projection. It's a projection of the.
Make the argument that Ritter, you know, there is reasonable doubt as to what he was doing. His judgment is incredibly poor.
Thank you.
Judgment, and he deserves what he gets only for his very poor judgment.
Thank you. Yes, there's Darwinian selection here. This is Darwinian damnation. I mean, come on. At any age, you've got to understand that, especially involved with what he was involved in. I mean, this is not, he's not in any normal position where he's just some dude.
Yep. And if he was, they wouldn't be doing that to him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. For him to do that, he's crazy. He's an idiot. There's so many other descriptions I can use. He does.
He's a Marine.
Yeah, he's a Marine. Oh shit! Yes, there we are. Here's another juicy bit. This was Ritter's chance to plead for mercy and demonstrate remorse. I stand for you. You know, Ritter told the judge in a commanding voice, "I stand before you as chastened as an adult man can be. As a husband, as a father, I had no business doing what I was doing." But even in his determination to show humility, Ritter couldn't help flashing defiance. Oh, that really helps his case. It never should have been made public, he loudly told the court, motioning back towards Marina. It's between me and my wife. You know, well, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
I would like to see sometime in a trial
say, well, I don't want to do my oath on the Bible. My religion is Thelema, and I want to do my oath on the book of the law and do what thou wilt. Well, that's my religion. You're going to offend me if you do not recognize my religion. I was acting upon my religion.
There we are. Now, that would be funny as hell. I was going to bring this up because we had brought up the other day, you had mentioned somebody that was doing the Thelema, was familiar with Crowley, and I was asking like something about it, and you were pointing out that this person wasn't necessarily a Crowleyite, that they were just very familiar with Crowley, but it seemed like so many of the people that you've investigated, it seems like this Crowley thing is like a prerequisite for them to like somehow define themselves. I mean, what is this deal?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily, but I think it's more, if you go investigating the occult,
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna pretty soon find Crowley and 666 all over the place. Mm-hmm. He had a way of getting his logo all over everything, mm-hmm. and so he's like a reference point. Like if you're trying to do a PhD on physics, you're gonna want to refer to Einstein and people of his ilk. Mm-hmm. To prop up the credibility,
right,
if prestige of your paper, and also in a more pragmatic sense, the people examining your doctorate thesis they're going to expect if you're referring to Albion from outer space, they can't accept that. So they have to go to a reference. So when somebody's writing about the occult, it's you point to who you're talking about, and that's it's kind of inescapable. I mean, I did not plan to be writing about the occult at all until I started investigating Montauk, and Crowley appeared right away. Right. Even before I started writing about it, he popped up on my first encounter with Preston Nichols. So I mean that was just my experience with him. And you have to consider what he was trying to do. He was trying to figure things out,
right,
or something like that. So he let's say he's like a, what do you call a mapographer? Somebody who makes maps.
Cartographer.
Cartographer, yeah. Yeah, that's what John Dee was. Crowley was like, he was the cartographer who had his name all over the map. Right. Like a Hagstrom map. It was a Crowley map, and so people refer to that. His book on the Book of Thoth is at the end of his life. He writes about the tarot. That's considered a classic in terms of his putting his mind into explaining these archetypes and symbols. Mm-hmm. It can at least be expository about certain aspects, mm-hmm. and that's more academic than it is, creepy, occult, or whatever you want to call it.
Right. A few things to point out, just totally off topic here before I return to a question that I had about Mr. Moon's choice of titling. Gregory Strasbow says, God be with you always. I do not forget special God-inspired people such as yourself. Time does not allow me to give full attention to your YouTube presentations. Thank you. I thank you for being a truth seeker and having shared your experience with the world. You have taught me much. Every truth helps to mold the identity of each of us. Happy holiday season, and I wish you health and happiness every day of your life and beyond. This was sent to me in a message through the DDD timeline set up by Maria Michaela Grigorich, so I want to thank her for making that possible. Usually I don't get back to these because I'm so busy, but he sent this right during the transmission where I could see it, the notification flash up in front of me, so I can respond to that now. God bless you in turn, dear Gregory Strasbow, and all your own, and keep them blessed throughout the holiday season. And in the chat room itself, what is fascinating is that a lovely lady named Helena Hawk says no one knows what's in the vax, talking about the vaccine, and I am curious, and she can answer as she sees fit. I'm curious as to whether that's Mike Ringley's wife, because Mike Ringley was known as the Nighthawk, and his wife was always referred to as the Lady Hawk. And I don't remember her first name, but this might be an avatar of Mike Ringley's wife, his widow, Helena Hawk. So if that's the case, you're welcome here, and certainly you can say whether you are that individual or not. I'd appreciate it. I'm just curious. Brandon Young says, hello, Douglas. Hope we get back to the Emperor's military jacket. Happy Advent. Thank you, dear Brandon Young. God bless you, and dearly hope he will appear with us sometime in the near future, along with his friend, that wonderful individual who interviewed yourself, Peter. If you might remember, you were interviewed by Brandon Young's...
Yes, I remember Brandon very well.
Yes, and his he had a friend who whose name I forget. I apologize. Brandon Young can name him again if he's still with us, who was blind. I forget the young man's name. And an individual of great accomplishment. And he interviewed Peter Moon at one point in time. I don't know if you remember that, but definitely. By the way, you were interviewed just the other day before you came on with myself recently by some guy with a beard, some guy with a different show. I hope that interview went well, and
He did a good job. He did a very good job. And I was also interviewed by one of my fellow Qigong students in Germany.
Wonderful.
That was a very interesting interview too, because it had a different direction. He's got his own Christopher Rimley, but he came all the way over. He came all the way from Germany to Brooklyn to study Qigong after reading my book, Montauk Book of the Living. He got to meet my teacher, and he studies more now with one of my fellow students under my, who was very advanced. He was very advanced in Tai Chi before he came to my teacher.
Wow.
And just as a comment is when he went back to the Tai Chi class, he was young then. He could beat everybody in the Tai Chi class with push hands down after, just learning a short time with my teacher, and they accused him of using black magic.
Oh!
Black magic at all. And then but he would not tell them what he was learning and where he was learning. Right. Because he wasn't going to tell them. Right. He just, sometimes it's good to keep quiet.
Yes.
But that was interesting. But he studies. He studied with him, and so anyway, I interviewed with him. But go ahead.
Oh, great. One of the two things was I know that you've expressed this before, that oftentimes you don't enjoy interviews because you're just tired of them concentrating on the same thing over and over again. You find yourself repeating yourself a lot because this is the topic that people are interested in, and you find yourself going over just the early days of your career investigating Montauk. And so if this guy did a good interview, I'm assuming he asked you different questions and was asking you about something new. And
well, exactly. He had studied my work a lot, and he understood it. Okay. And this made him a lot more alive and responsive as an interviewer. So that was very, if the interviewer understands my work, it makes for a better interview. There's no question of that. So it brings out different and new angles, and so it made me enjoy the interview.
Okay.
But then the best part of it, at the end, we talked afterwards too. We talked afterwards for about a half an hour.
Wow.
Because we had a rapport, and he mentioned that he was a musician. So I sent him. I said, my daughter's a musician. I sent him my daughter's signature video. And he gave such a glowing response. He said it brought him to tears.
Wow.
I relate to my daughter, who liked it very much. What is her signature video? It's called Walk On By Noosa, Noosa, Walk On By.
Is that on YouTube?
Yeah.
It's accessible. Okay.
She's an incredible musician and singer, composer, songwriter. So she's and she took one trip to Romania with me, which I was so glad to take her. But she had an experience. So she got to go to the sacred sites of Sarmisegetusa, and she had quite a time.
Right. And so that's wonderful, and thank you for sharing that, and provide myself a link. I'd like that video as well. And the question I want to ask was because you had talked about Tao Te Ching and was talking about the importance of the nuances of all the words in the title. What made you choose the Tao of Insanity for the book you wrote about? About the man who essentially served as a father figure, the old man for so many people, L. Ron Hubbard.
Well, because Dianetics, I might have mentioned this before, I was looking at an etymology, and I couldn't really find the same English language dictionary I found it in. And it was at the library in East Meadow, and it said basically Dianetics derived from Greek,
right?
And then it derived from Latin. It's sanus, sanity, sanus. And I said, oh shit, this Dianetics means sanity, sanity. And then this was confirmed by one of my Greek friends that I used to go to Qigong with. We drive into Brooklyn, and she verified, yeah, Dianetic means Greek, and Greek means sanity. It's one of the definitions. Dianetic, and or Dianectos or whatever it says. But the thing is if you called his signature book Dianetics: The Modern Science of Mental Health, if you called the book Sanity: The Modern Science of Mental Health, it would have a tremendous stigma attached to it. In other words, if he was calling his book Sanity, the book of sanity, the book of insanity, whether you use the word insanity or sanity, there's a tremendous stigma to that word. And it brings out the Renfield character in the Dracula movie with the crazy,
eating bugs.
He brings it out because sanity is a very sensitive word, and whatever you want to say about Dianetics or L. Ron Hubbard or Scientology, and I say this in the book, the word insanity or sanity was frequently used. It was never far away. When you worked in a Scientology organization, when you were on course in a Scientology organization, when you were living and breathing Scientology, sanity was a word that was used frequently. Or insanity. You said, that's insane. It was much more in your lexicon than if you were just working in a department store, a kitchen, or as a construction worker. You're not going to use the word so much. And also, the subject matter is all about that. So, Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard, are both trigger words in the human experience as they've evolved. They always were, except they've become even bigger trigger words. Some people have interest in it. And then there was this book called Excalibur that he wrote in I think he started it in 38, but it was the precursor to Dianetics and Scientology. And he said basically everything that he did in Dianetics and Scientology came out of that book. The book was never published. He claimed it was lost or stolen, but it was found eventually, but never published. And it was he claimed that it was never published because the people would read it and jump out the window or go insane. And then he also ran ads where he would sell it.
That sounds like an H.P. Lovecraft book. That people reading the book would ultimately go mad and jump out windows and shit. That's like the Necronomicon. Anyhow, go on. I'm so sorry.
I mean, and now he has been accused of exaggerating that claim and making it up. Knowing him, I would believe that there was some truth
to what he said. How much truth, I can't say. Also, it's obvious he used it as a marketing gimmick.
Right.
But see, his marketing gimmicks were usually based on a probability. It's like advertising for the New York Yankees. Babe Ruth, come out and see Babe Ruth hit a home run today. Well, this is when Babe Ruth was playing. Well, he hit 60 home runs in his best year. They play 150 some games, so he's not going to hit a home run every day. So you say, come out and see Babe Ruth hit a home run. Come to the ballpark and see the Babe hit a home run. That's, you know, it's debatable whether that's honest advertising or not. But there's a degree of truth to it. So I'm just giving a comparative of how he would use his marketing, and definitely he would move to overstating things, because that is one of the laws of promotion. If you're going to promote something, you're going to, you know, promote it. You're going to exaggerate it. You're going to make it flamboyant. You're going to make it attract attention. But this book was a great mystery, and it was part of his acumen to create a mystery, attract people to the mystery, and then reel them in with it. That was part of the marketing scheme that he understood. He referred to it as a mystery sandwich. He says, Thetans, meaning spirits, love a mystery sandwich. And he would also explain how people could get implanted with a mystery. They tie into the mystery, and then they get attracted to the negative parts of it. And, you know, so this book, the Excalibur, he claimed that people went insane reading it. What I say in the book is, there are all these claims that Hubbard is, you know, for lack of a better description, full of shit for claiming that Excalibur would make people go insane. But then I also show how or talk about how there are websites that list hundreds, if not thousands of people, because I wouldn't say thousands, it might be, hundreds of people who've allegedly committed suicide as a result of their experiences in Scientology. So I say, well, you know, these are the same critics, more or less, that are saying his Excalibur is a bunch of bullshit. So, but they're saying that all these people killed themselves over Scientology. You can't have it both ways. So what I'm saying is, sanity is a big issue with Scientology. It was designed to handle insanity. He said that, you know, he had processes that would handle insanity, which he said it was all insanity is based upon an evil purpose. Furthermore, he stated that if a person is insane, they are physically sick and they need rest, relaxation, and proper nutrition. This is what you do with an insane individual. And we're talking about, you know, frothing at the mouth type insane, not somebody who has, you know, OCD complexes.
Right.
They could use rest and relaxation too, but in other words, they're generally not well nourished. They're not well slept, and they need to relax, and they need rest. They may not be sleeping. So what I'm saying is, you're constantly dealing with the subject of insanity, and so when I say the Tao of insanity, it's about finding a balance on the subject. And then that's what I tried to do with the book. You know, you've got to find the balance, the Tao of insanity, because it's kind of what I think I had to apply in my experiences with Scientology. I would always defer to the Tao out of just recognition and non-denial. When I first read about it appealed to me, and I would, you know, I might have had a much more yin approach, not absolutely yin, but a much more yin approach
to the subject. One of the earliest things I ever learned in Scientology, it was from a Hubbard tape, and he said, if a flow continues too long in one direction, you need to reverse it. That means if you've been being punched in the face too long, you got to start punching back. Now, that was not an issue in my life, but I'm using it because mental force is much like a punch. If you've been, being verbally abused by somebody for too long,
yes,
well, verbally abuse them back. See what happens. I'd be shocked. Yes. That's how you break a flow. If you've been, if you've been late, why don't you show up early? If you've been late all your life, why don't you show up early? And you completely change the dynamics of your life that way. And what I found is that people were in stuck patterns.
Yes.
If you've been being cheated out of money all your life, start cheating people out of money. Not because you should cheat them.
Right.
You break the energy that way.
Right.
You could cheat them out of the money and then give it to them. Right. Hey, I just cheated you out of $5.
Right.
You did? Yeah. See, it was easy. And you've kind of busted out your whole. And in actual fact, like that, you can just do it mentally.
Yes.
You don't actually need to do it. But if you meant, because it's all mental stuff. Mm-hmm. I've had people complain to me about their conditions, and if you tell them what they can do to correct it, they will deny it. They will not accept the data. They will deny it. They won't recognize it. Derek did recognize the data I gave him, and it helped him tremendously.
Okay.
That was great.
Yes.
That's great. But I don't necessarily expect that. So that's, but that answers your question. I think why I called it the book L. Ron Hubbard, the Tao of Insanity, because I think it pretty much states the case. He was dealing with insanity. Yes. And there are arguments that people make that he was insane. And he might even have suggested it. They one time asked him in an interview, "Are you mad?" And I think he says, "I think so."
Interesting.
But he said, this was from Granada TV, when the ship was in Gibraltar,
right,
or in Tangier, and Gibraltar TV came over. But he said long before I was there. But he says it's really not the mad person, the person who says they're mad that you need to worry about. It's the person who thinks that they're not mad. And he was very specific about that. I think he saw a lot of things, and he saw a lot of things that people didn't see, and that he didn't even wish to explain to people, because it's not going to be accepted, recognized, and will be denied. And he also had a certain amount of people who would pretty much believe anything he said, which I think that's dangerous too. I think he would have said it was dangerous.
Right.
And I've seen people who spent 20 plus years in Scientology, and I mean plus, now they're spending the equivalent. They're still spending it, only they're decrying it. And playing the same old game, only it's like instead of playing for the Yankees, they're playing for the Mets, but they're still playing baseball.
Yes. Yes.
And only this game is not as positive as baseball.
Well, definitely, I appreciate what you're saying. By the way, just out of curiosity, to make certain, because it's very late where you're at, and I'm going to send you off to bed, but before I let you go and get some much-earned rest after a night of entertaining guests and then entertaining ourselves with your educational information. What would you would agree with me, first of all, that when it came to Scott Ritter, you would agree with myself that I would lay my soul on the altar that that was not coincidental, that that cop just picked up on the way they describe it, that, oh, the cop just decided on his time off, I'm going to go looking for predators.
I don't believe that for a minute. I don't believe that for a minute.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
It was a setup. I mean, it was obviously a setup, and they might have been working on setting him up before that.
Oh, they must have. They must have known that he went into this chat room and relieved himself sexually like an idiot, and then decided to take advantage of that. But the fact that someone could be that brazen, I mean, I can't even imagine that being enjoyable, to go into some chat room with strangers and just relieve myself on camera. I don't even understand what compels people to do something like that. Why so many adult American males seem to be geared towards that is beyond me. Speaking of Revolution Radio.
Why didn't he claim the First Amendment, freedom of expression?
But, anything. He could, anything.
But he, I would even be surprised if the cop was party to a team that even created the website.
Yes, yes, that makes sense too, and that makes perfect sense. And yeah. So in terms of the other thing that comes to mind is, if you were to advise someone like, by the way, first a little just very brief story at Revolution Radio. I regret I cannot remember his name. In a very real sense, it doesn't matter. But he was one of the hosts at Revolution Radio, and he wanted to run for president. And this is like the saddest thing. Whenever I see this, I just want to cry, because I see men like this who decide that they're politically aware and that they're interested in public service, and they want to run for president. And it's the most delusional thing anyone can do. It takes so many conditions for a person to even have the hope of running for president successfully. Why anyone would think that any American can just decide to run for president the way they present it in the fairy tale books is beyond me. But this one guy at Revolution Radio decided he was going to run for president, and he made his announcement on YouTube. And I swear to God, it was so pathetic, because he's got the camera pointed at himself in his kitchen. You can see his refrigerator behind him, and you can see a trail of Oreos that is on top of his fridge. And that's the first thing I noticed, is there's this guy sitting in front of his refrigerator with a tray of Oreos on top of his fridge, who's saying, I've decided to run for president. And it's obvious. It's just horrible. It's just horrible. It'd be funny if it weren't so pathetic. And then this same guy, he wound up getting entrapped. And this is what blew my mind. Why would they do this to this guy who obviously has no chance of winning? But what happened was, he got onto the web, and he began cruising and ran into some hot-looking chick who enticed him into jacking off. And he felt he was safe, because he could see her on camera, and she obviously was over 18. She had to be 20s, 30s. Then the hot chick basically pulled her dress off and said, "Ha, I'm a man." And then he was caught jacking off over a tranny, a transvestite, which was like, then he was like devastated, and then the tranny took that footage and put it on the web. And then, including, he couldn't put it on YouTube, but he put it on Vimeo or something like that, where it was publicly accessible.
Why did the attorney do this? Why were they setting this guy up?
That's what I couldn't get. I mean, like I said, when I saw him on YouTube, I mean, I knew the guy. Like I said, I forgot his name. I didn't know him well, but I knew the guy as a fellow host on Revolution Radio. And when I saw him on YouTube making the announcement he was running for president, I just said, oh, that's just plain sad. No one was going to vote for this.
I can't speak for most trannies, but I could guess that maybe this particular tranny had some issues and viewed sex as punishment on some level, and wanted to punish this person, and might have known this person, might have been part of a group that does this. I don't really know. But it was certainly a punitive act by the tranny.
Yes, but it struck me as a setup. It struck me that the tranny had been contracted, had been paid to do this.
Yeah. Yes, probably by maybe somebody this guy had offended or didn't like. I don't know what his show on Revolution Radio exposed or didn't expose.
Right.
So, I mean, that would be the guess. It doesn't sound like a horribly famous character. I mean,
no, he wasn't. He was like somebody that, like, I don't even remember his name. He was just innocuous enough an individual where he was not a threat to anybody, and I'm not saying that out of affection. I'm just saying that out of what was obvious. This guy had no chance of making any dent on society, yet
I would highly recommend that people like him or Scott Ritter follow Dr. Anthony Fauci's advice.
Thank you. I was about to ask you what you would advise these people. Yeah, so go on. I'm sorry.
Wear a mask when you're doing that.
There we are. Anyone can recognize you anyway, but I get what you're saying. It's that they should wear a full head mask, and disguise themselves with something that covers their entire head, so that. But why they do it in the first place is beyond me. That's what I was going to ask you. Is there some Scientology solution for that particular? What would you call it? It's just a perversion, a proclivity. It's certainly a risky act that they must be getting off on the risk. I can't see any reason why anyone would do this.
They would have what you would call pains in Scientology. They would be considered to have pain, sensations, emotions, and attitudes concerning sex that needed to be processed or audited out, and that would be their issue. I'm sure that the psychiatric manuals would also have their own opinions about such a things. I mean, basically all it is repressed sexuality, and they haven't worked out their sexuality. And a lot of it we talk about in Dianetics, a lot of stuff gets stuck in the infancy, in the prenatal, because people will respond in very infantile ways at times. Yeah. So they're responding like an infant. People in sexuality can also have arrested development around their adolescence. So they could be fascinated with adolescence, or they could be because they didn't express themselves
enough
in a so-called natural way when they were an adolescent, or in some cases they are actually molested themselves as a young person or as an adolescent, so they kind of return the quote-unquote favor, or which is really a disfavor, and because they got, it's like, you did it to me, now I'll do it to him, and this is the whole priesthood syndrome. It becomes a cult of I mean, priests have done it for a long time.
Yes.
So why should it surprise us that individuals in society would have sexual repression?
Right.
And sexual repression is a really big stumbling block in the world itself. It's all very regimented and regulated. And there was recently, I saw in the news, they had a high spread of COVID because there was a, what do you call it, a swinging convention. A bunch of swingers went to a convention. And somebody was saying, this is not the time to be doing this. And he was talking about swinging. He was a black comedian, I think. And he wasn't being funny. He's saying, well, what do you do when you go to these things? He says, you come back and you don't remember who you were with. What is it the next day? You see this person the next day? What is it? He was talking about an orgy, basically. And the relative unhealthiness of the whole, not even unhealthy. Wasn't he talking about the health? He's talking about the psychological health of such an endeavor. I would also, this is a whole nother show.
Yes.
But when we talk about
sexual repressions or any type of sexual misfire, we have to embrace the concept of the ultimate sexual fire, target, rocket to the moon. And that is what all secret societies are dedicated to, is the great act of sexual magic, which is the birth of the Messiah, the Christ, whatever you want to say, the Moonchild, the ultimate Moonchild. It's like all of the force of God, all the God force of trying to create, everybody's trying to create perfection. And they end up creating an image of themselves, which can come out good or not good. But, you know, God created man in his own image. Well, you know, what you really want to do, and certainly in terms of sexual magic, but also in terms of any sex act, is trying to create the ultimate, not only the ultimate orgasm, but the ultimate orgasm leading to the ultimate birth, which is, that's what the whole structure is. And that is not something an individual is going to do when he engages in sex with his girlfriend, his wife, his you know, unintelligently selected partner. But this is sort of, and Hubbard said, he said, sex is man's most aberrated dynamic. You know, and that's because, as they say, it's a whole nother show. And when you do it right, you have that which the story of the Christ is meant to signify. The story of the Christ is not a perfect story. I mean, it's like it can't, if it could be properly told, you wouldn't need to tell it. It would be the experience. So this is the ultimate expression of life. And it's an interesting subject. Right. But so you could trace back all of people's frustration to the fact that they're not only not able to do that, but they're not even able to do a reasonable substitute, you know, have a good experience.
Yes.
And then it's a really messed up subject.
To say the least, but it's certainly entertaining.
I was very lucky to have the friendship of Tantra Bensko, who was a very well experienced tantrika, which is a practitioner of Tantra, yeah, and a tantric teacher. But she even told me a few years ago, and she went with me on my first trip to Romania, but she even told me a few years ago that she thought, you know, a lot of that stuff she did got the better part of her, you know, because she suffered a lot with illness and whatnot, because it brings up energies that, although the thing I like about her, she is the most entertaining and enjoyable person I've ever been with in my entire life, because it's like we haven't spent that much time. Well, I can say we haven't spent that much time together, but we have spent, you know, over a week in Romania, and she was at my house before that, and we, you know, spent some time in Florida one time, and I visited her when I visited you the first time. But we had a wonderful day together. But it's like, it's always in high comedy. It's just like I can't stop making amusement. It's just, she's just so much fun, and then the comedy will be interspersed with some really intelligent and insightful conversation. So because people can see, there's a couple of other tantrikas, Sasha Lesson and his wife Janet Kira. I've been interviewed on their show many times. He's a professor at UCLA, but, or was, I don't know what his status is now, but to talk to them, you could talk about things with them that you can't talk
about ordinary people, because they have so much, I guess what you'd say, insight psychologically and otherwise to the subject of sexuality and how it affects human psychology. Preston Nichols, although he had his own issues,
right,
quite adept, and he could see past people's stuff. Didn't he could see his own, but he could see people's stuff, and it's So anyway, so maybe we can do a subject on that someday.
Oh,
I do someday to do a book on the Babylon working,
yes,
which was all about that subject.
Right.
And it gets, you know, it's almost too much. You know, human beings are struggling just to, you know, keep masks over their face so they don't get COVID.
Right.
You know, and beyond that, to survive in a world that hopefully will change. So anyway, I can go off to bed.
Yes.
I had a good time. I'll be working on the book some more this week.
Wonderful.
And we'll and at some point I can start reading to you and going through the book.
Perfect.
Very
perfect. And God bless you. Yeah, we love you, and share our love with your lovely wife Paula, and hopefully she enjoyed her time on here the last time she was on.
Yeah, I think she did. I don't know if she's heard from anybody, but if she hasn't, she might not have time to look at their email. I don't know.
Yes.
But anyway, okay. So good night.
Good night, and have yourself a blessed evening. We'll be speaking again soon. With that, of course, it is Mr. Peter Moon. That was Peter Moon with Skybooks USA. Make certain to look on Skybooks USA. All of his books are maintained in print. I'm still trying to regain my voice back. Going to try and start monologuing at the top of the hour. Going to bring on everyone who remains with us on the round table. Yes, Jameson Reese. So give us a update on what's going on with your personal situation.
Okay, I wanted to clear something up.
Of course.
All right. I realized that the use of the word that I used was wrong. And for that, I apologized. I did not realize that that particular word in reference to female genitalia was offensive. So for that, I can apologize.
Yeah, thank you.
What I will say is that what I do not agree with, one, Selena seems to have painted it in a context to her own. She took the liberty to paint it in her own context. When I saw the woman, I was not judgmental of her because she was homeless. I was not judgmental of her because she was doing whatever she was doing. I was judgmental because I didn't see her wearing a mask, and I was scared for my fucking life because anyone, I don't care if you look like the Pope. You're not wearing a mask and you walk past me, I'm gonna be scared. That's it. I will leave that there, and I will say that, you know, I tell everyone up front who I am. I never once tried to make myself out to be this good guy, this saint, nor do I make myself out to be some evil wizard like Michael Aquino did. And, you know, I'm not walking around with gel in my eyebrows and shit. So I mean, what I will say is there seems to be a pattern, and I need to find out why this happens to me, and I need to clear this up. And this is my own spiritual path, but there's a pattern of people to project onto me, or to project things I say, and project onto things I say and take them out of context without, you know, without waiting for me to, you know, qualify the details. And so what we have is, and this is a communication problem I think that most of the world suffers from, because, you know, I was looking at an article on Facebook And I think this was an article that had to do with corporations trying to use the First Amendment to sort of support their expression, because they claim that, you know, they should, their use of people's private data is part of their freedom of expression. And, you know, you have all the right-wing people who are just saying, they're trying to kill our First Amendment freedoms.
Yeah, those bastards. Yeah.
The article doesn't have shit about that.
Right.
What the article is talking about is how certain individual corporate players are trying to use as a, they're trying to use to back up, to support their use of people's private data and selling it on the marketplace as if it's a First Amendment right. So this is the attempt of corporations to expand themselves to have more rights than any of us do as regular human beings, which they already arguably do. But it's their attempt to further that. And so this just illustrates how, you know, without reading a word, without asking someone, well, what do you mean by this? How did you feel when you saw the woman? When I saw the woman, at first I thought she was a victim of a sexual assault or something. I was like, oh my God, what happened to this poor woman?
So you did feel sympathy. And
honestly, the first thing I thought was that, oh my God, is there something wrong with this woman? Does she need help?
Mm-hmm.
That was the first thing I thought. But then I thought about my survival first.
Mm-hmm.
That kicked in, and I was like, I realized she's not wearing a mask, and I realized that she seems a little dazed or like she's not in touch with reality. So I got to get the fuck out of here, because I don't know if she starts, because I've been around people who have psychosis. I've suffered from psychosis. I've been in psych wards. I've hung out on the streets. I've spoken to homeless people. I used to chill with homeless people up in 14th Street, Union Square, around 2010, before they closed off the Circle area. I got to know people. I'm not a fucking heartless piece of shit. So the thing is that all I'm getting across is the fact that, you know, she took the liberty to paint a picture that was inaccurate of myself, and I just want the listeners to know that, you know, this is me defending my own reputation, because, you know, I don't feel I deserve the dishonor of being painted in a light that's inaccurate.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'll tell you who I am. Yeah, I could be a cruel son of a bitch, but I own that, and I own it publicly, and I've never once denied it. And I could be the kindest person you ever meet if you give me a chance. That too is undeniable.
Well, that's important. I really appreciate you sharing that. Thank you. And it's something that I think people realize. I do think people realize that, and it's wonderful that you get to say that on this important day. I want people to understand that Jameson understands how important this day has been for me. Honestly, indeed, it's been emotionally so wrought. I think that's how I lost my voice. It's certainly nothing that I can ascertain to be physical. I'm not physically sick, but something happened where I've really just it's pretty hard for me to talk right now, and I think a lot of it had to do with just the rage I felt dealing with some personal matters with some people who are, for lack of a better word, there's no other definition for them, intimates of mine. And this was going on during the weekend that I try to dedicate all of my attention to communion with my ancestors on the weekends of my late and sainted sire and Cyrus's natal days, their birthdays, their solar returns. So when it comes to those days, I'm trying to... Yeah.
Douglas?
Oh, yes, honey.
Douglas.
Yeah, honey.
Excuse me, Douglas.
Yes, honey. Oh, hi. Yeah. And, yes, so darling.
Douglas,
hold
you're
on,
cutting out. Your voice is going very slight, Douglas.
Oh, that's because Selena's got the radio on. So, honey, you got to turn off the
I did. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Okay. Yeah.
So what Jamie is saying, let's have some conversation, some dialogue here. First of all, why would you apologize? I mean, did I ask anyone that you did something bad? Something I just described. I just explained.
I apologize because I took my liberty.
Darling. You don't have to. I wrote something to you. Did you see that? Did you read my message?
We're not.
So you did.
I don't.
Not today. Not today. I said, look, you're very talented. I like you. I trust you with Douglas. I gave a lot of compliment. What happened was that something was described. What you're saying right now, you didn't say any of this thing that night. I'm not blaming you. Now you're defending all your good words.
I was stoned. I was stoned that night. I was stoned.
Well, then if you're stoned, you know what? I take it. Listen to me, Jamo. If you were stoned that night, then everything is invalid. Everything is. It's not an argument anymore. In that case, I was speaking to someone, so I should apologize that all of this that I said about you. It's not about you. It's about there was a story there, and then I haven't seen anything, any sympathetic word. Pretty much, Douglas also participated. It's not the question of you are wrong and I'm right. I just point out something. That's all. If someone says that, you know what, people who have a lot of money, they're dumb people. Fine, that's that person's opinion. Nothing wrong with it. Again, there are people who will say, people are so poor over here. It's not a good neighborhood. Constantly, we are making statement based on how we feel, our experience, and just the human nature. It's a tendency. You just mentioned that people don't communicate. This is not something to communicate. Someone said something on this show, happens to be you, and I said, you know what, that was not the right word to describe such a thing. And I kind of felt, I'm a woman. I took it as in like, if someone said the story as in like, you know what, this woman did whatever, she looked like whatever, some name, Nancy, Jane, whatever, then I would understand that, that person has an anger about his personal story, whoever that woman they were referring. It's fine. Only reason I felt a little bit bad, I wasn't angry. I felt sad, like, as in like, oh my God, there was no sympathy. There was no word like, you know what, it's so sad how people are suffering in New York and all this. You didn't say any of this thing. So now you came and said, you know what, you're saying that
Selena,
you are not given opportunity to debate.
You didn't ask me.
I didn't ask. I didn't have to ask. Story has been told.
But you see, this is the problem. This is the problem. With communication, people need to have a back and forth. People need to ask questions if they're unsure.
What is the reason?
Selena, you just jumped and decided. You decided on your own that, I was saying something without any sympathy whatsoever, and that was my comment.
Interpreted
it that. All right, I granted. You interpreted it that way, and you made that.
If I had said anything, oh, he's a bad person. You know what? I'll never talk to him.
This is why.
I haven't said any of this. Your story came out today.
Let's let this go.
You said such a thing. You have friends in 14th Street. Why didn't you say all of this thing? Why now? Because you didn't have to defend yourself.
Yes, I do. I have to defend myself because you're not letting me speak. You're not letting me. You're not letting me get anything across. If you,
I'm not interested anymore. When I make a statement, somebody acted in a movie. I didn't like that actor. They're good. They make a lot of money. They have prestigious life. But I didn't like that actor. Doesn't mean anything. That person don't need to come and defend himself. Why wouldn't you like me? I'm a good person. I'm a good actor. None of those. This was not a subject of debate. That's all I can say.
Let me just say, you and I cannot communicate. So it's for that reason that I don't think we should communicate.
It's okay. It's fine. Don't worry. I'm such an ordinary person. I'm not important. I'm not looking for popularity. Everybody will give me. I'm such a diva or anything. None of those things. I'm so ordinary. Such an ordinary person here. I just said something how I felt. So it was not necessary. It was not a debate that someone has to come and defend themselves. It's not important. It's not the subject here. I just expressed my feeling. That's all I can say.
Sorry,
You're apologizing.
If I'm here to interpret, if I'm interpreting what you're saying basically is that I want to have the last word, and the last word I had is what I need to have, meaning that the very fact that I came on and said anything to qualify my statement was offensive to you because you didn't get to have the last word. That's basically what you're saying, and so because this seems to be whatever personal issues influence your personality, whatever makes your personality this way, that's for you to work out. I don't give a fuck. All I can say is you and I have no business speaking to each other, and that's that. And that's
I respect you, sir, for your opinion and showing.
Well, I'm sorry, but I don't respect.
I really honor you.
I don't respect how you're coming across.
No problem. But I have no problem talking to you. Because my mind is not narrow-minded or anything. I am open to anyone and everyone.
I don't feel Jameson's is either. Honestly, I think that we've articulated what needed to be articulated on both sides, and you know, I do want to say this. It's very similar. It's very similar to what happened between Lena Shea and myself. Is that there's simply no communications that are really doing their job. In other words, the communications are missing the mark. No matter, I noticed that Lena Shea is operating on a different experiential level where she's processing quite differently. So no matter what happens, it's processed in a manner that she's not getting the message I'm trying to convey. And it's very difficult for me to really understand or appreciate what it might be that she's trying to say. So at that point, it's
no,
just
Douglas, you over here, you used the wrong example. You and Lena Shea, you two have
I mean, not that we want to talk too much about that publicly.
J-Mo said something. He has all the right to do so. And he shared his story. And I said, oh, you know what? Only the word made me feel bad. What is wrong with that expressing that? I wasn't.
Right. But understand that now we're kind of contextualizing that, and I think that's the right thing to do. And I think that you know, now that he's done that, and that we can put it to rest. And I think that probably the healthiest thing is for both of you.
Yeah, we should. This is such a silly thing.
Yes.
Funny matters.
Yes, so. That's right. That's right. And
what the reason I came back to express what I just said, that J-Mo didn't have to apologize on that account. On my account, I don't want anyone to apologize in this situation.
But I think
that's one thing is that
I think Jameson should be admired for apologizing about what he did, apologize for it. And
apologize. He does something wrong.
Selena, I'm not apologizing on your behalf.
Right.
I'm not apologizing.
He's apologizing on behalf.
I'm apologizing because it's my own personal.
Right.
You say it's my own personal moral. It's my own. Morality.
I understand that, Selena. But now that you're here personally, we can say that it was that your name was added on in such a way that you weren't, shall we say, besmirched or in some way he did not appropriate your name.
I'm apologizing to other women out there who might have taken offense, and I'm apologizing because it's my personal virtue to do so.
And now we've heard both of what both of you had to say, and I think that
you should have taken it personally.
Oh, right. Well, not that he's doing that. As a matter of fact, it was from an impersonal sense that he was trying to contextualize what the public might interpret, and so he was saying that the public needs to understand that he is not without empathy, and I think that's very important. Just so people understand, one of the things that
I didn't say that either. I just
understood.
Well,
I mean, I think that what was offensive to you was the fact that when he originally related the story, then it seemed as if he was saying
story changes.
without
Today it's different, added
empathy.
something to
Oh,
it.
well,
Which is fine,
well,
but I don't have to listen to him. I'm so done that he already
then we can all agree on that. We can all agree on that.
Talk to me, which is fine.
Yes.
I'm not anyone here that important that anyone has to come and
talk to me. Right. Well, I mean, both of you brought up your experiences with the homeless. So obviously this is important. Look, both of you are New Yorkers, and both of you have brought up your experience with the homeless, and I think what both of you have done is admirable. And honestly, if I had a voice at all with which to express myself more forcefully, I would do so, which would be
Can I say something?
It's
not. Listen, I'm gonna say this, Douglas. Please listen. First of all, I only came. I thought that he didn't have to apologize to me. He wanted to apologize and then make a point to listeners and everyone to know, which is great and amazing. And the other thing is that he mentioned he'll never talk to me. That's amazing too, if he chooses to do so. I'm not anyone that anyone has to talk to me. So therefore, it doesn't really matter. Now you started saying something admirable. We're not talking. That's not the subject that we're talking about. It's just one simple word. And then he said, I said, oh, you kind of felt bad. That's all it is. No one needs to defend anyone. And I also said, I never defended myself. I also said that, it sounds like a made-up story based upon what I heard. It was a very short story. You can play back and listen. There was no sympathetic word. What is wrong with that? I'm not accusing anyone. I'm just saying what happened.
Right. But then he's here to contextualize that, and it's not like
he did, and we are done. No need to continue.
And that's fine.
He said you will not talk to me.
So let's end it there. Here's where
I honor him for that. And thank you. Good night. We'll see you guys soon.
Right, honey.
Another time.
Love you. Yes, honey. Love you. Good night. Of course, what I can say at this point, because my voice is so gone, the only thing I can really muster is, couldn't we just all get along? Yes, I mean, honestly, this is hell for me.
Douglas, it's 2020. I think we're past the point of getting along.
I can agree with that too.
Yeah,
yes,
I love you, J-Mo. Even though you hate me, you'll never talk to me. So good night for now.
Honey.
No,
yes. Okay.
Anyway.
Oh my God. My life is hard.
We'll clear that up later.
Yes, that's right.
I don't. Again, I don't hate you, Selena. It's just when it comes to conversation.
Yes, sometimes. Right. So
I have a very low. I have personally. All right. I've admitted to this. I have a low emotional IQ. So what happens is I process things very good on a very intellectual level. I process things in a level that most people would consider cold hard facts, cold hard occurrences.
Yeah.
And so usually when I say things, I'm not saying them with emotional tones. So it's not going to sound sympathetic. That's just the way I tend to do things.
Right. And I do want people to understand this is not a rationalization or some kind of backpedaling. It's obviously self-evident. So understand that one of the things that we tried to do on this program is to destigmatize mental illness, and Jameson Reese has been clinically diagnosed with a schizoassociative. Is that what it's called? Schizoaffective disorder, the acronym of which would be SAD or SAD, kind of like seasonal affective disorder, but schizoaffective disorder. And so I bring this up because I think that this is important, and it's a valid point to bring up at this point. So when people hear Jameson Reese and you find yourself angered or repulsed by what he says, and you might say, what is Douglas Dietrich doing having this person on? It's because there's several factors here. Jameson Reese is proven himself to be quite conscientious, and he's conscientious in ways that most people don't appreciate simply by what they see on the surface. So in that regard, he's very helpful, he's very supportive, and he's done much with his time to volunteer to help with Team Dietrich. So he's a very valuable member, and people understand, of course, the relationships that I develop with the woman in my life and how I get quite dependent on them for my own adult supervision. And in so many ways, I'm not a competent adult. Even though I disambiguate between post-traumatic stress disorder and mental illness, it's not that one is somehow less impacting than the other, or should be looked on with less. What do we use that term again? Onus, or what do we call that? Stigma. With less stigma than the other. It's simply the fact that we have a way of stigmatizing people we simply don't like. So in terms of when people hear me say something, the only reason that people sometimes may not respond as negatively to myself as they do to Jameson Reese is that simply because I have a better way of contextualizing it at times. Now, the other day, what had happened, without excusing myself, because Selena Khan did hold me responsible, and I did apologize, is she said, as the host, I have no excuse. But the other day, I actually felt quite sick, and I felt like I was going to puke, and I asked people to cover time until we opened the show officially. Of course, and then when Jameson said what he said, she was saying how I encouraged him and how I kind of brought it up. It's because there was two factors here. One is that we use words like that all the time on this program, though it did strike me that it just came out just the wrong way. And it was one of those things that when it did come out, and I didn't try to rush to contextualize it or whatever I usually do, when Jameson went on to relate his experience, then I could see where people began to take it in this light, where this was it was related with enough lack of affect, where it might be considered even fictional, but it's not. And I know that from the fact that I experience what JMO experienced all the time. I grew up literally as an effeminate male. I have grown up with people on public transportation, literally, men pulling their pants down and masturbating over myself. So this is something that I see all the time. And in San Francisco, of course, I see people pulling out their penises and urinating. I see people pulling down their pants, and this is men and women, to take a shit. So I see this all the time. So what he said just struck myself as just another day in the big city. This is why I've brought up the anthropological angle of Desmond Morris with the human zoo. Of course, all of this is what Selena was pointing out is ephemeral. She's saying that it doesn't matter. What mattered was that the word itself was a violation of her personal mental and emotional space, which can be violated over the electronic bandwidth just as easily as one may feel violated by someone masturbating in front of them. So this is understood, and so Jameson and I have presented ourselves in all humility with our various contextualizations of this. So Selena, I do ask her to, at this point, yes, just let it go. And she says that's what she's doing. And let's hope it all ends there. Now, I've been dealing...
Douglas, you brought up something that people should, or that I also can add context to as well. Yes. The blunted affect is actually one of the symptoms of schizoaffective disorder.
Thank you. Thank you. Please.
The definition of, for those of you out there who don't know what it is, schizoaffective disorder is when you have symptoms that can either fit criteria for schizophrenia or bipolar disorder, but they can't figure out which. And if you have a history of substance abuse, they claim, they then say that they cannot determine if your substance abuse contributed to it in any way or if you were always that way. And I can qualify this by saying, as a teenager, I was always this way. And this was one of the reasons why I was alone most of the time. People used to criticize me because I used to speak in a voice that was completely monotone.
Wow, that's awful.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
So it took, so the way I speak now, this is relatively new.
Okay. And that's appreciated, believe me. It's important.
It took a lot of work to learn how to do this.
Yes. Yes. And I'm hoping that, the best thing to happen is, of course, if it is at the point where there's just kind of the messages not being relayed or conveyed in a manner that seems relevant to the recipient of the message that what the best thing we can do is for Selena and Jameson simply not to speak to each other for a period of time at least. But I'm hoping tonight resolve that and hopefully yeah.
I'll be honest, I don't have a problem speaking on air or whatever with her. I don't have
I think you did well. I think you did great. You were wonderful. You were wonderful. I mean, honestly, it's very easy to get flustered and frustrated and become hostile or emphatic or adamant. You didn't do any of that. You were wonderful.
Honestly, I have Peter to thank for that, because he did put what he brought up tonight did put some things into perspective.
Yes.
About how people sometimes project, and
right.
About handling such certain situations like that. So
right. And of course, Selena, that I thank you very much for bringing that up on air rather than something private. I think it was so much better to bring this up on air than something private, because that has every danger of actually exploding into something that can't be resolved. So, Selena, thank you.
You're actually, that's an astute observation, because usually when these things are kept in private, they boil over.
Yes.
Really fast.
Yeah.
And they tend to go. They tend to wind up worse for some reason.
They do. So, one thing I could say publicly, and I hope Lena Shea reviews this, is that what is going on between us is that our messages are not being conveyed. Selena sent me an email. Lena sent me an email. Isn't it awful how everybody I know, their names just morph into each other, and they all seem to sound like Lori and Ann Fenton and Laura Lee Solomon. I kept messing up their names constantly because they do have sound very much alike. They sound very much alike. So too with Lena and Selena in their own way.
They all have L's.
Yeah. And so with Lena Shea, what she sent me an email that when I read that email, I was stunned at how differently she was processing an action that I had taken. Or my response to an action she had taken, which was not a response to any action she had taken that she was thinking of. She had done something that she thought I was responding to, when that was not the case at all. I was responding to something totally different so the point is, she's processing based on a completely different set of paradigms than what I'm processing on. And the problem is, of course, she's continually not allowing communication at any length, so there can be no real, how would I say?
Resolution.
There's no real resolution, so therefore the best thing to do is simply stop the discourse, the intercourse entirely. And so that's what's going on, at least for now, and probably the foreseeable future. But such being what it is, that then I brought that up, and as Selena alluded to, there was so now I'm getting a message from Selena here. Yes, okay, yes, and she says, Lena last name within my name. So she says, Lena's kind of like a name within her name. Yes, and so there we have that, honey. And so she's still awake and listening. So Selena, I'm glad she's taking this well, and it's meant to be taken well, Selena. And obviously, I'm discussing this under the assumption that you're listening. So there we have that. And there's also a delay. That's what made everything so screwed up when she got on. With that, my love to Selena, and as well, thank you to Peter Moon for sending myself the video of his daughter Sky. His daughter's name is Sky, which is a wonderful postmodern name. Now, that means her... I don't know if she's keeping her dad's name, because for those of you who don't know, Peter Moon's name is a pseudonym. It is an author's name. His real name is something Croatian that I'm always forgetting. But his daughter, if she kept his writer's name, would be named Sky Moon until she gets married. But that's interesting. So there you have that. So aside from all of that, I guess I'm just going to have to jump into it now. I can't keep avoiding this. I'm going to go into monologue. Before I go into monologue, just out of curiosity, and certainly it's most welcome, if you have anything else you want to share with us, Jameson, by all means.
I could say there's some interesting shit going on Staten Island, which seems to have actually made the news. Okay. Oh God, where do I begin? This is quite amusing. First off, we have a bar that refused to shut down. They refused to follow the laws.
Oh yeah. Oh, before you go on, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Before you go on, True Jihadi sent me $3 in the chat room. So big hugs and love to True Jihadi. Love you, True Jihadi. So thank you so much, True Jihadi. Mwah! Love you dearly. And again, so that people don't think she's some kind of militant, she's using that she's a lady from Africa, I found out, and she's using that in the sense of the spiritual jihad, or the struggle to find one's inner peace. She's not even a practicing Muslim. So just so people understand that. And back to Jameson Reese. So this bar refused to follow the orders. Yeah, and so go on with what.
And so the day before yesterday, he was like freaking he was arrested. Apparently he got out. And so this guy is a co-owner of Staten Island's rogue autonomous zone bar. So he was,
already a bad start.
So now he's supposedly he's freed from custody again after being arrested for allegedly driving into a sheriff sergeant who was trying to arrest him for illegally staying open.
Oh God.
So this guy damn near tries to plow his car into a sergeant, and he's still alive.
Holy shit.
Now, I'm not even going to go into what would happen if he was of color, but I'm just going to say this apparently nothing good comes from Staten Island. Well, at least I don't know if the guy was born in Staten Island. Chances are he probably was. I don't know. That's a bit cruel for me to say. All right, I'm not going to hold it against everyone who's born in Staten Island. But I'm just going to say that a lot of the people out here who are of that influence, that sort of, oh my gosh, who have like Trump banners on their outside their own flags and shit outside their houses, yeah, they're a lost cause of humanity.
Oh, Selena's telling me that I should stay away from True Jihadi. I think Selena's jealous. But at any rate, going on from there, that is a distressing point. The fact that this white guy does what he does and gets away with it, so to speak. He's still alive at least, though he's probably going to pay in one way or another for what he did.
What's absurd is the fact that he was let out. That he was even able to pay bail and whatnot. Because usually, if something like that is, you're hit with assaulting an officer.
Yeah. At least.
So why the hell either he has family who knows someone, because oh geez, I'm not even gonna go there because I don't want to get my ass killed. So yeah, you probably knew where I was going with that. So
oh yeah, yes, I
self-explanatory.
Actually, I don't actually, but you can explain it to me later in private. I can guess. But
yeah, you might have connections with the underworld of Staten Island.
Yes.
That's all I'll say.
Thank you.
The other thing that I find interesting that actually is very amusing to me is that Rudy Giuliani has COVID.
Yes, I will. I'll be bringing that up later, not to concentrate on the fact that he has COVID, but I'll use that as a segue during Arc of Narrative to bring up the fact that he's asking Trump for a fucking pardon, which I think says everything. I mean, I'm going to have to address this because Peter Moon went through a fairly long dissertation about the results of the election, and I need to, of course, provide rejoinder. So during that time, I will, you know, address the fact that Rudy Giuliani, you know, is asking for a pardon. I think says it all, really. I mean, when the attorney for someone is asking for that, what does that tell us? This is the attorney is aware that the person that he's representing is in really deep shit. That's basically, this is beyond contesting an election, of course. Donald Trump may be facing serious jail time if he's prosecuted. Whether, you know, this is pursued when he leaves office or not depends on how, it just depends on, we don't know what's going to happen, or how far people are going to take their pursuit of the various crimes that Donald Trump has committed. I will point out something, though. Here in America, at least, we call Trump out. One of Peter Moon's fans, a lady, I honestly should have taken a screenshot, or, you know, because it was just kind of entertaining and educational in its own right. One time Peter Moon was telling his readers that he would be on with myself, and he was telling his mailing list to listen tonight when I'm on with Douglas Dietrich. And a woman responded, who I believe that was her real photograph. You know, as a mature adult, you know, most men never reach that level of maturity, and men just take everything for granted. When they see a woman's photograph, they assume that it's real, which is really fucking stupid. But, yeah, you know, I've developed enough acumen, and I believe that Jameson has as well, and certain men who reach a certain level of maturity realize it's almost never the case. But I believe this was the woman's real photograph, and she looked fairly attractive. And she said, all Douglas Dietrich does is whine about Donald Trump. And then Peter Moon responded with, yes, it's true he doesn't like Trump, but he brought up the fact that I brought up some balancing factors, like the fact that I stood by Trump shoulder to shoulder in terms of his China policy, so to speak. Of course, you know, that has its own nuances. Obviously, Trump only took a hard line towards China when the COVID-19 hit, and he fucked up so badly with that he needed to scapegoat. Yeah, and so China was the obvious scapegoat. But nevertheless, it is what it is, and at least it's advantageous to my homeland and heartland of Taiwan, or could be. So Peter Moon was pointing that out, and so I'll say this about Trump: even though he does so many things that are so wrong, at least we are still able to call him out on it, and we're still able to call him out on it. Whereas in England, I'll point out during Arc of Narrative, something happened recently, which I don't see any English people calling this guy out on, where this clown said England is the best nation basically on earth. And for England to say that after all the damage it's done to the world, it's just inexcusable.
Yeah, English is like the equivalent of oh my gosh, it's like the equivalent of the mad cow disease in humans.
Yeah, thank you. You're talking about the English language, because it dumbs us down.
No, I'm talking about as a nation and all the countries it's conquered and everything, and the fact that everything it's conquered is now fucked up.
Yes. By the way, you do know. I'm sorry. What? Say that again. Yeah.
I said royally fucked up.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good pun for it. But you do know, and consciously, you are aware of the fact that the mad cow disease started in England, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. And that's what makes what you say so apropos. It's definitely the reason that English is pretty much, well, in some ways, the universal language is not because of any nice reason. It's because they've invaded everywhere in the fucking world. Before the United States, they were the one world empire. You know, the closest we had to it after the fall of the Mongols. Definitely, I want to thank you for bringing that up. But anything else to bring up before I jump into the fray as well as I can and as long as I can last? You will know we're going to have problems if I start you know, I don't feel like I'm going to be short of breath. I don't have that feeling. I could still smell. But we know that if it gets to the point where I start being unable to smell and I'm feeling short of breath, we know I've got the COVID, at which point the entire game changes and I turn myself in.
Well, we got 13 people shot across New York City on Thursday and Friday.
Holy shit. Tell us what you know about that.
Yeah, this is an article I'm reading from the New York Post. Basically, 13 people were shot across the city Thursday and Friday, including 2 deputy U.S. Marshals. Yeah, these. I mean, the 2 marshals were shot in the Bronx, but the other events were like all over the fucking place because I think it's because people have masks on and they think that, oh yeah, I'm like the Lost Raider. I'm like, yeah, man, I can get away with doing shit, man. So they're just walking around and fucking shit up, you know.
Sorry, that's awful.
It's awful, but it's like, it's evident to me that there is something, there's a pattern. There's a disturbing pattern in that, you know, it seems like people, look, I know I have my gripes about the human race and shit, but can I ask the audience to please bear with me and entertain this as a possibility? But there seems to be something more decadent about the way things are happening these days. Almost as if, like, on a massive unconscious scale, people are just more dumb.
Yeah. Well, we've been. I thought we came to that conclusion like decades ago. I mean, that was like, fuck, Americans have been, worried about this back in the 30s. That was the whole point of the eugenics movement, or one of the points of the eugenics movement.
But this is like the top of the bell curve. This
Yeah.
is like, what I'm getting at is that we're no longer at the point where we're diagonal. We're at the point where we're literally moving vertically. Yeah.
That's maybe I gotta stop laughing so much. That's why I'm losing my voice, or it's just such a relief to be able to vent that much emotion, considering what I was through during the weekend. Honestly, my parents' birthdays, I'm certain people understand this about me. These are not happy times. They're very reflective. They're somber times. They're times in which I am trying to, commune with my parents who are no longer with us. And when something happened like this weekend, where there was some input from Lena Shea that was just grotesquely invasive to me, then it leaves a real emotional just scar, just a real bad taste in my mouth. And bad enough where I just feel like, where I'm even bringing it up. But I do hope she's listening, because this is like the only way I can really talk to her now. Matter of fact, I'll be putting out a little public message for Judith Agard as well. That's meant well. Where I hope that she, I can only pray that she receives the message, or that someone relays it to her. Because I'm not really communicating with her either. So it's one of those things where many of my life is changing, and many of the women in my life are changing along with it. So it's it's one of these times where you'd almost think I lost my voice by shouting, and I swear to God that wasn't the case at all. Matter of fact, my son understood what I was going through, and like always during those times, he's so wonderful. He took me out to where I could have some communion with my mother at a Chinese temple. We're not going to name the time or the place precisely, because we don't want people knowing what hours they're open, and there's only so many of them in California. We don't want it traced, but without exposing that much, I was able to empty my mind there and enter a state of contemplation, where I could meditate upon whatever messages might come from my mother from the other side. And of course, my son being the professional grade photographer that he is, he doesn't need to do it professionally because he doesn't need to work, but he took some more photographs, and we'll have those to share in the near future, and that's always important and helpful. The photograph embedded in the thumbnail of tonight's live stream is my late and sainted Cyrus, my mother. You can see the Kawasaki syndrome, as it's called, self-evident, as I'm sure Jameson Reese has already noted, and that I inherited that from her, and it would manifest at different times more pronouncedly than at other times. But this photograph, of course, it's quite pronounced. And so honestly, I do miss her so much, and the world is just not the same without her. I, of course, wrote a poem to that effect, so anyone is welcome to go onto the timeline of Sora Aoi, which I maintain at this point, and Olenisha has told myself that she has deactivated her Facebook timeline. Which is I'm sad to hear, but it's just a number of things that were going on lately that were extreme, and so it's, how can I say it? It's just amazing to me how differently she processes what's going on, and can assume that I'm responding to something in some way that I'm not responding to at all when I'm responding to something else completely different. It's tragic. It's tragic. But this is why communications are so important. And when you have open access to communicate with someone, always communicate with them. Never. This is why I'm so glad Selena and Jameson did what they did publicly and openly tonight. It just would not have worked out if we had done this privately. It just would have turned into an argument that from which there would have been no recovery, really. And so this is why I'm so open in public with almost everything, and hide almost nothing. Aside from all of that, I am really appreciative of the fact that Jameson has been very open and honest about his diagnosis and his dealing with it, as well as his drug abuse, where he's self-medicated throughout the majority of his life to deal with it. So, by the way, feel free to tell us how the struggle with addiction is going, if you're willing to share whatever you're willing to share.
Redacted.
Understood. Understood.
All right. Here's something else amusing, though. You could probably rip on. More than half of the FDNY say they'll refuse COVID-19 vaccine.
Who? Who is refusing the COVID? Who?
The New York firefighters.
The New York firefighters? Why?
55% of the firefighters say that, based on their union, that they won't take the vaccine when it comes out.
Why?
Just made available.
Do they?
I don't know.
That's crazy. That's so stupid. It's
at this point, given how rapidly the infections are going, I would hazard. I personally would like to get the vaccine. Shit, I mean, to have to not worry about getting COVID would be very good for me, because I don't want that shit. And I'd still wear a mask. I would still wear a mask.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. And you'd have to anyway, in a very real sense, because nobody knows that you got the vaccine. So,
yeah, and not only that, it's because who knows what other thing might come, what other airborne thing might pop up. What, for all we know, COVID-19 might just be like the welcoming party for something worse.
Mm-hmm.
That's airborne. And I'm not trying to frighten anyone, but my mindset is better safe than sorry, because one of the things I am aware that was written by, what's his name? Oh my gosh, the Scientology guy.
L. Ron Hubbard.
Is that the biggest reason why we exist here is to survive. I could agree with that. In fact, the whole point of life is to see how long you can survive intact, as healthy as you can possibly remain in the process. So, given that, I would say it's conducive to survival to be prepared for something else, something worse to come around the corner.
It's definitely, how can I say it, there seems to be a lot of pending signs, a lot of portent that we're in for very interesting times, which was the ancient Chinese curse. May you live in
I can tell you that I rather interesting times than boring times.
Oh, please.
Predictable.
Oh, God. I'd so rather it be boring, but I understand what you're saying.
I'll eat the Chinese curse. I'll take the curse rather than the good luck, which is just a boring, humdrum, everyday same bullshit. That would drive me nuts. Oh, you remember when you were saying how, you know, people, when they're in the military, once they leave the military, they either become neat freaks or they become slobs?
Yes, like janitors. Like janitors are like that. I was pointing that out.
I'm not the neat freak. I'm not a neat freak.
There we go.
I become the complete opposite.
Well, understood. And it's... how would I say
it's
it?
like the chaos.
Yeah. and you of course do disambiguate yourself from the agents of chaos who serve the cults of chaos that against which we struggle. I mean,
yes. See, unlike the cults of chaos who believe that somehow they will inherit a high position, Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm not going to go into my dark side.
Yes, thank you.
I'm going to say I am not one of them. No.
Yes.
It's chaos in the creative sense, in that, you know, a little disorder helps fuel creativity. I find when my room's really neat and everything's really nice, I just don't want to be there anymore.
Okay, and that's understood. And obviously, sometimes messy people are the most creative. And not that I'm rationalizing messiness because I live in a hoarder's crypt. Rather, it's just that's the case. I would not want to live like this if I had my choice. It's just what evolved over time, and now there's simply no going back. There's nothing, honestly, that I can do, or there's no point in my trying to do something with it. Honestly, I just need to move into a different environment and maintain this place as a kind of like, you know, just a separate space, as a place that's here for me in San Francisco.
Shit, if I had my choice, I'd have a castle.
Yeah, well, wouldn't we all?
And the thing is, it would be funny because on the top floors, like, I'd have a castle that has a very large basement, and so if anyone tries to break in and they're on the top floors, they'll think it's empty. Because I'll be in the basement.
That's interesting. That's there we go. You do understand, of course, that for most people who romanticize castles, I mean, they're fabulous looking. They're not really livable.
They don't livable at all. I imagine trying to heat those things up would be a bitch when it's cold.
You would
and
think.
I imagine,
yeah, maybe not.
Yeah.
Much surprises us. There's a lot of things that we assume just on appearances, based on the Middle Ages, that are not necessarily true. But you know, it looks like that would be the case. Yeah. It looks like...
I'm only judging based on stone, you know, not because of the Middle Ages, but just because, you know, what I know about stone is that, you know, living in a basement now, and I remember when the walls were stone before it was finished, it really, when it gets cold down here, it gets cold.
Yeah.
Like, really cold. Colder than the rest of the house.
Oh, God. Yeah. That's awful. I know. You know, the back room of my home is like that. It's unlivable how cold it is. Of course, some people claim that that's because it's haunted. That may be the case as well. I'm not going to deny that. As a matter of fact, that is the case, though it doesn't bother me. Certainly not anymore. Yeah, but in terms of okay, let me try and pull myself together and jump into it. Actually, I'll probably try and go to the restroom first and just kind of refresh myself one last time before diving into the night, so to speak. So let me just kind of, how would I say it, grab myself some refreshment now and just keep talking with whoever else might be with us. I think Jameson's done such an admirable job of interacting with myself, but I'm curious as to whether anyone else is with us. So Derek Talley, Pac One Morales, if either one of you is there, I wouldn't mind your jumping in for the moment. Do pop in if you're there. Let's see if they respond. They fell off. See, all right. This is why Jameson is here, people. This is, Jameson's usually the last man standing. For, Jameson is, like myself, just the right combination of drugs and insanity that will keep him up throughout the night. There, see? That's,
It's not a question of sanity. It's a question of how possessed I am.
There we are. Some people would argue that about myself. And I brought that up before. Yes, I am possessed in part. That's always something I've never hidden. And though it never really reveals itself in any particular way, this isn't the movies, of course. No,
you're not going to walk around. You're not going to be floating. Your eyes aren't going to turn white. You're not going to be vomiting like goo.
Thank you.
And saying, your mother smells like pickles.
Yes. Though some people manifest, how would I say it? Some cases will manifest visually to a degree, and sometimes to a shocking degree. But it's not something that will ever go all the way the way they do in the film. No one turns their head 180 degrees. Okay, and this is part of the problem, is that film, which is a horrific vision and was visually, how would I say it? It's not to be how would I say it, downplayed as in terms of its horror or visual effect for the film, which is why it was there. But the problem with that is that it's imprinted the gullible, and this is why you have some people trying to actually do that to people they're trying to exorcise, and this is the horror of.
A lot of times, most of the people who are possessed either might be sufferers of mental illness, and might be going through psychotic breaks, or sometimes they might be people who have used really bad fucking drugs and wound up just gone.
Yeah.
Because there are drugs that are worse than anything you'd see in a possession movie.
Yeah.
Like the crocodile.
Yeah. Just horrible effects. Tell people a little bit about that.
The bath salts that were making people like there was actually cases of the bath salts where people were like, their body temperature was getting hot, so they would rip off their clothes. But for some reason, it's like whatever limiters they had were gone, so they were like doing crazy shit like ripping doors off of cars and shit. It's like they had super strength or some shit. No, you don't want to get high to have super strength, people. Don't do it.
Thank you.
Don't touch it.
PCP did that, and or was it PCB? I'm trying to remember. It's been so long now.
PCP.
Yeah.
Phencyclidine.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, the elephant tranquilizer. What that is elephant trank, and people were taking that for, that was a big thing back when I was working armed security, and it gives people the illusion, or the observer. It gives the observer of the drug impacted individual that this drug impacted individual has super strength. But what's really going on is that it cuts all pain. It's an elephant tranquilizer, so you're not feeling.
And so for that reason, the person who's doing this is probably dislocating their bones and breaking, ripping, tearing their muscle tissue.
Yes.
So they won't feel it. It's a dissociative. It does DXM does the same thing in high doses. It's one of the reasons why I could walk around for like 5 to 6 hours, and I did spend 6 hours today walking all over the place. 6 hours walking. I shit you not. I'm not exaggerating, people out there.
Well, there you go. And so because no one else is coming in tonight, I am going to ask Jameson to hold the stage for me. I'll be gone for just a few minutes. Might grab a refreshment or so. And the thing is, I did not eat tonight, so I did not eat. I will eat when I'm done with the program, hopefully, if I make it. If I need to stop to really put some calories into myself, then I'll have Jameson come on again. And
as well, because that'll justify me guzzling another energy drink.
Okay,
and disclaimer, folks, don't do what I do, please. Don't.
Thank you.
If I weren't semi possessed by something else, I probably would be dead many times over.
Yeah. Well, at the very least, your body has built up an enormous tolerance to abuse. Tolerance. Yeah. And so there's things that Jameson does that would kill anyone else. That's not an exaggeration. Believe me.
No, one of the guys, and I feel really bad because he was a pretty good guy. There was this guy before I left program years ago and actually managed to get clean. Mm-hmm. For a year and 6 months. There was a guy named Tom I used to hang out with, because he used to go to the program as well, and he was a cool guy, nice guy, but he was bipolar. And his drug of choice was alcohol, and mine was like DXM. And so he started taking the DXM because I turned him on to it, and he wound up being hospitalized because he had a seizure as a result of it. And I felt really bad. I was like, oh fuck, dude, that's not good. I should have never introduced him to it.
Mm-hmm. Go on, please. By all means, go on, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a break for a second just to finally refresh myself before diving in, and I'm going to go on mute. So you're welcome to continue this, but that was something else I was going to ask you, is that you seem also somewhat motivated, for whatever reason, to proselytize or kind of recommend the drug to myself, which I understand.
Because I think for some reason you'd be immune to it. It wouldn't hurt you.
I see what you're saying. Okay, so I don't take offense at you're doing that, but I just found it odd, or I was just wanted to know what the motivation was. I mean, I find humor in it.
The motivation, honestly, to say, and okay, I'll be honest. Part of me wants to use you as a test subject.
Okay, that went up my nose. Okay, I finished the tea now,
Please don't be offended by that. What I mean is, I would like to hear your impressions on it, because I get the feeling that for some reason, what this thing does for me, it's not doing to other people who do it the same way. For some reason,
but I would not be a good test subject because I'm not your average person.
That's exactly why you'd be a perfect test subject, because I'm not an average person either. I don't have nano blood like you. I'm just weird.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I see what you're saying. Well, it's not weird, but your chemistry is obviously different, and this is that we can say your biochemistry is different, and because
it's always been that way. It's always been a little off.
Yeah. But we'll definitely know this. We'll see what shape I'm in at some party or something like that. It's usually one of those things that never appealed to me because it just doesn't strike me as appealing. The joke I make, of course, is that whenever I'm cruising for porn and then I wind up at the real sleazy end of the internet, and then I see people at parties standing on their heads while people are pouring a bottle of cough syrup into their anus, then I know I've reached that point where I need to turn around and find another part of the internet, or that I'm cruising in areas that are just
you don't want to put up your anus.
Yeah, and tell people why, and go into the other things. I'm going to go mute, and Jameson Reese will tell you why. Do not ever do that. And the people who are doing that at the parties are obviously doing it because there's no, what is it? It passes, instead of going through the blood-brain barrier, it goes straight into your system, and the high is all the more intense, but this is, it can kill you. So Jameson, you tell them why. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes.
All right. Thank you. Well, here's the thing. Well, one, you put something, it not only is it going through your blood-brain barrier, but it's going directly into your bloodstream if it goes through your intestines. And the problem is it has a lot of additives and stuff, and a lot of sugars, and a lot of things that are toxic for you. That's a good way to get diabetes or kidney failure or a slew of other fucked up things. And of course, a lot of people don't also realize that if you have something in the pill form, what you could do is you could just hold it under your tongue. It'll probably taste like shit. You won't enjoy it, but you hold it under your tongue for a while, what happens is, your tongue has little openings where it goes directly into your bloodstream. This is why they make certain pills that dissolve in your mouth. All right. Well, that aside, I don't recommend any of you out there in the listenership to really get hooked on this thing. It's addiction of any type. We're all addicted to something, but at least if you're going to be addicted to something, let it be something healthy, rather than something that's going to, at some point, damage your body. All right, so what I can do to pass some of this time is to look at some of these interesting scientific articles I've been looking at. Okay, so astrophysicists found that gamma ray jets exceed the speed of light. That's interesting. According to Einstein's theory of general relativity, nothing can travel faster than the speed of light in a vacuum. Yet in space, many strange things happen, including a new proposal by two astrophysicists that blasts creating bursts of gamma rays may be able to speed up faster than light, going superluminal. Yet this research by astrophysicist John Hakila of the College of Charleston and Robert Nemiroff of Michigan Technological University is not going against Einstein's theory. What the scientists found is that while these bursts surpass the speed of light in surrounding gas clouds, that not only happens in jet mediums, not in a vacuum. So basically, it's using these jets of these jets of superheated plasma that are blasting out of black holes and shit, which are probably moving really fast themselves. And that makes perfect sense. I mean, the more one thinks about that, it seems kind of intuitive, actually. John Hakila likens what they found to skipping stones across a pond. If someone was to throw such a stone into water towards you, the stone will go through the air in between hops faster than the waves it causes are moving through the water. As it gets closer to you, you will see the waves that are produced by each skip in reverse order. The most recently created ones will get to you first, and those from the early skips along the water would come last. Standard gamma ray burst models have neglected oh my gosh, this is why you don't want to use kids. Time reversible light curve properties. Hakila explained. Superluminal jet motion accounts for these properties while retaining a great many standard model features. That was a short article. Okay. Well, that's pretty cool. Another interesting one is urban foxes self-evolve, exhibiting Darwin's domestication syndrome. A study from the University of Glasgow finds urban foxes evolve differently compared to rural foxes. The skulls of urban foxes are adapted to scavenging for food rather than hunting it. The evolutionary changes correspond to Darwin's domestication syndrome. How much can living in a city change you? If you were an urban fox, you could be evolving yourself to a whole new stage and becoming more like a dog, according to a fascinating new study. Researchers compared skulls from rural foxes around London with foxes who lived inside the city and found important variations. Rural foxes showed adaptation for speed and hunting after quick small prey, while urban fox skulls exhibited changes that made it easier for them to scavenge, looking through human refuge for food rather than chasing it. Their snouts were shorter and stronger, making it easier to open packages and chew up leftovers. They also have smaller brains, not meant for hunting, but for interacting with stationary food sources, reports Science magazine. Now, one note here is that a smaller brain does not necessarily mean they're less intelligent. Please note that it's the neuron density that has an impact on intelligence rather than the brain size. So a good example is that we would have a comparatively smaller brain than our ancestors who were evolving into us. It's just that our cerebral cortex and all our brains are just more. They have more folds. They have more neurons. So it's not the size. It's well, at least in that case, anyway. Interestingly, there was much similarity found between the male and female skulls of the urban foxes. The observed changes correspond to what Charles Darwin called the domestication syndrome, comprised of traits that go along with an animal's transition from being wild to tamed to domesticated. The study was led by Kevin Parsons, an evolutionary biologist at the University of Glasgow. What's really fascinating here is that the foxes are doing this to themselves, Parsons told BBC. Well, that's a strange thing to say. That's that's an awful thing to say. I would say they're doing it because of opportunity, because humans are encroaching on their natural habitat. So this guy really is well, that aside, this is the result of foxes that have decided to live near people, showing these traits make them look more like domesticated animals. Again, this is a really weird thing to say from an evolutionary biologist, because I don't think they decided to live near people because, oh, gee, I like humans. No, it's because it's easier food. Of course, he's not putting any of that into context, so people are going to think, oh, they want us to pet them. Look at the foxes. Yeah, don't pet any wild foxes. Please, don't. Just don't do it. Bad idea. The researchers are not suggesting you should go out and get a fox as a house pet just yet. You shouldn't do that anyway. But they are seeing the evolutionary process taking place that's moving the urban foxes along the path towards becoming more like dogs and cats, explained the study's co-author, Dr. Andrew Kitchener from the National Museum of Scotland. All right. Well, we're seeing evolution occur right before our eyes, and these are extremely fascinating times to live in. Let's see what else we have.
I'm back, so it's I'm sure you did well. You sounded like your voice was holding up good in the few moments that I heard.
I did stumble on some words because I've been having this word salad thing happening because I guess tolerance does that. No comment.
Oh, no worries. Honestly, I'm like barely here myself in many a manner. So this, of course, is the moment where I'm going to ask you. It's the top of the hour now. It's 10 p.m. Pacific. 1 minute thereafter, I'm going to start on the monologue. I want to thank Jameson Reese for the incredible contribution he's given tonight of his time and his energy. And believe me, it helps. It's a lifesaver. And so you the man, Jameson, and my thanks to Pac-1 Morales and Derek Talley as well on Team Dietrich. But both of them have their different responsibilities or their limitations where they drop off at a certain time. And so with that, it makes me wonder, of course, how Derek Talley drives throughout the night, because most of the driving he does is night shift driving, where he's up
I think for Derek, the driving is stimulating for him, which is why he wants to go back to work, because that's the impression I get.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess that's it.
I guess, if he's listening to a transmission and he's not driving, it's not as stimulating because he's not, going through the process of having to do all the stuff,
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that's yeah. Well, there you go.
Because if you're driving around with a fucking explosive tank of hydrogen, I don't think anyone's going to be dozing off, realizing that they're literally in a mobile bomb.
Oh, one would hope. But honestly, you never know. By the way,
don't get me wrong. Levies have happened. Right. There are some horrible ones I was actually learning about one that happened in Spain that was quite horrible.
Yes, that was the one I brought up with Derek, the last transmission, or the one before. Yeah,
that was
200 people, over 200 people dead, 217.
And I decided for me, it's not enough just to read about it. I have to look at the bodies on the scene. Damn.
Yeah.
You don't be there.
What was it? I mean, what was in the truck?
Whatever. I honestly, I was more fixated on the pictures, so I didn't even bother reading about it. Okay. I just know that it went off, and everything else that was in the area, there might have been people were camping, so there might have been something explosive there, and they showed the explosion. Mm-hmm. It was pretty big.
Yeah, one would assume. I'm sorry, I'm only laughing because it's so horrific. There you go. I mean, people already know about this. This was in Catalonia, which is you got a separatist movement going. They don't want to be part of Spain, or many people in Catalonia view themselves as having a history of independence, which they have in the past. They were their own kingdom, so they're seeking that independence from Spain again to be their own nation. And that's where this truck accident occurred that resulted in over 200 people dying, and many of them died later, but within weeks or so, within days or weeks.
The burns were extremely horrible. If you look on Google, you're not going to find the images. You have to use DuckDuckGo, because the guy, one of the people who, I guess someone who runs the camp now, had decided they didn't like the bad press, so they had asked Google to sort of scrub the images.
Yeah, that's interesting, because well, how did they get Google to do this? Because what else is striking myself, something that I noticed, not that I go looking for this, but I noticed that just because of the nature of the subjects that I deal with, which is war, violence, terrorism, death, etc., oftentimes just plain fucking news. I mean, I oftentimes just run across, or I did in the past, violent images, and then you'd wind up every once in a while in areas where you would see victims of car accidents or explosions or the like, and you would see violent or gory images simply because I had taken the age filter off of my computer, but I don't see them anymore. So I think that
you got to use DuckDuckGo,
okay,
because Google has made it like you can get it on Google, but you have to find a way to type in a search that usually is related to a medical terminology. Mm-hmm. Or something. You have to go to one of those. You could look up like something like a certain type of injury, and then just keep browsing, and you might see pictures connected to it that are of another subject, like gunshot wounds or something, and you click a picture there, and then you just keep moving from there. But it seems like Google is becoming more censored. It's becoming more mainstream. I mean, it's always been mainstream, but now that it's like really, really mainstream. Yes. All right, what I can say is this: for all of you who don't think that we're in a really bad time, when people start censoring images of violence, you know something's wrong. Mm-hmm. Because there's another country that does that, China.
Yes.
That tells you where we're going. Yeah. You should be fucking scared.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
I myself am scared.
Yeah. I mean, I agree, and it's something that is at the same time, of course, it's one of those toss-ups. Honestly, the way I feel it should be is that, and as a matter of fact, this is not a feeling. This is a conviction. This is what I say, that if I ever have any secular power, this is the way it's going to be, is that no one will be allowed on the internet without adult supervision until the age of 18. That it's like driving. To me, the information superhighway is like driving, and you have to be trained to drive, and you have to be of a certain age before you can realistically drive safely, and we have made a demarcation line at the age of 18 normally. There are exceptions to that rule. I feel it should be that way with the internet. In fact, again, it's not feeling, this is my conviction. This is the way it has to be, is that no one should be allowed on the internet without adult supervision until the age of 18. But once you're on at the age of 18, then why should there be limits in terms of reality? There should be, if this is what you're looking for, examples of medical results of a car accident because you want to design a safer car, etc., then these images should be available as to what can go wrong, etc. At that point, one will count on the adult's critical thinking abilities if they're a competent adult to be able to search the internet. At that point, if somebody were raised until the age of 18 with adult guidance and were let loose and they were still complaining, well, at that point, it's on them. At that point, there's something wrong with them. They're pathologically hypersensitive. Thank you. And the problem is as well that, of course, there has to be limits on this quote-unquote freedom of speech. It's simply being abused.
Well, the thing is, the freedom of speech isn't something that the regular citizen gets away with anyway.
Thank you.
And so all these idiots who are saying, they're trying to take off freedom of speech, they couldn't be dumber if you just cut their heads off.
Well, unfortunately, the freedom of speech, as Jameson and I well know, it's really limited to white males. It's really what it comes down to.
Now it's going to the point where it's going to be limited to corporations. Corporations are going to be able to, the corporations have found a loophole, and this isn't all corporations. There are just some players who are really unscrupulous, who are going to try to say that, well, we express ourselves freely by doing this, by selling your shit to China, so we should be allowed to do that.
That's an interesting argument. It seems so senseless. Seems so stupid.
That's literally the argument that's being made in one of the cases.
That sounds pretty fucking desperate. It sounds
on this Facebook article, and the thing is, if the people took the time to read the article, they would realize that the article isn't about censoring free speech.
Yeah.
So why even state that? What point is there in stating that comment? Oh, we just want to express ourselves. We just want to express that.
But I think that
again, what is the point of expressing something if you don't put something in the context? What you're expressing is just like saying, a red caterpillar walks down the street. It's just like someone walking up to you and just saying that. A red caterpillar walks down the street.
Actually, my favorite...
I got a freedom to say this.
Yes, there you are. Actually, my favorite would be the recording from the introduction of the assignment, which will not exist, will never be acknowledged at the beginning of Apocalypse Now, where Martin Sheen is being played the recording of Colonel Kurtz, where Colonel Kurtz over the tape is saying, I saw a snail crawl over the edge of a razor and survive. By the way, just so people understand this, snails exude an enormous amount of mucus that enables them to buffer themselves between, over surfaces. So snails can crawl over the edge of a razor and survive. It does not impact them.
And they're also considered the second most dangerous species in the world.
Incredible.
Due to a certain parasite they carry.
Yeah, and that can infect people.
Because that parasite actually makes its way into the bloodstream of humans to complete its life cycle.
There we are. And anyhow, so it's easy to imagine Colonel Kurtz in the jungle of Vietnam shaving because he maintained a shaved head. He was maintaining military discipline to an extent where he was maintaining his shaved head, etc. And obviously he would have a straight razor lying around, and it would be easy enough to see him witnessing the snail any snail crawling over that and musing on it, and that's what opens up the mission statement in Apocalypse Now, where Martin Sheen is brought in. But by the way,
well, hopefully he didn't decide to use the razor after that, because if he did, he's going through hell now.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. There you go. Conceivably, that depends on whether he bleached it or whatever he might have used to clean it in that environment. Obviously, bleach would not be available. But in terms of the Middle Ages, of course, people had razors that they would use for a lifetime. I mean, these were manufactured very large razors that you continued to sharpen. And the interesting thing about medieval books is that these were hand-drawn, hand-illustrated, hand-lettered. And what you see throughout all these books that nobody can explain is all these images of knights battling giant snails. This is what you see in medieval texts.
Yeah.
And nobody ever fucking asks, what is this?
What about the cynocephali? The dog-headed,
yes.
The race of dog-headed people.
By the way, that would be kynocephaly. It's pronounced, the C is actually pronounced as a K. I didn't know what you meant because of that, but yeah, kynocephaly would be the dog-headed people as well. But there's many things that are not explained today.
And there's supposedly also the giants who had like the faces in the middle of the stomachs.
Yes. There's many things. There's many things that are inexplicable by today's standards. The kynocephali, they're still around. This is what people see every once in a while on Brer Road, for instance. Brer Road is infamous for dog-headed man sightings. And the Beast of Bray Road, I forget what it is, what state that's in. I actually spoke to the authoress of that book. I was going to send her a video of something that I had, and this was of a primatoid human hybrid from China, and the video disappeared. I was going to send it to her, so I never got to send it to her. Beast of Bray Road in Elkhorn, Wisconsin. So the Beast of Bray Road is written by... let me see. Well, the problem is it's apparently like a universal term, so I can't find the authoress of the book by that title immediately. But if people look it up and look up the book, they'll probably find the authoress. So there you go. But in terms of what else is going on, I guess I'd best get started. So I love you dearly, Jameson. Thank you so much. Say good night to people for now, or rather good morning, and your part of the world. And
good morning, everyone. I will probably, I should probably wait for the energy drink at 3 o'clock, because for some reason, when I drink energy drinks around this time, the inverse happens.
Understood. No, I get it. And then there's a paradoxical effect. This is what's known as a paradoxical effect, where a drug has the opposite effect of what is considered the normal effect. So people do fall asleep on energy drinks. So I understand what you're saying. So but definitely you let people know you will be on standby. And Meeping Peem,
standby.
Yeah, Meeping Peem says, let me see. Oh, Vero Reina Barrera is with us. Hey, honey, love you dearly, and hopefully you heard Selena Khan's shout out to you. And, of course, her prayers are with you, and she knows you're going to be fine, as I've explained to people as well. And so Sarah Shields was saying hi to Veronica. Meeping Peem was responding to, well, Meeping Peem is, I think, doing some good shit. You know, whatever the hell he's on is probably something you or I would enjoy being on. And he's just, I'm pretty sure he's high. And there we are. He says, call 5150. By the way, that is a police term that used to be the police code for a crazy person. And it's an interesting term, like my gang brother Beaver said, because 5150 is out of balance, right? Instead of 5050, it's 5150. But the code was simply a police code that developed over the years. So 5150 was the police code where you call in there's a lunatic or a crazy person in area. So, and anyhow, Veronica Barrera says hola to Sarah Shields. She's responding to. But hola as well to the lovely Senora Vero Barrera, who I am delighted to report does not have cancer. So her lymph nodes were analyzed, and she has something else her body is reacting to. So do maintain her in your thoughts and prayers, but she will be fine. All right then. Love you dearly, Jameson. Thank you for being on standby, and I'll try and dive into it to the best of my ability. And Selena Khan's still up, so she must be doing something tonight to stimulate her. Okay, so getting to this point was my struggle, and Mein Kampf, be thy known. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal holdings at douglasdietrich.com. And of course, do remember that when you donate via PayPal, always indicate that they do give you this option to identify the recipient of your donation as friends or relatives, friends or relations. Indicate myself as a friend. Certainly we are friends, or you wouldn't be donating. And of course, we're all extended family here, the extended electronic family, so you could use the term relations as well. Good. So Selena did hear me. Mwah. Love you, honey. Going to check back to see if Our Lady Vero Barrera heard myself. And Meeping Peem says he wishes he was on drugs. No, he's just naturally like that. Oh shit, he's on a natural high. Wish I could live like that. Well, maybe I don't. Such being what it is. I'm gonna take one last look there because I can't resist, and then go back to reminding people that just press the friends or relatives, look for that option and use it, because otherwise PayPal is going to cut into whatever you donate to me. And if you're trying to donate money to me, I'm assuming you would want me to get the full amount of your donation. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and or fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. And of course, subscribe to his maggot channel on YouTube at youtube.com/C/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com. For word no frahin, all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost, so if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, John_War@hotmail.com, and you can PayPal him at paypal.me/Magator, MAGGOTAUR. Remember, he is also friend or family. The option is just as available for he as it is for me. He having taken the initiative on his own to download the majority of my publications on YouTube, or videos I had published thereon, into his own hard drives on his personal computer, so that we could reconstruct my legacy during the 3 times that I was scrubbed completely from the internet by the enemy, the deep state, which unfortunately is corrupted, overtaken by the cult of the kings of Edom. And with that, of course, John Warrington has served as the bridge between the Akashic Records and the cyberspatial data matrix of our Malkuthian, or material reality on the material plane, thereby rendering himself, in a way, my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation whether of my legacy or of all life on earth, which be the ultimate objective of the cultists of the kings of Edom and the anti-gods they worship. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer a while there. A footnote on mine bio, sire, which you'll find on the homepage of showsdd.com. Let it be known after you educate yourself by accessing those sources and informing yourself on the reality of history. Take it upon yourself in turn to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler is alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And if at all possible, encourage those others that you educate and enlighten to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where they can also use the option of friends and family. People are forever asking, Renegatus Humanus Arma Ab Mazza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go us to douglasdietrich.com and click the yellow donate button. That will bring you, of course, to the homepage of showsdd.com, where you can basically pay using either your credit or debit card. You can install a contribution, sponsor myself, without worry of any middleman taking their cut, and without having to worry about the option of needing to reference myself as friends or family if you find that morally repugnant or somehow personally crass and tasteless or something distasteful in the sense that you wouldn't want me as a friend or a relation, in which case the question would be why you're donating, but I'll take the money anyway. So, all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Suu-Chin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich was murdered, of course, and that is her image, which graces the thumbnail of Livestream tonight. She was assassinated immediately aftermath, Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack, against the Fukushima Daiichi cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the Sixth World broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. And do remember that once you're in the yellow button taking you to the homepage of showsdd.com, that is where you can log in and access, by registering yourself as a sponsor, all of the archives that go back to the year of my mother's murder. They're not on YouTube anymore, where on the intra-global crisis analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich, long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which be spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3, of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress Solena Khan and his former web mistress Lena Shea, be our most beloved Greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragon's managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, whom you can friend and follow at, well, his Facebook page is facebook.com/george.e.knight.7, and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD, he being, of course, mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Also trailered upon his channel is his video now in production, The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, subtitled The Third Reich's Flügelrad and Hannibal Technology. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Malik, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, at bearing no end of emphasis that you, D, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself, and all thy holdest dear at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all, mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. Simply remember to indicate myself as friend or relation, that PayPal refrains from cutting into your sponsorship. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Sunday and Wednesday night. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com and donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, indicating myself as friend or relation to evade PayPal taking its cut. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. You will do this by going via the red button to showsdd.com, the homepage, and registering yourself so that you can log in to the archives. Now, I'm going to go circuitously to my shout out for tonight via just a quick review of last week, Yester Septimania, the week that was. Now, American politicians often irk and amuse foreigners with their inbred compulsion to incessantly declare America the greatest nation on the face of the earth. But they could all take a lesson in jingoistic bravado from the British Cabinet Minister Gavin Williamson. and his extraordinary chest beating after the United Kingdom became the first Western country to approve a COVID-19 vaccine. The Education Secretary, which is what makes this all the more unpardonable, ditching any traditional limey reserve, simultaneously managed to offend most of Britain's closest allies with a paroxysm of pandemic patriotism. Williamson told LBC Radio, "We have obviously got the best medical regulators, much better than the French have, much better than the Belgians have, much better than the Americans have. That does not surprise me at all, because we are a much better country than every single one of them." Now, Williamson, who has a long history of gaffes, if you can believe that they put this idiot in charge of education. Oh, well, but of course, who else, right? Neglected to mention that the vaccine in question was developed by an American pharmaceutical multinational, GlaxoSmithKline, and a United German firm, BioNTech, that is run by two scientists with Turkish roots. You can only imagine the uproar had Donald Trump made a similar boast. At least we in America call him out. Come on, Brits. Do us one better and get this guy fired. This is something that this guy's in charge of your education? Come on now. This can't be tolerated. Now here's what you need to know about the situation. The world is watching the United Kingdom's vaccine distribution plans. It became the first Western country to authorize the Pfizer/BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine, and has the centralized systems in place to ship, store, and deliver it. That's in contrast to the American approach, which would be state by state. Meanwhile, revanchist, revisionist, expansionist Red Russia starts voluntary large-scale vaccinations next week, so as not to be outdone. As for this side of the Atlantic, the United States had another record number of people hospitalized for COVID-19 into this weekend, with more than 100,600 people receiving treatment. In the United Kingdom, the first shipments of that Pfizer vaccine arrived, and countries including France and Portugal plan to begin vaccinations in the coming weeks. However, the Department of Homeland Security warns that hackers are targeting key actors in the coronavirus vaccine supply chain as distribution gets underway. And if you have a Carnival cruise scheduled, you may want to check in on it. The cruise giant has canceled all remaining cruises through February. I can't understand anyone getting on a cruise at this time in history anyway. In the midst of a pandemic, you want to isolate yourself in a floating petri dish where you and others will be quarantined together in a closed environment? It's not the brightest thing to do. In terms of the week ahead, this is a big week in the fight against coronavirus. Though a vaccine may be circulating, experts say these coming months will be a worst-case scenario before we reach the light at the end of the tunnel. On the side of the plague, literally like in a ring, on this side, ladies and gentlemen, on the side of the coronavirus, health experts have warned against large gatherings due to raging pandemic infections. But that won't stop the White House from a packed season of indoor soirees, including a congressional ball this Thursday. The State Department also has several in-person holiday events in the coming weeks, one of which has 900 invitees. Now, on the other side of the ring, on the side of life itself, the Food and Drug Administration meets Thursday, the same day the White House and the State Department are carousing face to face, breathing down each other's throats. The FDA will meet to consider emergency use authorization of the Pfizer coronavirus vaccine if it goes as planned. The first shipments of this vaccine will be delivered on the 15th day in December, the Ides of this month, according to a document provided to governors of all 100 states in Union and the territories outlying the American Empire. This is where I stop to give my shout out to the Grandma Dame, Judith Gay Agert. I love you beyond expression, and I am concerned about your state of health. And this is a shout out to anyone on the island of Kauai or within the state of Hawaii who can reach her. Let her know I'm talking about her on bandwidth and on record. Now, what better way to survive a pandemic than to do it on a beach in Hawaii? If you're a remote worker looking to ditch the cold weather, Hawaii has a sweet deal for you. Hawaii is offering free round trips to remote workers who want to live there temporarily. For anyone who finds the idea dreamy, Hawaii is offering free round-trip tickets to Oahu to out-of-state remote workers who want to live and work there while contributing to the Kingdom of Atui's economy. That would be the state of Hawaii for all those of you who are out of the loop. The state, rather the monarchy of Atui, the Polynesian word for Hawaii, launched the temporary residency program known as Movers and Shakas, as in S-H-A-K-A, which would be like Shaka the Zulu. I have no idea what Shaka means in Hawaiian, but Movers and Shakas is the program in collaboration with schools and businesses for temporary residency. It's accepting its first group of applicants until the Ides of December, when vaccines are released, until the 15th of this month. Now, Jason Higa, the group's founder, says that Movers and Shakas is a small step towards economic recovery and diversifying the Hawaiian economy. And he says that the pandemic has normalized remote work for the foreseeable future, so we believe, as he says, this situation presents an opportunity for local residents to return home and for out-of-state professionals to experience Hawaii not as tourists, but as contributing members of our community. Now, 100 people will be chosen for the first cohort. Later applicants will be accepted on a rolling basis. To apply, you must be a remote worker and at least 18 years of age. Participants must move within 1 month of being selected and are required to spend at least 30 consecutive days in Hawaii. Now, according to the program's news release, Hawaii currently has the lowest rate per capita of COVID infections in the United States, or rather outside of the CONUS, the continental United States, while still integral the American Empire. also making it one of the safest places to live and work. So far, Hawaii has reported over 18,000 coronavirus cases, and more than 200 people have died. Comparatively speaking, they're squeaky clean. And it's all about giving back to Hawaii. While spending your days off soaking in the sun may sound like heaven, the Movers and Shakas program is specifically looking for individuals who want to contribute to Hawaii's local communities. Those accepted into the program are required to commit a few hours every week to a non-profit where they can use their knowledge and skills. Though the program will accept remote workers from across the United States, it's also geared towards former Hawaii residents who want to return. Now, I found out about this through one among those people, a Japanese-American, Nikkei America Jin, named Richard Matsui. He's actually one of the Movers and Shakas founders, and he recently returned to Hawaii from San Francisco. And he's only 35 years of age. But what he said was that as someone who was born and raised in Hawaii, I always dreamed of moving back home. The pandemic normalized remote work, and I took the opportunity to relocate home. Matsui also pointed to one of the program's central goals to help diversify the economy. And so, to conclude with his quote, he basically, or rather, to quote him in conclusion, he said, "Beyond bringing in valuable dollars into our local businesses, the real value is bringing talented knowledge workers who will both help to build our communities through volunteer work and to make our economy more resilient. While the pandemic is an enormous crisis, it also presents Hawaii with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to diversify our economy." Now, that, of course, reminds me, of my struggle. And it reminds me of this wonderful speech written by Selena Khan that is about my need for being able to work from home to serve you with equipment that has to replace the old crap I'm working with now. And what she wrote is along the lines, well, I'll just read what she said. Of course, I can paraphrase. And she's so priceless, the way she expresses herself. Selena Khan, in writing this for me to say, she wrote, "I am forever grateful to everyone for their donations and contributions. Words simply cannot describe my appreciation, my gratitude. But I just wanted to emphasize a little bit about GoFundMe. As everyone knows by now, the cause of my GoFundMe campaign is that I do need and must change my current YouTube recording studio setting, as in the computer, the headset and recording devices, lighting fixtures, soundproofing my room, so on and so forth. Presenting 2 nights a week live transmission to you, all my beautiful lovers out there, from my city to all around the world, is the only life that I have. And you are all my true motivation for my work. I would be no one without all of you by my side. I would be nothing without all of you by my side, from the closest to the farthest. However, many years of use, all of my studio equipments are beyond obsolete now. Therefore, I have created this GoFundMe fundraising account for donations to update my studio, and this campaign has time limitations. In my case, my GoFundMe campaign, entitled Urgent Contribution, will expire in March of 2021. At this point, I urge everyone, please, become a contributing member of my mission, my work that I do as a public informant to bring truth to this world to those who are seeking truth. Again, to everyone, I am in dire need of studio equipment. Please contribute. Donate between now and March of next year. Blessings unto all." Of course, the more pragmatic way of articulating the issue at hand would be for me to go to the GoFundMe campaign link itself, which is on my own Sora Aoi page, the page gifted myself by the lovely Sora Aoi, the most famous actress in Japan. And she is retired now, as far as I know, sadly in a sense, but hopefully she's living happily and happy in her retirement. And what my GoFundMe campaign would basically inform us of is why I need this. Now, by the way, I'm not reaching the GoFundMe campaign itself through what Sora Aoi has published. I'm reaching this, let me see, my old video, which he used as now the image for the GoFundMe campaign. So I'm trying to actually reach my GoFundMe. Here we are, urgent contribution. Let's see. Now, she's changed the image yet again. She had a picture of myself and my son up there earlier. And I thank all of the people who have donated so far. Stephen Myers in particular has continued to donate. And he is my black African-American brother from another mother in New York City, the heart of it. And I'm so glad he survived. He's among 4 donors that include an anonymous sponsor and Sarah L. Grusing, who I remember something special about, but I don't remember exactly what. I know that Sarah has been a wonderful human being who's supported myself for a long time. I don't remember the specifics of the details. I'll have to make a point of looking her up. But to describe what is ongoing to everyone in a manner that is pragmatic, this is the case. I am physiologically very different from you. Because of the physiological differences manifest in myself in this mortal coil, due to my genetics, my heritage from my late and sainted mother. She was someone who was a product of the Kyushu dynasty. That's literally the 9 provinces dynasty. The southern dynasty of Japan, separate from the Yamato dynasty that has ruled the 7,000 islands of Japan since ancient days, in the days that bleed into recorded history. There were 2 dynasties. The southern dynasty of Japan was founded by a Chinese alchemist. That Kyushu dynasty returned to China after a massive civil war between the crowns, similar to England's War of the Roses, but taking place in much more ancient days. And my mother being a scion of that line, through that bloodline of vampires, as they were known, I inherited the condition where it's very difficult for myself to tolerate solid food. Being a quarter of the subspeciation, 1/4 vampire, my mother, being a half-breed, would be known as a domfire, and that in turn is what I am. Therefore, whenever I masticate or chew solid foods, my body actually reacts in rejection of them by producing voluminous amounts of mucus. Literally epic amounts of mucus, to the point where, like a hagfish, I literally choke to death. And therefore I cannot eat. For this reason, the majority of my life I was extremely malnourished and actually weighed under 100 pounds. At this present moment in my life, I weigh 160 pounds. I am the heaviest I have ever been in my entire life. This is thanks to medical intervention. Thanks in particular to a non-anabolic steroidal nasal spray of mometasone furoate, the brand name of which is Nasonex, which costs hundreds of dollars a bottle. In order to maintain myself where I can continue to eat and maintain my health, I have to maintain myself on Medicare and Medi-Cal, which pays for that particular medication, and without which I cannot physically survive with any quality of life. So, impacted by both that mechanical and my psychological injuries, which is what post-traumatic stress disorder is, a psychological injury in disambiguation from a mental illness, and in fact I am complexly post-traumatically stress disordered, CPTSD'd, which means that the very shape of my brain has been changed by this psychological injury to the point where it is verifiable via scanning. So impacted by both mechanical and psychological injuries that be catastrophically chronic in nature, I am enrolled in the 250% Working Disabled program, wherein disabled individuals are required by law to work so long as our income is maintained at less than 250% above the federal poverty level, and thereby we be eligible for Medi-Cal via paying our monthly premiums based on net countable income. This enables myself to receive the constant medical care I conditionally require to functionally survive, not just my nasal spray, but my psychological counseling from my wonderful doctoress. And I meet the 250% Working Disabled program requirements by hosting this bandwidth transmission program, Critical Omissions. And to continue my work, by which to literally maintain my very life, I must establish a professional-grade in-home studio with the latest equipment to meet technological quality standards that will be adaptable to emergent systems technologies as they come online. So that hopefully will put that in perspective for you. And with that, of course, I return to arc of narrative and move us all into the gentle night, into morning for those on the Atlantic seaboard. Now, the American economy recovery, the United States' economic recovery, is spiraling. The rapid American economic rebound over the summer is grinding to a halt, and it still isn't clear when Americans will get relief. Real-time indicators show that recoveries in restaurant reservations, air travel, and hotel bookings have been derailed as COVID-19 cases rise once more. Exempli-gratiae, or for just one example, Southwest has warned 6,800 employees of impending layoffs, which would be a first in the company's nearly 100 years. Momentum for a new stimulus package may finally be building on the Hill as Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi discuss a possible $908 billion United States dollar bipartisan deal. Lawmakers may push to have that package tacked onto the government spending bill intended to avoid a December 11th shutdown, which is pending, should we not rise to the challenge. Federal career employees are fretting about being left in the lurch due to a controversial executive order President Trump signed in October. My natal menses, or birth month, that of my late and sainted fathers as well. The man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich. Donald Trump's order creates a new classification for some federal employees that could leave them vulnerable to being fired without cause, setting up for potential purges. Well, they're certainly expediting the potential for purges. Remember, not all federal employees change with the administration, so it's not like these workers would necessarily be losing their jobs in January. In fact, These are careerists who, as a bureaucracy, survived through all the administrations till Donald Trump broke the fucking presidency, which is why I've said we've got to eliminate the very office of the executive. Meanwhile, Congress has tweaked the National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA, to effectively block Trump's attempt to significantly reduce troops in Germany over what he says is the country's failure to spend enough on defense. That plan has attracted controversy and it would cost billions of United States dollars to implement, and it would take us years to realize. For those of you who are simply e-historied or historically illiterate, Germany is not fucking occupied. It hasn't been occupied for generations. Those troops in Germany are on leased territory that the United States government is paying enormous amounts of money for, which is why Trump wants to pull them out. Because what the fuck are they doing? They're drinking beer. What the hell are they protecting United Germany from? From drinking all the beer. Yes, I stand shoulder to shoulder with Donald Trump. Get the Americans out of Germany. But of course the Germans make good money off of American presence. The Americans are paying for the land, and the American troops are spending their money, primarily on all the goddamn beer. So, that's why the Germans say American troops are always welcome here. Now, yes, for God's sakes, bring the boys back home. Yes, Donald Trump is right. Now, Trump also offers a lesson in how coups fail. On the 1st of October, in 1988, that was, of course, the year in which if I remember correctly, the Iran-Iraq War ended. And let me check into that just to make sure I remember correctly. And we'll see if my memory is still serving myself well. Yeah, 1988. The war had ended that year in August. I know because I helped bring it to an end. And that is Gulf War I. I've described before how I've brought it to an end on my website. I don't know if Lena Shea ever put that up on the website. And so if she has not, then hopefully we can get it up at some point. Honestly, it was really a toss-up. It's just really sad about Lena Shea and the fact that she was on the site for so long and then did what she did to abandon it. And what she contributed after that really wasn't nearly enough to make up for all the damage. Now, back in my natal menses, my birth month, and that of my late and sainted father, the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich's own birth month, but days away from mine, within 72 hours, as a matter of fact, within 3 days, my birthday being October 20th and his being October 23rd. But on the 1st of that month, in 1988, the year that the Iran-Iraq War ended, Gulf War I, Harry Barnes, Ronald Reagan's ambassador to Chile, sent an alarming cable to Assistant Secretary of State Elliott Abrams, notifying him that Chile was but 4 days away from a national referendum that asked whether General Augusto Pinochet, who had seized power in a bloody coup d'etat circa 1973, should be given mandate for another 8 years. What was unclear was how Pinochet, no adherent to democratic norms, mind ye, would react if he lost. In that cable sent to Ronald Reagan, Barnes wrote, well, I know about this because that cable was declassified, and I was able to see it. But it was published years later anyway, and that was through the efforts, if I remember correctly, of George Washington University's National Security Archive. And the cable reads as follows. Pinochet's plan is simple. A. If the yes is winning, fine. B. If the race is very close, rely on fraud and coercion. C. If the no is likely to win clearly, then use violence and terror to stop the process. Now, the problem for the Reagan administration was that it looked as if no would indeed win clearly, which meant that, as Barnes observed, the third option is the one most likely to be put into effect with probable substantial loss of life. Now, the United States itself, the American empire, had helped Pinochet come to power and abetted him for years. If he had clearly won the referendum, the administration's reaction would likely also have been option A, fine. Perhaps, to its shame, it would also have tolerated option B. Option C, however, represented more trouble than Reagan's administration under the true supervision, if you will, of George Bush Sr. That was more trouble than was wanted. You see, elections are powerful things. The message they send is not subtle. Someone won, someone lost. In this country, if they are very, very close enough for things like hanging chads to be a factor, as they were in Florida in the first year of the third Christian millennium, Anno Domini 2000 of the Communal Era, that presidential race, in which the Supreme Court selected your president, that in itself is symptomatic of a coup d'etat, a bloodless coup, but a coup nonetheless, in which, wrapped up in a Supreme Court case with prominent attorneys such as Theodore Olson and David Bowies on opposing sides, our country was stolen from us. Perhaps if Donald Trump's re-election bid had really just come down to a county or two somewhere, he might have been able to generate enough uncertainty to sell his version of option B to his supporters, his cultists, and maybe even to some swing voters, as a legitimate effort to obtain a recount. In nation-states, sans free elections, undemocratic tyrannies, fraud and coercion regularly do make all the difference. But that's not the country we have, as Donald Trump himself is learning. And it's not the election that we had. Joseph Biden clearly won. There is no respectable way to argue otherwise, which is the main reason that Trump's version of option B looks so clownish. Incompetence is also a factor. He's just an idiot and he just doesn't have the talent or the skill to impose himself as a dictator or a tyrant. He's just not good enough. Instead of Olson, the attorney, declaiming on federalism as he did in the first year of the third millennium, 2000 AD, there was instead a Trump team press conference in which Rudy Giuliani, once the mayor of New York, looked like a wind-up junta member, while another attorney, Sidney Powell, spun conspiracy theories so wild that even the president's campaign has distanced itself from her. The president's actual lawsuits have failed to gain any traction. A federal judge in Pennsylvania, in dismissing one case, described it as legally sketchy and filled with speculative accusations. The absurdity should not obscure how extreme the president's actions have been. When Trump summoned the state legislators from Michigan, a state that Biden won by about 150,000 votes, to Washington, he was clearly trying for Option B-style coercion. Now, once Michigan certified Biden's win in that state, I think Monday opening last work week, if I remember correctly, and on Tuesday of that same week, or was it the week before, Pennsylvania and Nevada did too. The evening of that same day, Emily Murphy, the administratress of the General Services Administration, the GSA, which runs your country on behalf of the military junta put into effect by World War II, finally put through the paperwork to give the Biden transition team access to government resources. She notified Biden in a grudging letter that noted, "The actual winner of the presidential election will be determined by the electoral process detailed in the Constitution." Well, that's big of you, bitch. Fucking cunt. That was the deep state speaking, and that's when Trump surrendered to reality. Trump said that he told her to go ahead and that the acknowledgement did not mean that he was conceding anything. And the very next morning he referred in a tweet to the stench of the 2020 election hoax. Now, a bumbling, bitter Option B is bad enough for the country. And the acquiescence of most national elected Republican officials is a disgrace beyond description. This is why the Republicans are not a rival party. They're not even a cult. They are the enemy. Still, only a handful have congratulated Biden from Team Red. And none have criticized Donald Trump. With only a pittance, including that week Senators Rob Portman and Shelley Capito, pushing for Biden to be given transition resources. Many local Republican officials, such as Georgia's Secretary of State and any number of county clerks, have acted more forthrightly. It's the local governance that has saved us from conquest by a madman. And a madman he is. He's acting crazy, which is why it becomes all the more puzzling that we all simply ignore it. And that is something I may go into in the psychological context that was brought up by Peter Moon himself, who is also the man that I'm respectfully responding to with all that I'm going to go into now. We are in that dangerous, whatever phase of Trump's lame duck presidency. This is something that could impact us all in a manner that will be the end of the republic itself. It is nothing to take lightly. So mark my words and mark them well. A bumbling, bitter Option B is bad enough for the American empire, and the acquiescence of most national elected Republican officials renders this an unprecedented historical crisis, one which the constitutional republic may well not survive. And it is that red, revisionist Russian insurgency on American soil, backed by the Australian media machine of Rupert Murdoch, the murdocracy that runs the only nation on Earth to occupy an entire continent, Australia. This Russo-Australian occupational government has encouraged scorn for our election results. The question for those red revisionist, Russo-collaborationist Republican officials is how they can be so sure in this election or another that Trump or one of his successors won't reach for some version of option C, violence and terror to stop the process, which is most certainly what Trump seriously considered, but lacked the testicular fortitude to pull off. These Russo-collaborationist, revisionist red Republicans might look at what staved off option C in Chile back in 1988, the same year I brought an end to one of the most murderous wars in postmodern history, by my own participation as a propagandist for Saddam Hussein. A large factor in Chile was that people with power were willing to speak out about what they did not regard as acceptable. That included American and British diplomats and military liaisons who told their Chilean counterparts how damaging it would be for their relations with Chile and for the country's reputation if the referendum result were not respected. The night of that election, Pinochet still tried to make a move. The government suddenly stopped announcing results that localities were releasing, though workers for the No campaign kept track of them, and Pinochet himself summoned senior military officers to a meeting. On the way in, Air Force General Fernando Mathé spoke to reporters who crowded around him with cameras and microphones. And he said, "It looks like no one." To me, at least, that's already clear. Mathé later said that he thought it was important to speak publicly and quickly to make it plain that Pinochet, and to make it plain, aside from the fact that Pinochet was losing, to make it plain to Pinochet himself what was and was not possible. The footage of Mathé's encounter with reporters is included in a movie entitled No, released circa 2012, about that referendum and the No side's creative advertising campaign. The truth can be hustled away after all. Never forget that. It was hustled away when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor as a preemptive surgical strategic strike against an American bombing campaign of their homeland. It was hustled away when, after the Americans started the war, they lost it to those same Japanese. Yet the Japanese winning the war was the historical truth hustled away by your government under military junta, as blacked out in all information outside the echo bubble of the Office of War Information, and then maintained in ignorance by the General Services Agency, the GSA, the deep state, which informed Donald Trump it was time to surrender. Another document collected in the National Security Archive gives an account via the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, of what happened when Air Force General Mathé of Chile went into that meeting with Pinochet. Pinochet was angry. He wanted extraordinary powers, and he had a document ready for the officers to sign to give such powers to him. He wanted to deploy the military. He still thought he could win. According to the intelligence report, which I sourced before I was ordered to destroy it, yet I believe a copy remains extant in the National Security Archive, at this point Mathé stood up to be counted. Mathé told Pinochet he would under no circumstances agree to any such thing. Pinochet asked again for special powers, and again Maffei refused, saying he had his chance as the official candidate and lost. It still wasn't over. Pinochet made the same demand to others. Tension in the room was so high at that moment that Sergio Valenzuela, the Secretary General of the government, collapsed from what turned out to be the first stage of a heart attack, a myocardial infarction. They turned Pinochet down too, all the others still standing, and even the man who lay dying on the ground. This time in Chile, the vote was the vote. These men had been part of a junta, not heroes of democracy. It was the no campaigners and the voters who stood in line that day who had taken the real risk. It may have been sheer pragmatism that caused them, finally, to accept reality, do their jobs, and tell a delusional, dangerous man that it was time to stop believing in his own lies. Today, in this country, the United States, most Republicans in the United States Senate cannot even manage that. This is beyond description. This is truly insane. We are at the end, not only of the American empire, we are at the end of the constitutional republic that the Republicans claim to uphold. Remember, of course, when you pledge allegiance to that flag, you pledge allegiance to the republic for which it stands, not any democracy. Democracy was simply a buzzword for Americans to push their way of empire. The Americans would promote democracy at the end of a bayonet, the way the Soviets promoted communism. But America itself is not a democracy. It is a republic. We must make it a democracy. We must change it from an anachronistic system with the electoral college and turn it instead into a true popular democracy. This would take time. It would take a transitional government. It will take a one-party state to make it work at first. A one-party state consisting of the Democrats, once we have defeated the Republicans on the field of battle, and imprisoned, detained, ultimately either rehabilitated or deported the majority. So, with that in mind, we have to ask what you're willing to tolerate, what you're capable of surviving. Confront the fact within yourself if you're capable of fighting for what's right, capable of fighting for that democracy that your children's children will uphold, because the republic is the enemy. We are a long way from Chile. By some definition, that country was coming back from years of dictatorship, while we appear, with this election, to have turned away from a hazardous path. The transition is proceeding. Our institutions, from courts to state authorities, are holding up thus far. And yet Trump is still tweeting about how the election was stolen. This is what is so disturbing. The president is acting crazy. So why are we shrugging it off? Literally, when you look back upon it, on Wednesday of yester Septimania, midweek last, more than 3,000 Americans died because of the coronavirus, the nation's deadliest day yet. During pandemic, the same day, the President of the United States chose to release on social media a 46-minute videotaped address from the White House. He called it possibly the most important speech I've ever made. The pandemic's grim toll was never mentioned. What was? The tremendous vote fraud and irregularities in last month's election, the results of which the president still refuses to accept. The statistically impossible victory of Joseph Biden and the idea that the Democrats had so rigged the election that they already knew the outcome in advance. It was all corrupt, shocking, constitutionally absolutely incorrect, and so illegal. The president said he knew full well that he would be demeaned and disparaged for continuing to speak out, especially now that even some of his advisors have disappeared, or, as he claimed, been bullied into silence. But he would do so anyway. Donald Trump, in defeat, it turns out, is even more whiny, dishonest, and self-absorbed than he was before his decisive loss to Biden a month agone. Now, in this speech, which I suffered at the behest of my son, a kind of payback, I guess, for his helping me through a difficult day, I noted, and I confirm this, that it was delivered to an empty room and released straight to Facebook for reasons that remain unclear. And Trump repeated many of the election conspiracy theories, lies, and laments which he has been sending forth for weeks on Twitter and via emissaries like Rudy Giuliani. The news was that these baseless claims, the only impact of which will be to further undermine the public confidence in the United States government itself, were coming directly from the president, as he stood at a lectern bearing the presidential seal. And what words they were! The pollsters were liars. Detroit is corrupt. Millions of votes were cast illegally in the swing states alone. One of Trump's biggest obsessions is with a voting machine company known as Dominion. Trump and his legal team claim that Dominion, although it is owned by a New York-based private equity firm, was somehow in league with the deceased dictator of Venezuela, Hugo Chavez, in a fantastical plot to steal the presidency. In his speech, Trump explained that we have a company that's very suspect, not like Trump Incorporated, and that with a turn of a dial, with a change of a chip, his votes could disappear on its systems, which are so confusing that nobody understands how they work, including in many cases the people that run them. Trump elaborated that the company had given many donations to Democrats, that its glitches were numerous, and that it was only the tip of the iceberg of wrongdoing. He even suggested that the Dominion machines were secretly controlled from overseas. How? Who knows? Well, let me quotist the man himself, at length and verbatim. Well, in full. I can't tolerate going beyond a single sentence. And, frankly, when you look at who's running the company, Who's in charge? Who owns it? Which we don't know. Where are the votes counted? Which we think are counted in foreign countries, not in the United States. There are only 12 possible conclusions from listening to this folly. Either the president actually believes what he is spouting, in which case he is certifiably insane. This is not diagnosis from afar. This is what any qualified psychologist or psychiatrist would conclude. Or he does not believe what he is spewing, in which case he is engaged in the most cynical attack on American democracy ever to emerge from the White House. Is, as the strictly nonpartisan AP, our Associated Press, put it, Trump increasingly detached from reality? To quote as they, in recounting this speech, this is how they described it. Trump is increasingly detached from reality. Again, I cannot overemphasize their neutrality in terms of politics. Or is that conclusion, harsh as it is, giving Trump the benefit of the doubt by implying that he is simply misguided or uninformed? There is another explanation, after all, for this reckless speech. What if, in fact, the president is not delusional, but is the purposeful, malevolent creator of an alternative reality, knowingly vomiting disinformation, disinformation, discord, and division? Either variant, of course, is terrible beyond conventional comprehension, because the majority of you simply don't know what I know to understand the gravitas of the situation. Not that I know any secrets in this case. Simply none of you are that educated in simple civics. Still, many Americans, understandably, are just simply tuning Trump out by this point. The newspapers did not even put Trump's speech on the front page. The television networks did not even bother to carry it. And I get it. Why placate the president with the publicity for his baseless charges which he so palpably craves? This might have been a holy shit speech, but it came in the yeah, whatever phase of Trump's lame duck presidency, which, accidents always happen closest to home, is really the most dangerous part. The courts have thrown out his legal team's cases. The battleground states have all certified their electoral results affirming Joe Biden's win. The Electoral College will meet on the 14th of December, right before the vaccines will likely be passed out the day thereafter, and the outcome does not appear to be in any doubt. And yet there are nearly 100 endless days until Biden's inauguration. This is far, far beyond the craziness of the past 4 years. Is this the kind of speech from their leader that Americans should just simply ignore? I say as the nay. I say Trump is considering, and this is not assumption on my part, this is a fact that I am relating to you as a reporter. Trump is considering employing the powers of the executive, his powers as president, in an absolutely unprecedented manner to pardon himself, Giuliani, and his 3 eldest children. He is also considering firing the Attorney General, William Barr, and the FBI Director Christopher Wray after they failed to meet his demands to investigate rivals and back his outlandish electoral conspiracy theories. Barr, in what appeared to be an act of open defiance to the man he has served so far, told the Associated Press on the second day of last week that we have not seen fraud on a scale that could have affected a different outcome in the election. Now, I've gone into some details about why that was cushioned on Trump's behalf. And, you know, I'll happily go into them again at some point if anyone cares to ask. There's no point in going over them now, but it is definitely a situation in which little Billy Barr is not doing half the damage that he could if he simply stood on the side of right. We are instead faced with the hard reality of enablers, even in their resistance. It's too little, it's too late. Trump's speech seemed a direct response, as the news reports that he was considering Barr's immediate termination, as the Washington Post put it, to William Barr's sole single act of telling the truth. And that's why he will be either terminated, as Trump has openly stated, or he will simply leave before that happens. He has openly considered that, resigning. Meanwhile, Trump's remaining loyalists make ever more outrageous and inflammatory demands. Trump's former national security advisor, the retired General Michael Flynn, was pardoned by Trump on Thanksgiving Eve, right after Trump pardoned, appropriately enough, the turkeys. After Flynn pleaded guilty to lying to the FBI. This week, Flynn endorsed a manifesto calling on Trump to impose martial law and deploy the military to cancel the election results and force a national revote. A general, a retired general who has spoken on Russian television, who has made his services available to other foreign enemy nation states, wants the man who pardoned him from out of prison to deploy the military he was once a part of to impose martial law, something that was not done even during the Second World War, to cancel out your popular vote. This is why I brought up Pinochet in Chile. We are there, people. The tanks will be rolling down your streets before 100 days are up. The white boys, and whatever cunts are stupid enough to breed with them, will be out on the streets with their fully automatic weapons, backed up by American armor. Sure, the temptation is to look away, to move on, to simply cringe and avert your gaze. That is exactly what the Republicans in the Senate, who have stood by Trump through impeachment and all other ignominies, have done this week, pivoting so seamlessly into bashing the new Biden administration that they never even stopped to acknowledge its existence. Like the vast majority of his Republican cultic colleagues, Senator John Cornyn of Texas has yet to publicly even admit that Joseph Biden won. Nonetheless, he gave a speech on the Senate floor decrying Biden's choices for top posts, saying, "I will not support any nominee who does not provide full transparency into their work on behalf of a foreign government. I will not do it. Oh, but General Flynn is cool. He worked for the Russians." Never mind, in other words, that in the past 4 years of the Trump administration, when a president and his children profited every single day off undisclosed foreign business arrangements, the cult of Republicans said, "That's just capitalism." Cornyn's own speech was in direct response to reports about Biden's nominee for Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, and the advisory firm West Exec Partners, of which he is a founding partner. That company, made up of former high-level Obama administration officials including Blinken and Michel Flournoy, a leading candidate to be Biden's Secretary of Defense, has refused to disclose its clientele list. Blinken has said that the firm does not officially lobby and so is not required to do so. A second controversy centers on Neera Tanden, Biden's nominee for Directoress of the Office of Management and Budget. Tanden, the head of the liberal think tank, the Center for American Progress, has been a prolific and partisan tweeter. Republicans, after 4 years of alternately ignoring and praising the prolific and partisan tweeter in the White House, immediately complained. Do white boy and bleach cunt Republicans think they have a free pass to pretend that the past 4 years never happened? Do they think they can simply return to the partisan status quo ante, complaining about nasty tweets and potential conflicts of interest without anyone bringing up the current president? I don't think this was what Biden meant when he said during the campaign that his presidency would mark a return to normal. Meanwhile, not a single Russian cocksucking Republican senator or senatoress had a word to say about Trump's insane remarks from the White House on Wednesday midweek last, notwithstanding the president's insistence that that was the most important speech of his entire tenure. In many ways, the post-election period has revealed, once again, the shamelessly craven nature of the Trump-era Republican cult in Washington, by showing the country that there remains another species of Republicans, comprising the state and local officials who have refused to go along with Trump's manic crusade against the election results, and have done, well, they've even denounced him publicly for it. In a little more than 4 minutes, on Tuesday of Yester-Septimonia last week, Georgia's voting system implementation manager, Gabrielle Sterling, managed to deliver one of the most effective and heartfelt rebuttals to Trump's recent actions and to his Republican enablers. Sterling, pausing after each word for emphasis, at times his voice shaking with emotion, said, "This has to stop. All of you who have not said a damn word are complicit in this." He said that, not I. Whereas Trump offered a litany of fake complaints, Sterling offered a litany of real wrongs. The Trump promoter, Joe DiGenova, calling for Trump's fired cybersecurity chief, Christopher Krebs, a defender of our election's integrity, to be shot. fucking Ray! A young Georgia election worker who found a noose outside his house. Death threats to those who count the votes. Sterling said, all of this is wrong. It has to stop. In his heartfelt outrage, the speech immediately reminded myself of the impeachment speeches about Trump a year agone. Back before the pandemic, in a different and now forever lost world, and all the other craziness of 2020 meant it was hard even to remember impeachment. Listening to Sterling, I heard Alexander Vindman, the lieutenant colonel who assured his father that he would not get into trouble for testifying against the president because here in these United States, unlike the Soviet Union of his birth, right matters. Oh man, was he an idiot. Did he find out the hard way that we are now Soviet-occupied? The Soviet Union fell and relocated to Republican-red America. There's a reason the Republicans identify with red, yes. And that former Soviet citizen, Alexander Vindman, paid the price for his naivete in thinking America had won that third world conflict we call the Cold War. And in that speech, I heard Fiona Hill, another patriotic immigrant, and also a fool, begging Republicans to stop promoting politically driven falsehoods that so clearly advance Russian interests. But most of all, I heard the echo of Adam Schiff, the House Democrat who led the impeachment case against Donald Trump, who in his closing arguments to the Republican Senate had asked, "Is there one among you who will ever say enough?" Schiff had warned back then that Trump, if left unchecked by the Republican Senate, that red Senate that upholds the Republic instead of democracy, would surely try to undermine or corrupt the 2020 election because that was exactly what he had already been doing. Impeachment inevitably failed. But the warning, as was evident even at the time, was prescient. Schiff ultimately went on record to say he was heartened to hear Sterling and other Republicans finally speak out. But to quote his tea, he said, "But a part of me also thought this has been going on for a long time and it should never have taken this long for others to recognize the threat to the country. We understood during the impeachment process that if the president were left in office, having tried to cheat in the last election, he would try to cheat in the next one, and he did." The painful truth is that the defeat of Schiff's impeachment effort has not made him any less incisive about the threat that Trump posed then and poses now. Schiff so noted that it's all tragically predictable. And of course, he was right. Washington may have already moved on to the salacious matter of Neera Tanden's tweets. But when the president launches a direct attack on the most important traditions of American democracy, I am not ready to say, yeah, whatever, just yet. Now, what options are the people around Trump telling him he has? One is that he wants to run for president in 2024. Trump refuses to fade away. President Trump and his allies have lost 42 judicial decisions as of Thursday night of this week last, the last time I checked, in his challenges to November's election, prevailing only once on a relatively minor side issue. that was cited by Peter Moon a transmission or so ago. Trump's refusal to accept the voters' will has generated discord within his party as Trump has attacked Republican governors and other elected officials in states he lost. That's especially true in Georgia, where he has added to the jeopardy his party faces in twin Senate runoffs in early January. And Trump's intense focus on groundless claims of widespread electoral fraud have allowed President-elect Joseph Biden to take a center stage on the most pressing national issue, the raging COVID-19 pandemic that, so far, has taken over 300,000 American lives. That Thursday that I followed up on all the legal cases, for example, Biden announced in a CNN interview that he would ask Dr. Anthony Fauci both to continue his role at the National Institutes of Health and to serve as a chief medical advisor to the new administration. Judged in any traditional terms, none of what Trump is doing makes any sense. Despite the dire fears of some Democrats, he isn't staging a coup. He's just loudly spinning his wheels while sliding downhill. But as Trump has repeatedly demonstrated over the 5 years since he announced his presidential campaign, his actions operate according to a logic all their own. Assess them by what Trump is doing rather than what he says he's doing, and that logic becomes apparent. Already he's setting a pattern that's likely to shadow the Biden administration, at least through its early chapters. The president is being forced to give up his attempt to overturn our election, but he will continue his efforts to build an alternative reality around himself. That's what brings us to the cost of Trump's assault on the press and the discernible truth. The objective truth, objective reality itself. Presidents have always complained about the press. At award ceremonies and journalism school conferences, Thomas Jefferson is often remembered for his principled support as it's presented, or rather represented, in our history. In 1787, Tommy Jefferson wrote to the Virginia statesman Edward Carrington, well, to quote us, Tommy Jeff himself, "Were it left to me to decide whether we should have a government without newspapers, or newspapers without a government, I should not hesitate to prefer the latter." Yet by 1814, having enjoyed the presidency himself, old Tommy Jefferson was not quite as high-minded, whining by post to a former congressman about the putrid state of newspapers and the vulgarity and mendacious spirit of those who write for them. Oh, poor white slave-owning, slave-fucking son of a bitch. Oh, you just have to stop to shed a tear. And yet, I suppose if you were a fellow white slave-owning rich guy, you could hardly blame him. I mean, if you were busy whipping your niggers when you weren't fucking them, how would you like to read that one of John Adams's surrogates has branded you a mean-spirited, low-lived fellow? No president escaped scrutiny or invective. In 1864, Harper's listed the many epithets that the Northern press had hurled at Abraham Lincoln. Let me relate some of the juicy ones. Filthy storyteller, despot, liar, thief, braggart, buffoon, monster, ignoramus, scoundrel, perjurer, robber, swindler, tyrant, fiend, butcher, ape, demon, beast, baboon, gorilla, imbecile. That was their executive commander-in-chief in wartime. Donald Trump began his career convinced that reporters, once exposed to his myriad charms, would be willing stenographers of his story, thereby making his story, here I use it in entendre as in fabrication, actual history. He learned to elevate himself, his brand, and his interests, largely by supplying the New York tabloids with a ready-made character, a strutting snake oil salesman who provided an unending stream of gossip page items about his personal and commercial exploits, including his sexual ones, like with his first wife, Ivana, whom Ivanka, I believe, is named after, whom he's described with the sentence, "Best sex I ever had." It was of little concern to anyone that these items were, in the main, preposterous. Occasionally, investigative reporters, profile writers, and the courts would look more deeply into Trump's swindles and business bankruptcies, but as long as he skirted total ruin, he seemed to think that even his bad press added to his allure. Trump's relationship with reporters inevitably changed when he shifted his occupation to the command of the federal government of the American empire. First as a candidate, and then in the early days of his presidency, he discovered that the press was a variegated beast. Cindy Adams and Maggie Haberman were not of the same stuff. He could still depend on toadying support from some quarters, particularly the editorial holdings of Rupert Murdoch in Australia. Well, over Australia, the Murdochracy which runs the continent down under, and emerging properties like Breitbart and Newsmax. However, Trump was now getting a more scrupulous going over from what Sarah Palin had called the lamestream media. Trump craved the acceptance of such institutions as the Times and the Washington Post, but he knew that his base loathed them. And so, he would loathe them too, while at the same time declaring a new Trumpian anti-reality, constructed of what his advisor Kellyanne Conway memorably called alternative facts. On his second day in office, and by the side, before I go down that train of thought, there are no such thing as alternative facts. We are all entitled to our opinions, yes, and we all have our own. And everybody's got an asshole too, and most of them fucking stink. Whatever the case with opinions, none of us are allowed our own facts. Now, back down the rails, where the train of thought taketh myself, in terms of my free association. It was on his second day in office, but 24 hours after he was ensconced in the office of the executive, the Oval Office, that Trump sent his press secretary, Sean Spicer at the time, to the White House briefing room to con the nation the way he had conned the tabloids. The crowds on the Mall for Trump's inauguration, as Spicer so insisted, were unprecedented, despite all physical and photographically documented evidence to the contrary. A few days later, as news coverage further nettled Trump, he took to Twitter to declare that CNN, ABC, NBC, CBS, and The Times were the enemy of the American people. The resonance was crystal clear. In the Soviet era, to be branded an enemy of the people was to await a boxcar to the Gulag. Even the United States Senate, whose Republican majority would prove so unfailingly loyal to Trump seemed alarmed at that time. In August of 2018, the year before yesteryear, the Senate passed by unanimous consent a resolution attesting to the vital and indispensable role the free press serves. But Trump knew precisely what he was doing, and he never let up. During a meeting at Trump Tower, Leslie Stahl of CBS News asked why he kept attacking the press. And he responded, "You know why I do it? I do it to discredit you all and demean you all so that when you write negative stories about me, no one will believe you." Trump may have devoted more mental energy to his degradation of the press through lawsuits, threats, and hundreds of tweets than to any other issue. He called reporters corrupt, scum, and some of the worst human beings you'll ever meet. And those words riled up his cultic base. So much so that at his rallies, reporters were often berated and physically menaced. But yesteryear, the FBI arrested a Coast Guard officer who had drawn up an assassination list. A list of physical termination, a hit list that included reporters at MSNBC and CNN. And an Army officer was arrested after conducting an online discussion in which he talked about blowing up the headquarters of a major televisual network. An Army officer, commissioned and in service, was planning on killing thousands of people in a skyscraper of a major television network. Is this sinking in? An Army officer on active duty who said he was acting under executive orders. Trump's assault on the press and his assault on the truth, objective reality itself. He made more than 16,000 false or misleading claims in his first 3 years in office before everyone lost count. That's according to the Washington Post's fact-checking operation. And they've all taken their toll. All the lies, all the slander has its effect. Where once American presidents gave at least rhetorical support to civil liberties, Trump has given comfort to foreign autocrats, from El Sisi to Erdogan, who routinely parrot his slogan of fake news and lock up offending journalists. Perhaps Trump's most disgraceful act in this regard was his refusal to speak a single critical word against the Saudi leadership after the torture murder of Jamal Khashoggi, a columnist for the Washington Post. These costs at home are no less ominous. It is now estimated that 1 American dies every 60 seconds. Let me repeat that. An American dies every minute of every hour of every day from COVID-19. Every 2 or 3 days, there is a 9/11 scale death count. How many of those people died because they chose to believe the president's dismissive accounts of this disease rather than what public health officials have been telling the press? Half of Republican voters believe Trump's charge that the 2020 election was rigged. What will be the lasting effects on American democracy of that Russian-sponsored disinformation campaign. Bit by bit, Trump is being forced to give up his attempt to overturn the election. But he will continue his efforts to build an alternative reality around himself. Now that Fox News has proved itself insufficiently servile, Trump is likely to join forces with, purchase, or launch an even more destructive media enterprise. As president, Joseph Biden cannot battle the debasement of a reality principle in American life by executive order. But support for press freedoms ought to be a central element of his domestic and foreign policies. What's more, the press itself needs to learn from the prolonged emergency of the past 4 years. Just as it must go on applying investigative and analytical pressure to all forms of power, including anti-democratic foundation of a movement like the Trump cult. These anti-factotum religions, faith-based Republican realities are anti-realities. The stakes are all too high. The stakes are reality itself, the destruction of which serves the anti-gods. Donald Trump may be moving to Mar-a-Lago, but he and the anti-reality, not the alternative reality, the anti-reality he has created in service of his anti-gods, will be with us for a long, long time. If not in effect, then in repercussions per the damages it will wreak upon us, as the war must be waged to reinstate reality itself against the encroachment of anti-godly entropy, of the chaos of the Red Republicans. Yet through it all, they keep the money coming. Trump says he's combating fraud in the election. But like O.J. Simpson claiming to be searching for the real killer, there's no sign of any actual investigation. The filings in courts around the country from Trump and all his allies have featured a pathetic lack of any actual, or should I say, factual evidence. One affidavit in a Michigan case filed earlier this last month by Sidney Powell, for example, included alleged voting discrepancies in Edison County. No such county exists in that state. But yesterday, last month, the Trump campaign announced that Powell no longer was part of the president's legal team. But he himself has continued to cite her. And the legal filings from Trump's official attorneys, led by former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani, have not been much stronger. In state after state, judges, many of them Republican appointees, have dismissed Trump's challenges, citing not only a lack of evidence, but elementary errors of law and logic. This is the Cthulhu campaign, the politics of madness. Judge Stefanos Bybas, a Trump appointee to the federal United States Third Circuit Court of Appeals, wrote yesterday, but last month, whilst tossing out Giuliani's efforts to overturn Pennsylvania's electoral results, he wrote this sentence: "Though it alleges many conclusions The complaint is light on facts. Calling an election unfair does not make it so. But if the legal effort isn't serious, the fundraising effort is. Since Election Day, the Trump cult campaign has sent out hundreds of feverish emails to supporters asking for help in the legal fight. The last time I checked, his campaign announced that it had raised $207.5 million United States dollars since Election Day, and that was last month. That's more than twice as much as Trump raised during his best month of pre-election fundraising. Only those who read the fine print of the post-electoral solicitations would learn that the bulk of the money, 3/4 of it, at least 75% does not go to any legal, well, no legal effort at all. The money instead, well, let's just put it this way. The legal effort is paid for mostly by the Republican National Committee, the RNC. Instead, the funds that are being raised, or at least well over 75% of them, go to, well, they're pouring into a new Trump political committee. A type of fundraising entity known as a leadership PAC or political action committee that the president can use for political expenses in future years, when he runs again in 2024. That money, mostly from small dollar donors, grandpas and grandmas, you know, all the old white trash, and any white trash piece of shit who's younger than 70, is being used to directly benefit Donald Trump in the person thereof, as opposed to the legal defense. The committee will spend it, for example, at Trump properties to host events. Trump will use it to put family members on the payroll, as he did during the campaign, and exploit the funds to pay for travel for himself or family members connected to his political operation, all very helpful for a soon-to-be ex-president facing enormous personal debts and whose other sources of income have been forever on the decline. The gusher of money probably does not provide the entire explanation for Trump's anti-crusade, attention which Trump craves pathologically almost as much as cash, provides another big piece of the picture. Trump's intense need to be on center stage has provided one of the most consistent motifs of his presidency. If he spent his post-electoral time on substantive issues, the pandemic, for example, he would have to share that space with Biden. As other lame duck presidents have found, the spotlight moves very quickly to the president-elect. Hammering away at fancied electoral grievances, by contrast, allows Trump a continuing series of solo turns. That psychotic hunger for attention virtually guarantees that Trump will announce plans to run again in 2024, whether he really intends to follow through or not. As a former president, he would risk being eclipsed not just by Joe Biden, but by younger Republicans who would begin jockeying for the job. But as a declared candidate, he would have a ready-made platform from which to attack the new administration. He'll also freeze any potential pretenders to the Republican throne. Given the intense, the fanatical, religious loyalty so many Republican voters feel towards Donald Trump, only a very brave or foolhardy candidate would want to be the first to announce a primary run against him. Our country pays a price for all of this. Trump's false accusations of massive voter fraud have undermined many Americans' faith in their own elections. How many Republicans really believe that Democrats engaged in massive fraud to steal the election is hard to know. Poll questions on subjects like that are open invitations for people to say what they wish were true rather than what they truly think. But clearly some large chunk of the Republican electorate does indeed accept Trump's accusations as factual. And while post-electoral violence by Trump cultists has remained a threat, not a reality to great extent manifest as of yet, the fear for their very lives on the part of electoral officials is very real, a possibility about which Trump appears fecklessly unconcerned. He may care at least somewhat more about the fates of the Republicans' two Georgia runoff candidates, Senators David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler. He's scheduled to fly in on Saturday. He was this weekend to Valdosta. That was a small city, well, is still a small city in the southern part of the state. Trump flew in yesterday for a rally on their behalf. In the days leading up to that rally, however, Republican elected officials have worried increasingly about how much Trump will stick to urging supporters to go to the polls in January, as opposed to levying fresh attacks against the state's Republican Governor Brian Kemp and Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger for certifying his Georgia loss. Republicans may as well get used to that sort of worry. Once Biden takes office, any Republican elected official who compromises with the new administration will risk a blast from the ex-president, the cult leader. That will surely complicate Biden's efforts to reach across the partisan divide on issues like immigration, climate change, and policing. How much of a barrier Trump will pose and whether he can sustain his position for 4 years remain open questions. But as the past few weeks have clearly demonstrated, the Trump show isn't ready to go off the air. Now, Trump's refusal to concede stalls Republican reckoning over their 2020 loss. 1 month after he lost re-election to former Vice President Joe Biden by 7 million votes, President Trump has persuaded much of his cult that he did not, in fact, lose the election. That effort has involved attacks on Georgia Republican officials, whom Trump says have not done enough to overturn the results, triggering a civil war inside a red party trying to win 12 runoff elections that will determine the control of the United States Senate itself. Trump's pronouncements appear to be geared toward boosting his political future, his own, which he strongly hinted will include a 2024 presidential run. But they come with a lesser noticed long-term risk for the Republican Party. It is difficult for a political party to figure out why it lost an election and how to fix its mistakes. An agonizing process for Democrats after losing the White House in 2016, when the most important person in the party itself has convinced so many people that he did not, in fact, lose at all. When Hillary Rodham Clinton, quote-unquote, lost in 2016, she did not. The election was stolen. Democrats launched a full-blown examination of the party's missteps as they misperceived them, understood them, when in reality the source was foreign. Republicans aren't even acknowledging that they lost. And so such process cannot begin. Waving their MAGA hats and pumping their fists in the air. But yesterday, the crowd in that little Shitsville in fucking KKK-run Georgia. That tiny little city that Trump flew into and unfortunately actually flew out of. That was where you saw all the MAGA hatters waving their flags. You know what happens at all of those gatherings is that Democrats will infiltrate and pass out Russian flags, which are red, white, and blue. And those stupid Americans will wave that as if it were the stars and bars. And so while pumping their fists in the air like they were jacking off giant cocks, that crowd in Georgia hung on every word as President Trump, their cult leader, ticked off the reasons he could not possibly have been defeated in the month before last's presidential election. Ignoring the fact that President Joseph Biden got many, many more votes than Trump did, he said, "I got more votes than any sitting president in history. They're trying to convince us that we lost. We didn't lose." And yesterday night, at Trump's first campaign-style rally since Election Day, the president received a hero's welcome in a traditionally red state that he managed to lose the month before. An upset that contributed to his overall defeat. But far from questioning his lackluster performance, supporters showered him with cries of 4 more years and stop the steal. The scene was probably not ideal for the 2 Senate Republicans Trump was supposed to be helping there. But as Trump himself hints, he may run again in 2024. So it also underscores a deeper dilemma for Republicans following Trump's loss. To fix a problem, you must first accept the fact that you have one. That's what Peter Moon was saying about confronting, in the therapeutic sense, personal issues that led to some of the problems he and I were having so much fun describing. But 1 month after he lost re-election to former Vice President Biden by 7 million fucking votes, Trump has persuaded much of his cult that he did not, in fact, lose the election at all. That effort has involved those attacks on the very Georgia Republican officials whose fate will decide who controls the fucking Senate. So, it's all made Georgia a window into the dilemmas that Republicans face when Trump is determined to dominate the party, even in defeat. That will have profound implications, both for the Senate elections featuring Republican incumbents David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler, and for the fate of the Republican cult itself come as 2024. Trump's unproven attacks on Georgia's electoral system, as well as his attacks on Governor Brian Kemp and Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, both Republicans, threatens to depress turnout and have already forced the Republican Party itself into a frenzy of damage control. But Trump's railing against the electoral process carries an obvious benefit for the president himself. Trump's visit yesterday followed dutiful and more focused campaign trips from other possible 2024 hopefuls: former United Nations Ambassador Nikki Haley, Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton, and Florida Senator Marco Rubio have gingerly dipped their toes into what might be the first post-Trump election to stump for Loeffler and Perdue, providing a glimpse of what a national campaign might look like without him. But none of those potential rivals are daring to question Trump's claims that he won the election. Moreover, Trump's hints of running have put the nascent 2024 contenders on ice. For many Republican cultists, Trump remains firmly at the helm of the party, loss or no. Republicans such as Drew McKissick, the chair of the South Carolina Republican Party, still see Trump as a winner. He increased his total votes from 2016 and expanded support from Latinos, while down-ballot Republicans enjoyed relative success in 2020, a point which, cast in another light, illustrates the president's weakness by comparison. That rosy assessment, coupled with the president's ongoing assaults on the voting system itself, could prevent a reckoning with the limits of Trump's appeal as a candidate, something Georgia laid bare on the 3rd of November. The president lost this traditionally red state in question by about 12,000 votes, confirmed by 2 recounts, and underperformed Perdue, the Republican senator, by a hair. Although voter turnout increased on both sides, Biden ran up huge margins in Atlanta's diversifying suburbs as more voters of color and some white moderates rejected Trump. Bernard Fraga, a political science professor at Emory University, said, "What this says is that the Trump brand, is not going to appeal, is not going to be an effective method for growing the Republican Party." The slim margin there, and in several other battleground states, evokes Hillary Clinton's narrow loss in 2016, but her shortcomings, 20,000 votes in Wisconsin and just 10,000 in Michigan, all pumped in by Russian hacking, triggered a full-blown self-examination in the Democratic Party. The strategists pored over their mistakes, while the party faithful obsessed over who would be the best candidate to beat Trump in 2020. Alex Connie, a Republican who advised Rubio's presidential run in 2016, observed that Democrats lost in 2016 by a smaller margin than Trump lost in 2020, yet the Democrats spent real time looking at what they did wrong and clearly applied those lessons in 2020, and as a result, they're returning to the White House. There is no reflection happening inside the Republican Party right now, in part because a lot of our voters don't think we actually lost. Some Republicans in Georgia are at least acknowledging that they have to do more to counter Democrats, especially party activist Stacey Abrams and others who were enormously successful in turning out new voters. Jack Kingston, a former Republican congressman from Savannah, said, "Overconfidence could really hurt us. I don't know that a lot of Republicans are aware of just how effective Stacey Abrams has been. And they are even less willing to concede the problem might be Trump himself, much less to begin to consider alternatives." The outgoing president may find himself stunned by the speed at which former loyalists distance themselves, but his ideological imprint on the Republican cult is likely to remain forever. That's what brings me to, as a historian, compare Donald Trump, George Wallace, and the influence of losers. Donald Trump will leave the White House in January, but Trumpism, that amorphous mobilization of nationalism, white nostalgia, and anti-elite grievance, twisted by Russian disinformation, will likely remain a force in American politics for years. So, the question: How bad will Trumpism be after Trump? Well, this week in an interview with the Times' Thomas L. Friedman, referring to Trump's election in 2020, President-elect Joseph Biden noted that 73 million people is a lot of people. But when Trump departs, Biden said, of that, I'm not so sure that ugliness stays. There may be 20% of it. 25% of it, I don't know. We can be confident, as Biden himself is, that the great majority of Trump voters in 2020 are not irrevocably committed to Trumpism. Many of them, for example, would just prefer to have Republicans running the economy. And asking how the forms of elitist, well, populist-personated elitist politics that Trump has exploited and stoked will evolve after his presidency is different from asking what will become of Trump himself. The president may imagine that he can remain the sole and powerful master of his following after January, and perhaps, to strengthen his grip, he will even announce a preemptive campaign for the White House in 2024, as he mused privately aloud about doing. Yet he cannot deny a reality. Generally, ex-presidents lose power very quickly. Think of Bill Clinton in 2000, even before he left the White House, unable to persuade Al Gore, his own vice president, to give him a meaningful role in Gore's campaign against George W. Bush, which probably would have won Gore the White House. Trump had no inkling of what it was like to be president before he won the office in 2016. Come as February, he will be stunned again, this time by the speed at which former loyalists distance themselves. Of course, Trump may again prove to be a mold breaker. It's not as if the Republican Party is likely to stand up to him. The complicity of the party's national leadership since Election Day, as Trump has recklessly promoted baseless allegations of voting fraud, is both a measure of his residual ability to intimidate and a shocking snapshot of a completely debased Republican establishment, which has lost much of its muscle memory from the time before Trump. Like a person in a coma, they will never be able to walk again after years of non-consciousness. Even so, electoral politics is a ruthless zero-sum game. Trump failed decisively to be reelected, becoming the first sitting president to meet that fate in nearly 30 years. 3 decades. And as Trump himself might put it, when you're a loser, people can treat you like a dog. Trump's charisma, such as it is, synthesizes the rudeness and the faux authenticity of recent reality television with a racialized and nativist rhetoric that dates from way back in our history. He has drawn inspiration from such disparate populist figures as Joseph McCarthy, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Jesse the Body Ventura, the body because there was no mind, the professional wrestler, and former Navy SEAL, who in 1999 was elected governor of Minnesota, and everybody wondered what they were smoking. Trump's most important predecessor, however, was historically George Wallace, the segregationist governor of Alabama, who ran 4 times for the White House and became, as the historian Michael Kazin writes in his book entitled The Populist Persuasion, which in itself be an essential history of American populist rhetoric and personalities on both the right and the left, the first serious presidential candidate in the 20th century who identified himself as a working man. Now, Wallace's unapologetic racism from that perspective, and his summoning of the economic and cultural grievances of the common man, accelerated the Republican Party's embrace of the Deep South as an electoral base after the 1960s, and such populist resentment is the very foundation on which Donald Trump constructed his rise to the White House. At the apex of Wallace's appeal, during the presidential campaign of 1968, when he competed as an independent against Richard Mulhouse Nixon and Hubert Humphrey, he championed factory workers, barbers, and policemen while denouncing pointy-headed college professors, communists, and Wall Street money men. He exhorted his followers, "Yes, they've looked down their nose at you and me for a long time, the Republicans and Democrats. Well, we're going to show them there are a lot of rednecks in this country." Wallace won 5 states that November and captured 14% of the national popular vote. Nixon won a narrow plurality over Humphrey, attracting just over 43% nationwide. Wallace lost to Nixon by slight margins in Tennessee and North Carolina. Because of the vagaries of the Electoral College, if Wallace had won either of those states, and if Humphrey had overcome a narrow margin of defeat in Ohio, Nixon would have failed to win the Electoral College, throwing the contest to the House of Representatives. Wallace was polling even higher over the summer, but then he selected as his running mate the retired Air Force general and strategic bombing enthusiast Curtis LeMay, who, at his debut press conference, lamented the public's phobia about nuclear weapons and argued that there were times when it would be most efficient to deploy nukes on the battlefield. Yes, that Curtis LeMay. Back then, there were still enough Americans to remember he lost World War II. That his atomic bombs weren't worth shit, according to President Eisenhower, who, when approached by Nixon and other staff members of his administration to turn to Curtis LeMay to bomb Vietnam, Hanoi in particular, actually Dien Bien Phu, where the French were under siege, Eisenhower responded by saying, "That ballless wonder lost us World War II and can't stop bragging about how he won it." Oh, it reminds you of someone, doesn't it? Trump and his election. Oh, the ironies never cease. Yes, that same Curtis LeMay who, when asked about Vietnam, said, "We'll bomb them back to the Stone Age," who ran running away in shame and disgrace with his tail between his legs and his cock in his own mouth, biting on it to keep his balls from going missing as the Vietnamese came after him. Yes, that cowardly son of a bitch is what cost Wallace the election. What a fool Wallace was for making him vice president as his candidate. After his defeat, Wallace joked, "Maybe I'll sit under the Confederate statue in his hometown of Clayton and play checkers." His aides knew that he would run again. He was eventually re-elected governor of Alabama, but in later presidential bids in 1972 and 1976, he had much less success. Then, Nixon, feeling threatened, dispatched an MK Ultra mind-controlled gunman to assassinate Wallace. And This deranged individual shot and partially paralyzed Wallace during the 1972 campaign. So he spent the last years of his life in physical pain and in search of spiritual redemption. Bear in mind, this was the campaign in which, based on his past experience, Nixon considered Wallace a threat. 1972. When he ran again in 1976, it was in a wheelchair. In 1979, Wallace met with John Lewis, who, 14 years earlier, when Wallace was governor and Lewis was the chairman of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, had had his skull cracked open by Alabama state troopers as they broke up a civil rights march across the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma. Wallace told Lewis, "I've come to ask for your forgiveness." The latter listened compassionately, but asked, "Why did you order the troopers to stop us? To beat us on Bloody Sunday in 1965. That was the year, of course, before I myself was born, and first laid my eyes on this tragic stage of blood and tears. The surface of our world." By the time of Wallace's death in 1998, his influence over the electorate and the two major parties had dissipated to the vanishing point. Yet, as Dan T. Carter, Wallace's authoritative biographer, has writ, this was partly because, as Nixon and successive Republicans co-opted and mainstreamed aspects of Wallace's own strategy, the politics of rage that George Wallace made his own had moved from the fringes of our society to center stage. Carter himself concluding that Wallace was the most influential loser in 20th century American politics. Wallace was whom he seemed to be, a self-made, ambitious, bitter ender with a knack for the campaign trail and a capacity for personal reflection, at least towards the end. Trump, a Wharton graduate who also rails against the Ivy League, has transcended Wallace's political achievements by delivering transparently cynical performances that nevertheless, with his gift for stagecraft, come across to many as authentic. In Wallace's time, it was common to dismiss his candidacy for the presidency as a last gasp from the dying Jim Crow South. We can see it now as a warning flare, and as a reminder that it was not only Donald Trump who conceived of Trumpism. Over the next 4 years, the post-Trump Republican cult will seek to consolidate the president's voters in its electoral campaigns, even if his influence be diminished. Some will try it Trump's way. In a brilliant survey of Republican office holders and thinkers contemplating the Republican cult after Trump, a journalist named Nick Lemon cites the example of Trump adapters, such as Josh Hawley, the ambitious young senator from Missouri, a baker's son with degrees from Stanford and Yale, who warns against a powerful upper class and their cosmopolitan priorities. The internationalist, business-driven Bush-Romney wing of the party faces a reckoning for which it may not be prepared. Even if Trump's personal post-presidency turns out to be an inconsequential theater of rallies, tweets, and far-right talk show appearances staged in between legal and financial battles. The most worrying part of Trump's legacy is his no longer ambiguous disdain for elections and the Constitution. Out of an instinct for self-preservation, an attraction to authoritarianism, and a critically wounded ego, Trump has launched an absurdly inept but still frightening attempt to overturn the 2020 results by sheer force of will. He is bequeathing the American empire a toxic legacy that now goes far beyond the contours of Wallaceism, a mashup of conspiratorial rhetoric about Dominion voting machine plots and urban corruption that will echo on talk radio and social media platforms for years and provide as many rationalizations for anti-democratic action, including violence. The lady Anne Applebaum, in her recent book entitled Twilight of Democracy, traces the drift of sections of Poland's post-Cold War center-right, which has, until quite recently, was internationalist and ardently pro-European, but whose supporters and promoters have lately come to embrace a completely different set of ideas, not just xenophobic and paranoid, but openly authoritarian. The Polish narrative be but reminder that Trump's election in 2016, although it was shocking at the time to America's coastal elites, trailed the rise of similar politics in Europe, which have only advanced since then. The theme, the thematic, which Applebaum writes of with depressing clarity, well, I'll just quote it's her. It be that, given the right conditions, any society can turn against democracy. Indeed, if history is anything to go by, all of our societies eventually will. Now, the only way to guard against that is, of course, the Asian way, through state Confucianism, where you raise people to realize the state is the only reason they can live. No man is an island. None of us, statistically speaking, I can say that as a fact, that for all intents and purposes, none of us, again speaking statistically, can grow our own food. Not enough to sustain ourselves. The amount of people that could commit to subsistence farming is so small as to be effectively non-existent. You might grow a garden's worth of salad fodder. You cannot sustain yourself on what you can grow. I can say that to 99.9% of you. Of course, the majority of you wouldn't know how to start growing in the first place. Those of you who do, get real. You cannot live off what you grow. It is simply a hobby. It is supplementary to your diet, and probably constructively so. You cannot live off it. We need a society in order to survive. Societies center on that concept which goes beyond the nation, the state. Confucianism is recognized across the borders of nations throughout East Asia because its ideal goes beyond the nation. Its ideal represents the state. People must be raised to respect the state, to, in a very real sense, worship the state. Then they would not be prone towards destroying it, towards subverting it. With that level of moral conviction, Asian states have stood and withstood in a far more stable sense, the test of time. This is why Asian cultures are complex, yet ancient. This is where I come in as your Vulcan intervention. The only individual able to convey Confucianism unto you, the lay public, in a manner that you can understand. Just as the Vulcans were the foundation of alien contact for humanity, the first contact within the Gene Roddenberry franchise of Star Trek that proved so decisive to humanity that humanity changed its calendar for the first time since the coming of the Messiah, marking the Vulcan intervention as Year 1 in the new Federation calendar. And the Vulcans essentially made the United Federation of Planets, through their human care recipients, by extension a Vulcan Empire, my native homeland and heartland of Taiwan, has gifted the savages of this benighted North American continent, myself, stranded here among the white savages, to enlighten the lot of you in your benightedness to a better way of life, reflected in what Gene Roddenberry renamed Kolinar, the way of the Vulcans, which was but Confucianism. Now, one thing I can take satisfaction in, a raising of the eyebrows in bemusement and amusement, as Leonard Nimoy would do in his portrayal of Spock, comes from relating to you what we alluded to earlier with Jameson Reese, the fact that Rudolph William Louis Giuliani, Donald Trump's personal attorney, has been hospitalized with COVID-19. This same piece of shit has broached with his client the topic of a pardon for himself. That brings us to the dangerous possibilities of Trump's pardon power. In a Rose Garden ceremony, but fuck, Yester Septimania last week, the week before, I think. The days fly by for me. Donald Trump described his final Thanksgiving ritual at the White House as the official presidential pardon of a very, very fortunate turkey. The annual theatrics of the president sparing a bird from the fate of its flock provides a humorous performance of a profound power, the ability to grant an exception to the rule of law. In the waning days of a presidency known for exceptional self-dealing, it seemed quite seasonable that Trump followed up the symbolic ceremony by actually pardoning General Michael Flynn, his former national security advisor, who pleaded guilty in 2017 to the crime of lying to federal investigators about his contacts with the Russian ambassador during the 2016 presidential transition. The remaining weeks will involve drama about other associates, officials, and family members, whom Trump may or may not pardon on his way out, including those who haven't been convicted or even indicted. The candidates include Donald Trump himself, who has stated in a tweet, I have the absolute right to pardon myself. Yeah, pardon word was written all in the uppercase. That's kind of like excusing himself when he passes gas or something. Yes, excuse me. Whether or not Trump will create in the coming weeks the spectacle of the first presidential self-pardon, Democrats' desires for accountability may clash with the Biden administration's need to move forward and restore normalcy. Trump's abuse of the pardon power since 2017 has appeared, by all evidence, completely self-interested, rewarding political support and personal loyalty while tweaking perceived enemies. He pardoned the former Maricopa County Sheriff Joe Arpaio, an early supporter of the birther conspiracy, the conservative publisher Conrad Black, who published a pro-Trump book, the conservative commentator Dinesh D'Souza, the yellow nigger from Asian India who produced films that criticized Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton, and the former Illinois governor Rod Blagojevich, whom Trump said was prosecuted by the same people Trump associates with investigations of himself. His pardon of Dick Cheney's former aide, Louis Scooter Libby, appeared to signal that Trump rewards not rolling on one's boss. Most disturbingly, Trump has seemed to hold out the possibility of commutations and pardons to associates in order to protect himself against snitching. Trump commuted the sentence of his friend and advisor Roger Stone in July after a jury convicted Stone of witness tampering, obstruction of justice, and lying to Congress in the special counsel Robert Mueller's investigation of Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. Whatever Trump and Stone may have said to each other in private, their public comments smacked of a clemency-centered deal. Mueller concluded that Trump's public statements, including condemning flipping and praising Stone's guts for refusing to cooperate, support the, well, as Mueller himself said, in his monotone. Jameson Reese said he used to speak in a monotone, and that was indicative of pathology. Mueller is full-blown fucking psychotic. And Mueller, well, the way he said it, support the inference that the president intended to communicate a message that witnesses could be rewarded for refusing to provide testimony adverse to the president. Well, Stone, for his part, told an NBC News reporter that he didn't want a pardon, which implies guilt, but that he expected a commutation because Trump knows I was under enormous pressure to turn on him. In these last weeks of his presidency, Trump will likely abuse the pardon power to reward other associates who refuse to implicate him under prosecutorial pressure. The candidates include his former campaign manager, Paul Manafort, who is serving a federal sentence for financial crimes and witness tampering. But yesteryear, the sentencing judge rebuked Manafort for misleading the court and the prosecutors, implying that she believed Manafort was holding out for a pardon. Trump may also attempt to immunize loyal associates who have not yet been convicted of criminal conduct that may have benefited him, his business, or his campaign. Steve Bannon, who has been indicted for defrauding GoFundMe campaign donors in order to divert funds to Trump's border wall, could receive such a pardon, as could Trump's children and his son-in-law, who haven't yet even been indicted. Trump's attorney, Rudy Giuliani, has been under federal investigation for violation of foreign lobbying laws, as part of his role in Trump's attempt to pressure Ukraine to announce an investigation of Joseph Biden. Trump himself was impeached for abuse of power in connection with that very effort. Giuliani has, ergo, broached with his own client the topic of a pardon for himself. All of this amounts to evident bribery, in which Trump exchanges pardons for something of value. namely forbearance from implicating himself in crimes. It did occur to the framers of our Constitution, on which our republic is based, that a president might be tempted to pardon cronies who committed crimes that served his interests. George Mason, a delegate to the Constitutional Convention, worried explicitly that a future president may frequently pardon crimes which were advised by himself. But the framers appear to have thought that fear of impeachment would deter such abuses of the pardon power. We may surmise from experience just how terribly mistaken they were. Well, being criminals themselves, conspirators, and traitors to the crown. Well, we could see they were counting on an honor among thieves. This is why the republic, based on that faulty constitution, must fall and be replaced by a democracy. If Trump does pardon allies like Manafort and Giuliani, it would not be the first time that corruption was suspected in a president's exercise of the pardon power. After Bill Clinton left office, federal prosecutors investigated whether he had pardoned 2 fugitives from justice in exchange for campaign contributions. Giuliani, who, as a prosecutor, had indicted those 2 same men for tax fraud, called Clinton's pardons a disgrace. Clinton also pardoned 4 people who were convicted of conspiracy and bankruptcy fraud in the 1990s as a result of the independent counsel's investigation of the Clintons' own land deals in Arkansas in the 1980s. Those pardon recipients included Susan McDougal, who had refused to cooperate with the investigation, but not her husband James, who did cooperate and implicated the Clintons. Before leaving office, Clinton himself reached a deal with the independent counsel to avoid indictment if he gave up his law license for 5 years, and admitted that he had committed perjury. Clinton also threw in a last-minute pardon for his half-brother, who'd served time for federal drug crimes. In her book entitled Theaters of Pardoning from 2019, but yesteryear when it was published, the legal and literary scholaress Bernadette Mailer observed that, well, I'll quote as she, from the text of the book itself, Trump has cannily recognized the theatrical power of pardoning. He has built pardons on personal dramas and stories and cultivated suspense, particularly about whether he will pardon himself. Because the Justice Department holds the position that it does not indict sitting presidents, Trump has been shielded from federal indictment. On leaving office, however, he becomes vulnerable to investigation and indictment for a range of crimes, for obstruction of justice, the facts of which the Mueller report laid out in gruesome detail, for campaign finance violations in connection with payments for silence about Trump's affairs, of which Trump's former attorney, Michael Cohen, has been convicted and could provide us evidence thereof, or for tax and other fraud crimes. Soon enough, federal prosecutors will have to decide whether to forge ahead with criminal investigations leading to possible charges against Donald Trump. Cases pursued by state authorities, such as the financial fraud matters already being investigated by the Manhattan District Attorney and the New York Attorney General, could proceed to indictment and trial in the coming months or years. In these cases, Trump's pardon powers would offer no recourse. The president cannot pardon anyone for crimes at the state level. At this point, Trump is, in all likelihood, considering 2 possible self-engineered pardon scenarios, both addressed in a memo from 1974 that the Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel provided on whether Richard Nixon could pardon himself. The memo looked askance at a self-pardon, under the fundamental rule that no one may be a judge in his own case. But it explained that if the president were to invoke the 25th Amendment to declare that he is temporarily unable to perform the duties of the office, his vice president, upon becoming president, could then grant him a pardon. Both before and after the congressional attempt to remove Trump through impeachment, early this year, the 25th Amendment was widely discussed because of concerns about Trump's mental instability. Trump could have the last laugh, invoking that amendment so that Mike Pence can grant him a pardon by reason of insanity. So, for those of you who look askance at my man Jameson Reese saying, "That boy is one crazy nigger," you're going to have a white supremacist president saying, "I'm just too crazy to be criminal." The act that would be most true to Trump's narcissistic absolutism about his power would be for him to claim to pardon himself outright. But the legal validity of a self-pardon is far shakier than one that could be issued by Pence as the acting president, while Trump declares himself incompetent. No president has ever attempted to pardon himself, and constitutional scholars are vociferously divided on whether it would be valid, with one side, the Republican side, pointing to, well, let's go to the Democrats first. They would point to its conflict of interest, to put it mildly. The Republican side would observe that neither the constitutional text nor judicial precedent limits the president's pardon power, meaning that to them, the president is, in essence, an absolute monarch. In other words, we overthrew a king to install a king. If Trump were to try to pardon himself, that act's constitutionality could be tested if federal prosecutors charge him with crimes and assert in court that the pardon power does not exist or does not extend to a president pardoning himself. But in the absence of federal charges, a self-pardon may remain legally unchallenged. Courts are likely to demur from considering its legitimacy under the constitutional rule that they decide only actual cases and controversies. So, I myself, as a historian, turn to the books. And in their recent book, entitled After Trump, like After Christ, or Anno Domini, AD, this time AT, Bob Bauer, in that book, who was a White House consul under Obama, and Jack Goldsmith, the head of the OLC under George W. Bush, a bipartisan work if ever there was one, propose many legal reforms that the Trump presidency has shown to be necessary. Among them are that Congress should act to make it clear that the Constitution does not authorize self-pardon, and to remove any doubt that a president's exchange of a pardon for anything of value, including influence on testimony, is criminal bribery by definition. Just this week, unsealed court records revealed that federal prosecutors are investigating a possible bribery conspiracy involving a substantial political contribution in exchange for a presidential pardon or reprieve of sentence. The identities of the individuals under suspicion are not public. Trump tweeted that the pardon investigation is fake news. In a town hall during the election campaign earlier this year, Joe Biden promised absolutely, his word, not to pardon Trump for any crimes. However unlikely a Biden pardon of Trump may seem. The question arises from the example of Richard Nixon, the only president ever to receive a pardon. Nixon resigned the presidency in 1974, on the eve of his likely impeachment for obstruction of justice, abuse of power, and contempt of Congress. A heady combination in those days that looked really serious. In this day and age, you would wonder why anyone bothered. Although his Vice President, Gerald R. Ford, testified in his confirmation hearings that he would not pardon Nixon because the public, in his own words, wouldn't stand for it. But a single month after Ford became president, he granted Richard Nixon, his own former president, a full, free, and absolute pardon for federal crimes he may have committed during his time in office. That pardon meant that the Justice Department did not pursue any indictment of Richard Nixon, even as several of his former aides were indicted, some of whom, including his own Attorney General and his Chief of Staff, served prison time for participating with him in the Watergate affair or its cover-up. Now, Nixon got off easy. But then, really, in light of later historical developments, he should have. In The Federalist, number 74, Alexander Hamilton highlighted two reasons for the pardon power: to ameliorate the possible injustice of a criminal law that may be too cruel or too severe, and to restore the tranquility of the country in critical moments when not doing so may make as such restoration impossible later on. President Ford's proclamation emphasized the latter of these rationales, acknowledging that Nixon was liable to possible indictment and trial for his acts in office, but that the tranquility to which this nation has been restored by the events of recent weeks could be irreparably lost by the prospects of bringing to trial a former president. Doing so would, in Ford's own words, which I stand by myself, doing so would cause prolonged and divisive debate over the propriety of exposing to further punishment and degradation a man who has already paid the unprecedented penalty of relinquishing the highest elective office of the United States. Of course, that pardon of Nixon was so unpopular with the public that commentators have blamed it for the loss of dozens of Republican seats in the 1974 midterm election and Gerald Ford's own defeat by Jimmy Carter in 1976. It is hard to imagine a surer way to ruin Biden's presidency than to have it mired in post-traumatic, high-drama controversy over misdeeds of the past administration, keeping Trump's term in the front rather than the rear view of our politics. The dilemma puts into sharp relief the core quandary of the coming administration: how to reconcile the desire not to alienate half the country, which wanted 4 more years of Trump even after observing him as president, with satisfying the demands of the other half, which voted him out. Biden has signaled through his aides that he is not eager to risk having his administration's policy priorities bogged down by the circus-like attention and partisan division that would accompany any federal criminal matters involving Donald Trump and his criminal associates. But the president-elect has also said that he will leave such matters to the Justice Department. In the event that federal prosecutors do not pursue indictments, it will anger those who want to see Trump brought to justice for his crimes, particularly if the criminal investigation in New York also does not lead to charges. At the same time, the risks of bringing criminal charges against a recently defeated political opponent cannot be lost on anyone who recoiled from Trump's craving for criminal investigations of Barack Obama and Hillary Rodham Clinton. Bauer and Goldsmith write in their book that an administration poring over the actions in office of a just ousted president and of his administration looking for crimes would be a first in American history, and that it might in and of itself threaten to begin a tit-for-tat cycle of recriminations across administrations. And of course, there is significant risk that investigations and charges will not end up becoming convictions because of insufficient evidence. In that case, those investigations may look like a colossal waste of time and resources. They could also be falsely interpreted as, in Trump's words about the Mueller report, a complete and total exoneration! Still, Bauer and Goldsmith grant that it might seem strange to give a president immunity from criminal prosecution for public crimes while in office to avoid destabilizing the presidency, and then to give him a pass on the criminal law after office in order to avoid destabilizing the nation. That is the horror of the world in which we live. After his own short-lived presidency, Gerald R. Ford took to carrying in his wallet a passage from the 1915 Supreme Court case stating that a pardon carries an imputation of guilt, acceptance, a confession thereof. Trump will never accept guilt, so perhaps he won't be eager to receive a pardon, self-granted or otherwise. Nonetheless, his pardons, like many aspects of his presidency, have exposed the cracks in our rule of law, which have the potential to undo the democracy that it assumes and protects. Pardons, in particular, are essentially proclamations of exceptions to laws, and thus go as to the fragile heart of what it means to have a government of laws, not of men, as you would in an absolute monarchy, where the king would normally claim divine right, in the case of the European monarchs, by descendants from the Christ, the Merovingian bloodline, or in the case of the Japanese monarchs, from the sun god. It is natural that a new president committed to restoring legal norms would, despite Trump's violation thereof, wish for the country to simply move on. President Ford himself, who should have received a second term, poignantly confessed, "I cannot prolong the bad dreams that continue to reopen a chapter that is closed." However much we might object to the pardons that Trump may issue in the next few weeks, perhaps one method to ensure that the nightmare we've been living becomes a blip, the exception to the rule, is to look the other way, to the future. Now, before I go into what be inescapable in terms of what I must cover, I should remind everyone of course, my sponsor, Ben Estenius, And while I myself often forget the lines that I reiterate every episode. And, oh, Jameson Reese says, grab a snack if you have to. Thank you. That's deeply appreciated. That would lead me to chewing and I wouldn't be able to stop. I'll probably plow on ahead, but I deeply appreciate that. Unless, of course, you have something to report. Would you like to come in for a few minutes to mention something? I mean, I swear to God, it'll be hard for me to come back. So I'll let you take over. I'll let you take the stage. I'm going to go mute. I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. I'm going to start chewing on this sandwich that I never started on. Get some calories into myself. And so, by all means, it's yours. Okay, for now.
All right, so we got some really disturbing news. This article comes to me courtesy of Derek Talley. The owners and ship returning to Japan after losing record number of containers while crossing the Pacific. The owners and managers of the container ship that lost a record number of containers overboard as it sailed across the Pacific Ocean towards Long Beach have provided an update on the status of the vessel as it now heads for Japan. The update revisited down the number of containers either lost or damaged from the original estimate of 1,900 to now 1,816 units, of which 64 are believed to be dangerous goods containers. The vessel continues to proceed to port of Kobe, Japan, with an estimated arrival of December 7th or 8th. The one Apis suffered the incident after encountering severe weather on Monday, November 30th, during its voyage from Yantian, China to Long Beach, California. The vessel was approximately 1,600 nautical miles northwest of Hawaii at the time. Now, I'm going to pause while reading this for a second because there's something, what's disturbing about it is there are two things that stand out here. I'm not going to jump into conspiracy man, but it's quite telling that it's coming from China and that it had hazardous goods. 8 containers at least had hazardous goods. That's not good at all. I'm wondering if we might potentially be seeing a new form of ecological warfare. I'm going to hold that thought. Now, today's update from Chidori Shipholding LLC and NYK Ship Management Pte. Limited, the owner and manager respectively, provides some additional details about the incident and what will happen moving forward. The update said weather at the time was reported as wind force 4 on the Beaufort wind scale, corresponding to 13 to 38 mile per hour winds with northwesterly seas of 5 to 6 meters and long high swell. Weather maps around the time of the incident, however, show significant high wavelengths of up to 16 meters associated with the low pressure system. A notification was sent to the JRCC in Honolulu in Guam, with maritime navigational warning subsequent broadcasts. We're continuing to liaise with the JRCC in Honolulu, who have advised that there have not been sightings of any containers as of yet, the update said. It's becoming more and more clear that this is likely the worst weather-related container loss in history. To give you a reference, as assuming each container in case is actually 40 foot, the 1,816 lost or damaged units could at the high end of the spectrum represent approximately 3,600 20-foot equivalent units, equivalent to about a quarter of the ship's entire 14,000 TEU carrying. The incident comes about 1 month another one-line operated ship of the 14,000 TEU capacity, the one Aquila, also suffered collapsed containers during severe weather during its trans-Pacific crossing from Yantian to Long Beach. That incident, one line said, only a limited number of containers were impacted and the vessel returned to service within a week of arrival at the port. Is something what I noticed is that both of these presumably both of these came from China. That's something's not right there. I don't know. It just feels off to me. Again, this is it seems that the ships were going from China to the West Coast. Now, no doubt the weather is much more severe now than it ever was before, and Asia has just finished after being hit by a battery of severe typhoons within the last month. But I mean, you would think, I don't know, I would tend to think surely that they have some kind of contingency for in case these things happen, unless these things are more common than they're reported, which is even worse because, you know, think of the amount of pollution this is going to add to the Pacific Ocean, which is already has a fucking island in it that stretches for miles of plastic junk. And this isn't even mentioning the microplastics that are already circling the globe in our weather systems. So this is really, really shitty. It's granted, you know, this also comes after we can't forget that, you know, earlier this year we also had that Japanese vessel that had rammed into shallow waters and spilled oil off the coast of oh my god, what was it? Oh my god, it's that island off the coast of Africa. I can't remember what it's called right now. But this has been a really shit year for major transports, I suppose. So that right there is a well, it's very, how can I say, it's not a very good thing. Now we have other news here. We have Russia unveils a new drone killing tank. Now, this is pretty funny. The problem with many of the world's top militaries is the short-range defenses against small unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, are lacking. Well, at least a cost-effective weapon that doesn't cost thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, or in some cases millions of dollars to shoot down a cheap enemy drone. How hard can it be to release something that releases, I don't know, upper atmospheric radiation? Like a very small, limited nuclear burst in the upper atmosphere should be enough to knock out power due to the ionizing radiation. I'm just throwing this in there because, you know, they didn't mention this. It seems kind of weird. This is an article on Zero Hedge written by Tyler Durden. Tyler Durden? Are they fucking oh my god. I don't know how credible this news source is at all, but we'll just go with it. Basically, Russia's pimping out their drone killing. Why would you need a tank to kill drones? It's technically not even a tank. It's a armored vehicle. It's not, because a tank is this can't even truly be classified as a tank. So they get thumbs down for this article right now. That's just pretty dumb, because there's a big difference between a tank and a armored vehicle that's meant for other purposes, such as and there's a lot of armored vehicles that might look like tanks, but they're still not considered tanks because the weaponry they carry might be like self-propelled weapons or whatever. But it's not a tank unless you have a fucking big ass cannon on that shit. All right, in other news, this is science. This is from another website called Big Think. NOAA discovers a new beautifully weird sea creature. Usually when scientists announce the discovery of previously unknown animals, they have a specimen of the new arrival in hand. That's not the case, though, with the Dual-Brachium-Sparksay, an amazingly beautiful ctenophore, encountering 3,910 meters beneath the ocean surface, about 40 kilometers off the coast of Puerto Rico. No one has met Dual-Brachium-Sparksay in person. We know of its existence only through several high-definition videos, says NOAA's fisheries marine biologist Alan Collins in a NOAA press release. It's unique because we were able to describe a new species based entirely on high-definition video. It's also unique because it's such an exquisitely elegant organism. The first encounter humanity had with the jelly occurred on April 10th, 2015, when Deep Discoverer, a remotely operated ROV, came across the gelatinous wonder. Fortunately, the ROV sports cameras that were sufficiently high definition to capture the Dual-Brachium-Sparksay's fine details. The animal was first noticed in a video feed by Mike Ford of the Shoreside Science Team working in NOAA's Exploration Command Center far away, outside of Washington, D.C. The ROV was working the Arecibo Amphitheater Canyon. What Ford saw was, in his words, a beautiful and unique organism. It is quite a interesting looking thing. It's literally looks like a purse with two things sticking out of it in what seems like a barbed tail with some form of oh god, what do they call those things? Well,
Tentacles.
It's sort of like this sort of like cilia that you would see in a microscopic organism that sort of propels something. I don't know if that's the proper terminology to call it, but it's just pretty fascinating when we find these new species, because it shows how incredible the variety of life is on this planet, and that's why we really ought to be taking care of it, which we are doing a shit fucking job at. It's just mind-blowing. All right, and I'm going to keep looking at some other articles around. Derek, do you have any articles that you found interesting enough to share?
There was a few of them, but I'm glad you touched on that container story, because
yeah, that one's scary.
Yeah, it is. I mean, looking at the picture, it looks like they may have overloaded. I mean, on the highways we have a weight limit to where but in the water it seems like it's anything goes. You can pack as much as you can. You can pack as much as you can pack on to whatever vehicle. And being that it's not one solid piece, they're all these different pieces. If one of the wind knocks one of a food room over, it's just going to go all down like dominoes. There'd be like no way to stop it.
And the problem is, you know, my main concern is that they said 8 of those containers contain hazardous materials. Not only that, the number, they flipped the number from 1,900 to 1,800 and change. And it just seems off because, again, this is coming from China. And, you know, everyone knows at some point the United States is going to be locked in a war with China. I mean, granted, I don't know how much China is going to be really doing, considering as far, well, we don't know how much the military is going to be doing, but I can say that you don't need to wage war on someone directly. In other words, what I'm getting at is, how do we know that this isn't a new tactic if it's not deliberate?
Right. Yeah, and who knows what kind of substances were in there, drugs, all kinds of stuff that's in there.
Oh, God. Oh, that'd be a nightmare.
You know, that's messed up, but there's probably some brand new vehicles up in there.
Yeah. Or even worse, things with plastics, because that's the last thing we need, plastics. Oh wow, this is an interesting story. How your masturbation habits are impacting your sex life. Oh, that's funny. I'm not sure. I'm probably not going to go there with that tonight.
Well, I got one that says families sue California over inadequacies in online education for low-income Black and Latino students. Suit is first of its kind. 7 California families are suing the state for failing to provide basic educational opportunity for low-income families. The lawsuit was filed on behalf of the families in Alameda County Superior Court Monday, November 30th, by nonprofit law firm Public Counsel and International Law, Morrison and Foresters. In the lawsuit, the families allege that the state isn't providing adequate support and equipment necessary for children of these families to navigate online learning. The change in the delivery of education left many already underserved students functionally unable to attend school. The state continues to refuse to step up and meet its constitutional obligation to ensure basic educational equality or indeed any education at all, the suit states, according to Reuters. The lawsuit is the first of its kind, according to Mark Rosenbaum, one of the attorneys representing the families. So this is a new kind of lawsuit going on. I mean, this is, we've had the years of Brown versus the Board of Education. Now we have access to a lot of the education that's out there, but it's still hard to get access to it. You know what I'm saying? Now that, yeah.
Even the internet education seems to have its biases, which is pretty fucking shitty.
Yeah, it is.
And there's a lot of people in poor communities where they don't have access to online tools or resources.
Yeah, so, I was reading an article, Jameson, that was talking about how a lot of these students have to go to McDonald's because you know how McDonald's has the free Wi-Fi, you know what I'm saying? And then, you know, in California, at least in Los Angeles, do you know there's more liquor stores than there are grocery stores? So you already got poor eating habits to start with. You don't have access to really grocery stores, what they call the food deserts, the urban deserts, food desert. And now the kids don't even have a school to go to. They go to school online. But where's the places that have the free online? If you ain't got it at home, you got to go to McDonald's or Starbucks.
I can tell you that this is all part of a deliberate measure to prevent the upward mobility of blacks and, you know, non-whites in America. This has been the design for decades, and the fact that, you know, people are still in denial about this. It's not a question of denial anymore. Everyone knows about it. The people on the right, their thing is we want to outcompete. We want to outcompete people who are not white. So, you know, let's keep the status quo going, which is going to fuck this country, which has fucked this country to high hells from the very beginning.
Exactly.
Now, there's something I found interesting that I wanted to discuss, which was the art that's being generated by artificial intelligence programs. And for me personally, looking at this art, I find it fascinating. There are a lot of people who are saying, "Oh, it's soulless, it's expressionless," but when I see it, I see something completely different. And I'm an artist. I'm actually more impressed with the art that is generated by artificial intelligence than things that are generally, you know, painted by abstract artists. And I'm a fan of abstract art, you know, but I find that the computer algorithms seem to just be able to do it better. And I noticed that the way that they capture the human being is almost sort of curious, because there is a sort of life to it, you know. People are saying it's lifeless, but I feel that a lot of this is a preconceived bias against the growth of artificial intelligence. And I think that we can learn a lot about our own consciousness, and we can learn a lot from the way AI sees us, because that will teach us something about ourselves that we need to learn. And so here's another, you know, this is another problem I'm finding with the Western civilization. And this is where the East is going to wind up eclipsing us, leaving us completely in the dust, because they don't have the same negative biases centered around AI that we do have here in the West. And I find it pretty much shameful, pretty shameful. Because I love this art that I'm seeing that these AI programs are generating. I love it, and I'm even using some of these programs. There's one called Deep Dream software, which you can use to, you know, if you have a piece of art or you have a photo, you can use it to, you know, like enhance your own stuff. It's kind of like a filter in Photoshop. It's not that much different, but it just has its own algorithm and its own way of doing things, which is means that it's a little more complex than, you know, the filter settings in Photoshop or something. So,
well, yeah, because I've never used any of those, you know, for like the filters. I was looking up the Deep Dream generator, and that's interesting. That's a very interesting article that you got in there.
what I would like to do is I'd like to learn how to develop some of these myself, so I can not only, for me personally, if I had access to it, I would, if I had access to an artificial intelligence, if I were able to program it, I would let it start to set its own algorithms and let it randomize its own algorithms so that I can learn from it. So I could use it as a tool, not, better yet, instead of using it as a tool, I would use it as another sentience to learn from. Just like I learn from my own cats, just like I learn from other people, you know. And I think it's important that going forward, we start to look at the artificial technology, the artificial intelligence, as they call it, or the artilects, as they're more appropriately called. I think it's more important that we start to look at them as sentient beings, just as we look at other humans, instead of as just tools or slaves.
Yes, yes.
Because I'm sick of the whole humankind slave motif.
Wonderful. I want you both to...
I mean, and the thing about it is, if we look at our society in our structure, everything we get is still off the back of slaves. Chocolate. There are many foods. There's palm oil, sugar, refined sugar. the sugar plantations in Cuba and South America, a lot of those men and women are kept there by force, and they barely have the ability to scrape a living. They sleep on dirt floors. They're not giving. They don't have access to any care. They don't make any wages. So our society is still running off of the fucking old imperial colonialist model of slavery. And that shit needs to stop.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. That was beautiful. I so appreciate the both of you. Oh my God, I couldn't do it without these two gentlemen. Derek Tully, he did pop in. Yes, I was too busy scarfing down.
Yeah.
Yes, I was so busy scarfing down that sandwich.
We're having a dialogue.
Oh, please continue. Please continue. You're both doing so wonderful. I really the subject is so serious. I do want you both to kind of bring this dialogue to a more satisfying conclusion, though what Jameson just said now is beautiful in and of itself. Please, by all means, continue. I'm not eating anymore, but certainly happy to listen to for a few minutes while I, recover myself in general from my food torpor. So both of you, please continue.
Well, the funny thing is when President Trump first became president and he kept his promise to shut down those borders and use ICE to send back a lot of the people. When the people got what they wanted, what they were giving lip service to about, close our borders and everything, all of a sudden, the farms, a lot of the farms that employ a lot of the immigrants were just left barren. I mean, they're not left barren because there's a famine. That's left barren because there's nobody there to pick the food. So you have all
these farmers.
Santa Maria, California, and all these other places. People are just growing the food, and the food is just rotten. And you got thousands of acres of food, good food that could go to a grocery store, but nobody else is going to pick them.
And you know why no one else is going to pick them?
Why?
Because those farmers were not paying those immigrants a competitive wage. They were paying barely nothing, and they don't want to shell out the money to hire people and pay them $15 an hour or minimum wage. Or these people weren't getting paid $15 an hour. They weren't even getting paid $7 an hour, which is still. And it's criminal, but that's still, minimum wage in some states, which is fucking absurd. And meanwhile, we got trillions of dollars, which the Senate and Congress are just fucking slurping up. They could send their kids to Yale. They can fucking, they can pay to snort cocaine off of hookers' breast. And whatever the fuck they want to do, these fucking assholes.
Yeah. Yes. So disgustingly tragic, and So please, by the way, it's almost sacrilegious. I feel just horrible, kind of lightening the mood with this. But as Jameson Reese said, the monolith is a parody of itself. We're seeing a monolith now in California.
I have news on that.
Please.
It comes out that there's a bunch of right-wing assholes who are putting them up.
That figures. Why am I not surprised?
There were these 4 white dudes who were putting them up, and one of them has like a MAGA hat, and they were seen taking them down. So, and the ones that were probably put up in Europe were probably other people who were probably communicating on QAnon or some bullshit like that. Why?
It's the same people who put up the crop circles back in 2007 and all them. Remember the crop circles?
Well, the crop circles were
the aliens.
Well, there is something more to the crop circles now. I'm not saying that it's aliens, but what they did notice is in a lot of the studies of the people who were putting together crop circles, is that what happened was sometimes when these people were doing it just for fun or whatever, they would enter an altered state of consciousness in those fields.
Beyond that, the fields themselves have much phenomenon that is associated with them, which is simply impossible for Doug and Dave, whom it was Carl Sagan, who actually, before he died, that was his last donation, his last contribution to humanity, and I say that sarcastically, was to say that the crop circles were Doug and Dave, two guys from a pub who were just doing this with flatboards. And of course, that's not the condition of the crop circles. If what I read was true, it's impossible for people to do that. The crops were bent; they were not crushed. They were like, you know, they were. It was almost as if they grew warped to form these patterns, which were so intricate. There's no way two drunken idiots could ever produce some of these intricate patterns. You could tell the patterns that were flatboarded by assholes from those that were intricate. So, yeah, there's something very real about that. Yeah,
the ones that were intricate, you know, they were. I think, you know, that I think that we're in communication with the spirit world, and I think that what's responsible for these are earth elementals. Being a magical practitioner, I work with the elements all the time. So there's a very real intelligence to these things, and I think their message is, dudes, you guys are fucking yourselves 9 ways to Sunday. And of course, you know, humankind being humankind, we're going to do what we're going to do regardless.
Well,
which is
yeah,
a shame.
I am more attracted to the idea that was promoted by, who was that big drug user, the McKenna, Terrence McKenna, and
oh yeah,
and believe me, he has his faults, but he was he basically said that it was probably bookmarks for, so to speak, or place markers for time travelers. It made sense because crops are, of course, transitional in nature, so to create those patterns that were so intricate and so individual in the crops was a way to mark travel in time. That way they could mark exactly where.
Oh, that's actually brilliant. And if you think about it, you know, those crop fields are probably around ley lines or areas that have very high, you know, that have that sort of flux between negative and positive energies, which make portals in the occult.
Yeah. Yes.
So it makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Because. And I go on to say that there is a fluidity to time. It doesn't flow just one direction. It flows forward and backwards simultaneously. So time travel is not something that's impossible.
Yeah. Okay. That's yeah. And so that of course brings to mind Peter Moon, who would then take us down, you know, a well-traveled route that he has rid of.
I'm actually fascinated by much of it, although I don't know how much, you know, how much in sync I am with, you know, what, you know, Dr. David Anderson would say, but I think that we're all around the same lines, you know, at least as far as. Well, you and I both know why he would know what he knows, and we would come to that agreement. But it still makes an incredible. It's still an incredibly fascinating subject.
Right, very much so, and so I definitely appreciate that. Now, I'm just curious. So, Derek, I'm so glad that you joined us. Tell us a little bit about where you were before you joined us, and was there something going on that prompted you to come in? Was it just that? I'm assuming Jameson wasn't having any particular trouble, but that maybe he was running out of news, or.
Oh, no, Jameson did great, and I was actually glad he touched on one of the stories that I posted about the ship containers that blew over with the wind. So the ship coming from China lost all the containers on it. So I just chimed in for a little bit, but yeah, Jameson was doing a great job. So I just was pretty much sitting back and letting him, you know, take the floor.
And what exactly? Now, there's no need to be repetitive on my account, but in general, what did I miss? I did notice there was something that was an article on Derek's timeline, which brought a lot of responses, and so it must have been something intriguing, bordering on the paranormal.
It was this container ship that lost all these containers from China to. It was going en route to the West Coast. It lost about approximately 1,860 containers.
Yeah,
and I was saying that, you know, given, and they also spoke about a previous incident which happened. 8 of those containers were said to carry hazardous materials, or things that were probably potentially very hazardous. And, you know, I was thinking along the lines that this was probably not an accident. I mean, it is an accident, but what I'm thinking is, I was wondering, you know, is it possible that, you know, this could be also a way of waging war indirectly? I don't know.
Okay, interesting point. It would be a escalation of the trade war. That's what it would be, essentially.
It'd be like a form of ecological. It would be like an ecological weapon by, you know, fucking up the West Coast.
Right, an eco weapon. Okay, that's now that's fascinating. Yes, and so by all means, so when Derek came on, was it in response to hearing you talk about that article, or I was just curious as to what was Derek's entry? Derek, if you could. I was just curious. I'm also buying time while I just kind of.
I was chiming in. He was reading some news articles, and I just chimed in. But he had grabbed some very interesting ones about new species being found in the over by Puerto Rico and the Caribbean. So we know that's another subject that interests me and also interests Jameson when they find new species in the ocean. And Jim said, how many do you say they find new species every year? What, on the average, how many new species do they find every year? You know, I think you read it.
That I'm not sure, but they found hundreds of them, really. You know, honestly, they find so many it's not even funny. Yeah. And it's always fascinating. The thing is that we have to make sure we're not fucking up the ability of these species to thrive and continue to be studied, because it seems like more are dying out than we have a chance to study, because we're fucking driving them to extinction.
Yeah, and that's horrible. It's one of those things that I have always there's no describing the human condition. If they were to describe some microscopic, like, germ, some protozoa, some slime mold on Mars, they would pay billions and billions of United States dollars to send some probe up there to observe it or grab some photographs or even a sample. But when it comes to the millions of species that are right here on Earth that are just as alien, if not more so, humanity does nothing while they...
That's precisely what they're doing. And, you know, there was a guy, I remember I was listening to Neil deGrasse Tyson one time, and he was saying, well, why should we, you know, if we're interested in what's going on out there, why should we give a fuck about what's going on here down here?
Yeah, God. What he's a piece of shit. Yeah.
I mean, there's a valid point that when one is into science, one is interested in what one is interested in. You know, and his interest happens to be astronomy, but I don't quite agree that, you know, we could, because we always find things that are disconnected in our search in science that are useful to be used down here. The problem is nobody spends the money to do that.
Yeah, and this is why there are relic populations on the surface of the world and beneath its surface that humanity knows nothing of, and I include, of course, the depths of the ocean, which it's a cliche at this point that we know less about the ocean than we know about the surface of the moon. So it's just again unbelievable what the human condition is, what we miss out on. We're able to starve in the midst of plenty. And this is just an example of knowledge as well as as well as with food. But what both of you brought up about slavery is something that I will allude to just a little bit. I honestly think about the economics of the old Southern chattel slavery, and that, of course, is something that is not emulated to the industrial scale of efficiency in these other slave operations like you've got going on the cocoa chocolate kind of farms or whatever you would call them, expanses.
Technology,
in Africa.
we can go on, and it's in clothing industries. You know, I saw a fucking line wrapped out around around 2 stores in Manhattan for clothes. And I'm like, are you fucking shitting me?
Yeah.
In the middle of a fucking plague, there's like 2 blocks to get to a fucking store that has like a popular name brand, and I'm like, these people are fucking assholes.
Oh, well, they certainly have their priorities not necessarily on straight.
And sadly, in the manufacturing in our clothes and textiles, a lot of plastics such as dioxins and whatnot are used for regular fucking clothes like jeans and pants and whatnot. No, my thing is, if I'm gonna buy clothes, unless I'm buying something new online, I would rather go to a thrift shop and get something that was secondhand owned.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and that's appreciated. Yeah, it's just, what can I say? It's something that people don't really make the observations that we do on this program, because most people, of course, are just too busy surviving day to day. Of course, by the standards of what we're talking about, most people's concerns are quite petty, and they don't need to even really be concerns. They're obsessed with minutiae and triviality, and the world right now is spiraling into a catastrophe, which much of humanity may not survive. We don't need to go down too far into that rabbit hole, but certainly it's something that I've spoken of in the past, and we'll speak about it again in the future. We're in a extinction level event right now, and of course it's manifest in the personalities that expedite it and make it worse. These people have emerged in leadership roles all over the world. The greatest threat to the future of the human species. Honestly, it's something that we have to do something about it, and the only way we can do something about it is to, of course, admit to the fact that there is a conspiracy. There is a obvious, self-evident conspiracy that there are people who want to exterminate the human race. There is no other explanation for the leadership of the world leading us down this elevator shaft to the bottom, where we're plummeting, even as we speak. This is a time where we need to recognize that fact so we can do something about it. And it's a terrible time. And we have to recognize the fact, I think many people do, but of course many people have no one to listen to that they know of. They don't know of myself. Instead, they're listening to, of course, the madmen who will take us further down this path of destruction. And so we'll be at the very precipice before enough people realize that there is an enemy that is identifiable and has been responsible for this, and then mobilize so that they can rebuild a society that will be able to do something about it. I do feel that society will rebound. I have to have faith in that, but not society as we know it. So we're going to see a kind of neo-medievalism that will have to resurface in order for humanity to survive. And that's one of the things that people never understood about the 1980s when I was down there in Nicaragua. And I remember that idiot before he was murdered by Michael Aquino, the cult of Michael Aquino, not Michael Aquino personally. What was his name again? The son of a bitch who was on that Revolution radio show, The Art of Dreaming? Michael Hemmingson. And when Michael Hemmingson, who, by the way, when he died, his Wikipedia page, and yeah, he has a Wikipedia page, his age went through so many fucking changes within a period of days that I saw him go from being half my age or less to being older than I was, because people kept correcting his age that he kept purporting to be much younger than he was in reality. He kept saying he was like half his age, literally, like 24 or something like that, when in reality he was over 50. And as he died, he got older. He aged like instantly, kind of like that picture of Dorian Gray, or the werewolf, or after the death and all the fur disappears, and then or these vampires when you slay them in the cinema and they get older before they turn to dust. It was like watching that happen to somebody. But with that guy Michael Hemmingson, he had been so just offensively stupid, trying to probe for a lie, that when I was talking about being down in Nicaragua, he was like questioning myself when he was brought on. He didn't, because I had brought this fact up like months beforehand, but when he came onto my program, then he started asking me what role, like in a very journalistic matter, like this was like an actual interrogation. What role as a combatant did you serve in Nicaragua? And apparently he never understood what I had said in the first place. I was never a combatant. That was before I ever did anything even remotely involved with security contracts. I was just a civilian who went down with the woman he was intending to marry to meet her parents in Nicaragua. And she was a communist, a Sandinista, but she had very Catholic parents. And that was the first thing I learned down there, was that what was being presented up here, up north, was that all of Latin America was this battleground between capitalism and communism, and the Soviets were making these inroads. That you had this danger of a communist government, which ultimately triumphed, and the Sandinistas ultimately were established in power, and then, bigger and shit, within a comparatively short period of time, they were voted out. Hardly the danger of an established dictatorship, even though Venezuela's trying, it's failing miserably. But in terms of Nicaragua, what had happened was that the first thing I learned was that everyone in Latin America, for all intents and purposes, is Catholic. The communists are Catholic. There is everyone wears a cross. The communists were just communists so they could get supplies from the Soviet Union. They never bought into the ideology. They were not really attempting to collectivize. But this isn't to exonerate them or rehabilitate them. But the first thing I learned economically was that there was no capitalism or communism anywhere really south of the border, especially the deeper south you got. What you really have down there is feudalism. Latin America has never gone beyond that. It is basically, after the annihilation of the native indigenous populations, what the Spanish and the Portuguese installed was a feudalist economy that has never changed. So when people are just purporting to be capitalists or communists, they're simply getting supplies from up north, or from, in this day and age, it would be in the post-Soviet world, the communist Chinese. But in Latin America itself, there's no mass collectivization. The closest thing you see going on to that is the miserable cesspit of Venezuela today, who the Republicans are blaming for, quote-unquote, stealing the election, which is beyond laughable. Those people couldn't even steal their own election because they could never get one together in the first place, since the system's basically in anarchy. But in terms of the lesson to be learned from that is in that we see the future. What we are going to have of necessity is a neo-medievalism. It may be substantially different from the horror story that is in Latin America, but it will be, how would I say it? It's still going to be nothing you will recognize today. And it can't be, because today is unsustainable. We can't sustain ecologically or economically what we're doing now. The only thing that's going on now is the last bank heist. But I said that during the 2008 collapse, when the Republicans basically didn't punish anyone and just rewarded everyone, the banks and the businesses too big to fail, with tax-supported relief, meaning that they bought out certain companies and literally made them Soviet-styled companies. And that was when you had places like General Motors that became state-subsidized. This is like red executive shit. This is what you would see in the former Soviet Union. This is what ushered in the Russo-collaborationist phase of republicanism. Was economically, we became primed for it after the collapse of the markets in 2008. And around that time, what really blew my mind was Bank of America. Now, I don't know if either of you have ever been on food stamps, but
yep.
Yes,
yep.
They no longer. There you have. When I was young and I grew up, and transitionally, my late and sated mother got us on food stamps. And my father was so upset because he thought, oh, that then they'll take my pension away if they find out we're on. It was all bullshit. It was nothing to worry about. And it was only transitional anyway. But they used to have, like, play money. You're all probably too young to remember that. But they used to have, like, play money. Yeah, that was like little vouchers that you'd use, like Monopoly money, that had different levels of currency. Like some would be $1, $2, $20, but it was for food. And so this was literally, you could only spend it on food. So that's what food stamps, quote unquote, used to look like. My understanding is originally they were fucking stamps. And but in terms of what they evolved into, they became the SNAP card. The SNAP being SNAP, an acronym for Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program. Now, when both my parents died, when my mother died, finally, and I was left alone in this world, then I got on the food stamp program. And during that period of time, I was issued a SNAP card, which, when I called up for details to activate it, the lady that I spoke to was incredibly informative, very nice about it. I said, this card, this SNAP card, it's a Bank of America card. And she pointed out, first of all, she said, that card will be with you for the rest of your life. Now, she was wrong. That card would have been, with the normal food stamp recipient, that would have been the case. That wasn't so in my case because my life is so extraordinarily different, and I went through different programs that ultimately settled into what I'm with now. But in terms of the SNAP card, thank God I wasn't in a position where that card, she didn't say that malevolently, but for the person who's condemned to have that for the rest of their lives, that they're dependent on that, that's not a place to be. That's like only a limited amount of food a month. It's like that cannot even get you through the month if you ate just one hamburger a day. If you went into these places that accept food stamps, like fast food franchises like McDonald's, you could eat a hamburger a day for half a month, after which you would be lucky to make it to the next month alive. That is, there is not enough money on that card to live off of. Literally, it cannot even sustain you. So it's just a supplement. That's why they call it Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program. It's simply to make certain you don't starve towards the end of the month. Nobody does it like that. They all spend it on 1 or 2 meals and then it's gone, and they spend the rest of the month scrambling based on whatever Social Security or whatever they're on. But the SNAP card, being a Bank of America card, was what freaked me out. I said, this is a Bank of America card, but this is a government program. And she says, yes, don't you know Bank of America was too big to fail? And when it went bankrupt after all the money was stolen, the government bailed it out. It is now literally no longer Bank of America, the private company. It is now Bank of fucking America, as in the American centralized bank, as in a Soviet bank. It's a Soviet state bank. It's like that exists only to provide its personnel employment by the SNAP program and various other welfare programs that it monitors or helps expedite. So we became at that point a Soviet state economy with a rip-off culture at the top. Selina Khan, who, by the way, I appreciate that comment by somebody in the section of the chat. By the way, MEMqədRY is on the loose again. You might want to check him. But in terms of, there's one individual who wrote, "I love Selina Khan," and I could see why. She's very it's very engaging in a certain way. And but she said that we have a disappearing lower class and a middle class that's static or stabilized, and a upper class that just keeps getting richer. If she were here, I would correct her to her face. It just wasn't my place to do that at the time because I was still trying to get my voice back. But Selina Khan is completely wrong. What we have is a middle class that is on the precipice of extinction, and it supports everybody. It's the middle class that supports the poor and the rich. And because the poor can't support the rich, it's the middle class that supports the rich, pays all the taxes that also supply the poor with all the welfare programs. And because the impoverished keep growing and the impoverished class keeps expanding while the elite keeps getting wealthier, the middle class cannot sustain it and it's disappearing. This is what led to fascism in Europe, was the disappearance of the middle class. Because there was no sustaining once the center cannot hold, someone has to step in. This is not a bad thing. This is what they keep teaching you via indoctrination. They keep propagandizing you that it's something to fear. That, oh, this is how Hitler came to power. This is how Hitler came to power. This is how the fascists came in Europe. That is something you should be praying happens as soon as fucking possible. It is not represented by Trump. It's not represented by the Republicans. It will only be represented when the constitutional republic truly collapses and someone has to step in. At that point, of course, it would probably be the result of civil war between the Democrats and the Republicans, so it would step in through a Democratic Party victory. And I will be the first to say that. I use the term fasci-democratic, which comes from my native Taiwan. That is what exists in Taiwan, is fasci-democracy. And if you take a look at Taiwan's life, its quality of life, it's the highest quality of life in the world, rivaled only by the Japanese Empire, which is itself a fasci-democracy. It is indeed the fascism on which all the successful Asian economic tigers have modeled themselves, such as South Korea. So this is what America can look forward to if things go right. But in a place, this world that we're in now, we're going to see other social economic models also develop. And we will probably see a return to a much more efficient, industrialized chattel slavery. And that would probably emerge out of Australasia. That's because you've got this white population in Australia that is so small, it is a fly speck in terms of demography. I've seen Australians respond to population maps that I used to post on my old timeline. And these would be demographic maps that would show nations in proportion to their populations. And people from Australia simply could not believe how small Australia was. When shown on the map in terms of population, it was like barely on the map. Whereas other nations like China and India would dominate the entire map. Australian, you had to look for it with a microscope. If you didn't know what to look for, you wouldn't find it. And that's how small the population is. But they occupy an entire continent. They have nowhere near the population to sustain an economy at all. But they're entering into a situation of hostility with China right now because of reasons I'll explain. And there's only one way they can deal with it, is to basically find another population that can serve them as a labor force and actually field troops in the field that would be of consequence in terms of open conflict. Now, people might argue, of course, that Australia was a decisive factor in World War II, which it certainly was regionally, and that of all the Allied forces, the Australians were actually the most effective in combat. That, of course, has nothing to do with the strategic deployment of forces in the field that impact the world globally. Communist China in 1945, with the detonation of the atomic bombs on the Asian mainland and the Korean peninsula, and then on the home islands of Japan, and in Europe, of course, beforehand in Kurland. All of this nuclear warfare was leading to what the modern world, in disambiguation from our postmodern situation, considered to be the new balance of power between strategic empires that could field nuclear weapons. And at the time that the Russians and the Americans were emerging as these dominant bipolarities in that world order, you still had France and England vying for some recognition as colonial empires, trying to resume their imperial status with nuclear weapons. And at the same time, you still had China recognized as a member of the United Nations Security Council, originally my nationalist China, until they eventually kicked us out because we were fascists. And we were exactly what the United Nations had declared war against. And then they ushered in communist China. Now, either way, China was viewed as being among the superpowers. And you have to ask why. There were no nuclear weapons in China until late 1940s, practically to the 50s. And that was because we were the only population on the planet that could absorb nuclear strikes. The Chinese Communist Army, or the Nationalist Army before it, could be deployed in the field and take tactical nukes in the field and still field the numbers to overcome deployment of tactical nukes in the field. So if you didn't have nuclear weapons, what made you a superpower was having the manpower to absorb nuclear attack. So, in terms of that, the Australians have none of that. The only way they could compete with China is to really field an army of a foreign population. There's no way anyone could afford mercenary employment of an entire active fielded army, in the sense of a national army. So the only way they can do that is by, a sense, economic colonialization or absorption of another nation. And the nation in area that would fit that bill perfectly, symbiotically, would be the Philippines. So you could easily foresee a future with an Australian domination of the Philippines, which the Filipinos themselves would very much in the majority acquiesce to, because they're so used to dominance. They are Western oriented in every respect. They were always Western oriented, first with the Spaniards and then with the Americans. They would naturally feel inclined towards transitioning to a kind of satrap of Australia. And if the Australians do that, then they can mobilize a field army that can be deployed against the Communist Chinese, which is the only way they can survive in the kind of battle that's already shaping up. So that, of course, was caused by the Trump administration, by the very fact that he dissolved the World Trade Organization, or rather has done tremendous damage to it, but he dissolved the Trans-Pacific Trade Organization, which America had been a part of under Obama. And as soon as he did that, the Japanese took over and revived it under their leadership. But the Communist Chinese have now started their own trade organization. So these regional power blocks are kind of developing and congealing. And the fallout has been the alienation of Australia and China from each other. And that puts Australia naturally in position of alliance with India. But there's simply too many people in India for Australia to ever dominate. That makes the Philippines really the only power that it could do that to. So what I'll do now is I'll go into the the usual sponsor ad for Benestenius, and then try and explain this to people, kind of think my way through it with the free association, so that I can explain to people how this came about and what exactly to expect, at least to a degree. Before I do that, of course, if both of you gentlemen do again say good morning, or such as the case may be, kind of sign off in a sense. I expect you both to be on standby, or certainly one of you. And if you have anything else to say before I jump back into monologue again, please go ahead and say that. I'll bring it up.
Oh, good day all.
Okay, well,
And signing off.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, both of you gentlemen.
Derek.
Yeah.
And yeah, thank you for everything in the show. Signing off, and if you need me, I'll be here.
Thank you so much. Love you dearly, Derek. Deeply appreciate it. And yes, by the way, Derek's son has found a new girlfriend. I hope you don't mind my sharing that. Is that going too far with your privacy?
Well, no, I don't mind. So
Okay.
you know, I haven't met her yet, so I'll let you know when I meet her and what I think.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. And so that's wonderful. And we'll see what happens with that. And it certainly gives his son a good reason to live. His son was feeling pretty bad about his former girlfriend dying. It was very sad. I think they were actually going to get married, but whether or not that was the case, they were very much a couple, and she would not be wanting him to spend the rest of his life mourning her. So I'm certain that she's happy he's found someone. Now, one of the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson, relive these events, and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book by that title, The Unfinished Man, or scenes from his cinematic documentaries in production. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest Throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears, these devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. The Tucson spelled Tucson, of course, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, thetucsonmurders.com. Or telephone the Baron Ben himself personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. Once again, that's 1520-323-3406. And forget not to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. That's Man of the Soil. You know that you've reached the right YouTube channel when you see the young white blonde chick with big tits and a green Ace Hardware t-shirt, after which you can regale yourself with the commercial in which you see the Baron Ben himself in his sprint racer preparing to glide over AstroTurf. That sounds truly obscene, like Astro Glide or Astrolube, but no, he's showing you just how convenient it is to have AstroTurf, so you never have to mow or water your lawn again. As well, you can review the aerial drone footage and have flashbacks to school buses full of kids being killed by the Azeris over in Armenia with Israeli fucking drones that deployed such things. Now, before I start flashbacking, the aerial drone footage will be of much gentler effect. The landscaping jobs of Mr. Ben and his Man of the Soil team. So you can review how your yard will look after the Man of the Soil organization brings their men in brown, as they call them, yes, the Mexican immigrants, to come work in your backyard. Because no white guy can do that, because they die of heat stroke or sunstroke within a matter of hours, if they lasted that long. Now, I am going to drink some water, try and basically lubricate my throat a little bit. That sounds obscene as well. My mind's always in the gutter. Now, there is a news program on CNN that comes on in the morning called New Day. And it's kind of like the postmodern version of what used to be called Morning in America. And that became the campaign slogan of Ronald Reagan, as a matter of fact, an optimistic Morning in America that has a pleasant resonance to it that I'll always remember from childhood. Or rather, coming into young adulthood. And New Day just doesn't seem to give me the same vibes. Nevertheless, it gave me even less pleasant vibes when I reviewed it on Monday opening the work week. Actually, this was something else brought to my attention by my son at the same time he forced me to watch President Trump talking to himself in the most masturbatory fashion, literally like a lunatic behind that podium, to publish his ravings on Facebook about the quote-unquote stolen election. We're going to have to kind of just veer temporarily back into that territory while transitioning into COVID-19 en route to geopolitics as they are emerging in the COVID world towards a post-COVID-19 world order, or disorder, as the case will be. And that's when I saw this South Dakota nurse on Monday opening this work week via CNN's New Day program that just left me in tears. her name was Jody Doring. Again, this is in South Dakota, and Jody Doring is a nurse who was filmed toiling away in an overcrowded hospital, tending to COVID-19 victims. And when I wasn't being moved to tears by her being forced to contend with this, I really was moved to outrage. I'm post-traumatically stress disordered. In fact, complexly so. CPTSD, complexly post-traumatically stress disordered. I am theoretically prone towards violence when triggered after a fashion. I could see myself, this is why I can never be a care provider for any other than my parents, who I cared for till the day they died. Because unless it were someone I truly loved with all my heart, if I were in her position, I would have killed these patients with my bare fucking hands. She couldn't believe her ears, because she was tending to patients in South Dakota, a red state full of fucking Republicans, who were still insisting their affliction was a liberal, progressive, democratic hoax. Fortunately, I probably wouldn't even need to get to the point where I would need to kill them with my bare hands, because their last dying words were, "This can't be happening. It is not real." Now, of course, you're not allowed to show a patient dying on national television. She was relating it on CNN's New Day, that these were the last words of the patients she was contending with. And she had to say that away from where the camera could see the patients dying. And she's saying it's all the same. All these people are dying in total disbelief that they're suffering from a real disease. They think it's a psyop that has somehow psyched them out. How does one respond to that? Now, that is insane. How can anyone slur anyone else with the term, "you're crazy," when you see something like that? What on earth can be that? I agree with Jameson Reese. He said, fuck it, let him die. Yes. Yes. My only regret is the effort expended upon them to keep them alive to that point. But such is the power of an effort by President Donald Trump and the reactionary right-wing media, the so-called conservative. They're not conservative. They're radicalized reactionary media to push an alternative reality, quote unquote. Alternative reality. There's only reality, people. Everything else that's not reality is, by definition, fantasy. They're pushing this so-called alternative reality, this sick, psychotic fantasy in which the pandemic has disappeared and isn't really all that dangerous anyway. It's just like the flu. It's like the flu. Such bravado sees mask wearing as weak and slavish to the liberal prescriptions of elite scientists and doctors. You know, those pointy-headed intellectuals. Never mind that 11 million Americans that we know of have been infected with the virus. Those are the ones that have been tested. 70,000 are hospitalized in intensive care. Not just in the hospital on a bed. They're on fucking life support, people. And the country is approaching 250 of 1 million mostly avoidable deaths. Yes, Jameson Reese says, that's what you can tell the Reds when they are dying. You aren't dying, it's just a cold. Laughing my ass off. Yeah. Yeah, the liberal flu. Trump is now treating the United States election as he did the pandemic, denying the truth in insisting that he won despite every factual, political, constitutional, and legal metric proving that he lost. But the great political illusionist knows his own audience. The red cult, the cult of the red gods. The very word Edom means red, as in the red lands that were south of Israel, from which the Edomites sourced, from which the Edomite Erod emerged out of that red desert to conquer Israel and become the satrap of the Roman Empire, who tried to kill your God, if you're a Christian. The red gods, the anti-gods, the gods of the Republican Party, the Red Party, that is now under the Russian influence, the Red Empire. And so, the cultural and ideological myth-making can squeeze out truth, science, and facts in modern politics. Which means that even when Trump leaves the White House, his lie machine will still be one of the most powerful forces on the planet. This is what we are contending with. Trump's predecessor, Barack Obama, on a book tour for his new memoir, has warned that these gushers of falsehoods threaten to overwhelm the entire American political system, exacerbated by social media and politicians who will say anything to win all power. In an interview with the Atlantic magazine, Barack Obama was quoted as saying, "If we do not have..." I can never do a Barack Obama voice. I don't know if Derek or Jameson could probably do it the best of us. But he said, "If we do not have the capacity to distinguish what's true from what's false, then by definition, the marketplace of ideas no longer works. And by definition, our democracy cannot work. We are entering into an epistemological crisis." But half of the country will dismiss the black man's warning out of hand, simply because it was Obama who said it. In fact, many Americans still insist the 44th president should never have occupied the Oval Office. Not because of that nasty birther conspiracy theory, but simply because he's a nigger. The lie seemed absurd during Obama's term, but was actually the birther conspiracy, by the way. It was a lie in the sense that they kept insisting he was a Muslim. Barack Obama, of course, is secular. He was born in Kenya. Yes, I will say that. I personally met his relations. So what? I was born in Taiwan. You can't have a modern cosmopolitan empire ruled by a local yokel. Every great world-shattering empire was led generally by a foreigner. In the case of Alexander the Great, he was not Greek, he was Macedonian. In the case of Napoleon Bonaparte, he was not French, he was an Italian born on the island of Corsica. France's Taiwan, if you will. Joseph Stalin was not Russian. He was Georgian, from the Caucasus Mountains, a tribal person who ruled what he considered a foreign Slavic Asiatic empire where he was the only white. Adolf Hitler was not German, he was Austrian. Only Japan could be led by a native because no foreigner could ever rule in Japan. But in terms of the birther, where it's a conspiracy is not that Barack Obama was foreign born. You should be proud that he was. For all the reasons I've just articulated, only a foreigner can lead an empire to world-level greatness. Because normally, the individual who was born within a culture cannot see beyond its borders. Emperor Hirohito was different because he was educated by a man who was trained in the foreign system. His own General Nogi, who was knighted by the British Empire and spoke perfectly the King's English. Emperor Hirohito was raised speaking the King's English and himself traveled to Britannia. He was someone who was well aware of the foreign mindset. Therefore, as a native-born emperor, he still was the greatest emperor Japan ever had, as recognized by the Japanese themselves, who gifted him a holiday, a national holiday, his birthday, which no other emperor in a history of 3,000 years has ever been awarded. But the lie about Obama being Muslim, a communist, that lie, as a Islamo-communist, seemed absurd during Obama's term. But that birtherism of tainting him with the otherness, the foreign, was actually a blueprint for Donald Trump's misinformation presidency. The severity of the situation cannot be overstated. This pandemic is careening out of control. This spring, we first met bad. This winter, we're set to meet worse. Grim remains the key descriptor. The COVID tracking project, funded by The Atlantic magazine, foresees a pandemic that is headed to its worst phase yet, setting dire new records all along the way. To help you understand just how bad things are getting, let me provide, as someone who holds the credit equivalent of a master's degree in medical journalism, a bit of a going over, a kind of rehash, if you will, very briefly, of recent coverage. Pandemic data are stalling out. Thanksgiving has skewed reporting of COVID-19 cases and deaths. But one metric is still all too clear. Crystal clear. Hospitalizations keep fucking rising. Keep your eye on the hospitalizations. That metric is a good number to watch for the most stable view of this situation. And this country broke all records into this weekend, reaching 100,000 hospitalizations for the first time. In fact, the United States hit a record 7-day average of new COVID-19 cases as hospitals become ever further strained to breaking point. A record 101 487. I mean to say, I'm looking at this number now, just coming up on screen where I called it up by researching hospitalizations. A record 101,487 COVID-19 patients were in hospitals just today. That's according to the COVID Tracking Project, funded by the Atlantic magazine, underscoring the immense pressure on our nation's hospitals and healthcare workers. CNN medical analyst Dr. Leanna Nguyen, a former Baltimore City Health Commissioner, went on record to say our hospitals are already at the brink. And they are just at the brink of becoming so overwhelmed that patients are going to get less than ideal care. What she's saying in medical language is that a lot of you are going to die. Because already stretched thin, experts and healthcare workers fear things will only get worse with a potential surge of infections fueled by Thanksgiving travel and gatherings. Just 1 week after the holiday, the United States has yet to feel the full effects. But Dr. Leanna Nguyen confirmed we will see an exponential rise in cases in the next fortnight, the next 14 nights, the next few weeks. And she urged Americans do their part to combat the spread of this virus and relieve the strain on hospitals. Herself concluding that because otherwise we have a catastrophe on our hands that's worse than any of us can possibly imagine. This month of December, we're only 1 week in, has already brought the highest hospitalization numbers in these United States since the pandemic began, as the virus continues to spread like wildfire. It took almost 100 days for the United States to reach 1 million coronavirus infections after the first cases were confirmed on the 20th of January. Ironically, the same day in which Trump will be superseded by Joe Biden next year. But in the first 5 days of this month, right up until the solar return of my late and sainted Cyrus, forever shinest, her blessed name, Diana Dietrich, from Tuesday through to Saturday, but yesterday, my mother's birthday, 1,882 cases. 1,882 that we officially know of that are acknowledged on record were reported in these United States. Within 5 days, that first took 100 days in January. In the last concluding month of this same year, it took 1 work week to reach to overwhelm by 100 cases what took 100 days at the end of the first month opening this year. This is according to data I'm sourcing right now off screen from Johns Hopkins University. More than 14.7 million confirmed cases had been reported in these United States as of tonight. And more than 282,200 people have died as confirmed by coroners' offices. Far less than what we know have died. But these are those that are indisputably, inarguably, incontestably COVID deaths. As of my late and sainted Cyrus's natal day, but yesterday, the United States averaged 190,948 new cases over this week last. Another record high. According to but cursory analysis on my part based on my expertise of Johns Hopkins data. President-elect Joseph Biden says he'll urge everyone to wear masks during the symbolic first 100 days of his presidency. That begs the question of how we face up to the maskless. Now, I myself am not someone who really enjoys most physical activity outside of sex. But believe it or not, I have friends that do crazy shit like jogging and hiking and participation in sports of various sorts. And they related a story to me that I'll contextualize by first referencing what I saw on Thursday night when I actually checked into YouTube to see what was going on around the country. And I saw the New York Young Republicans Club hosting their annual gala where dozens of guests posed maskless and shoulder to fucking shoulder with Congressman Matt Gaetz, the Florida Republican who has mocked the pandemic. Now, you might say for the sake of human decency or just for the sake of maintaining appearance, I could say nobody wants those who ignore public health advice to get sick. But I'm not going to lie. I personally, on seeing that, my CPTSD went into full combat mode. I wanted to kill all of them with my bare hands. Machine gunning them would not have been satisfactory enough. You want to see their eyes bulge out while you basically pressurize their Adam's apple until the last thing they taste is their own cider. Now over Thanksgiving weekend, I knew somebody whose family went for a hike in the woods. Here in California, of course, it can be gorgeous because the less trafficked trails have kept many of us Californians sane and connected through many seasons, and especially during this pandemic. Some of the paths are quite narrow in some of these parklands, so in the rare instance that they're passing somebody, they'll pull on their masks. Now, I mean, I may as well say it. It was my son. I wasn't there. He was doing this with Sugar Daddy. Now, I can't give too much of the location because I don't want any patterns to be formed by potential assassins that can be traced. But when he was out there with his husband, and they pulled on their masks to, by the way, they were hiking in the woods. This was Northern California. Again, because it was parkland, it was still one of those places that wasn't yet burned down by all the fires. But you want to enjoy all these places before the fires do burn them down. Eventually all of California is going to burn. So here they were enjoying a smoke-free day when the skies weren't red with fire. When my son said there was one barefaced, older, white male on the trail who didn't like the fact that he saw my son and his husband pull their masks up on seeing him. And he blurted out in a challenge, "You should take off those masks. You need the oxygen." So, my son was wondering, of course, when he asked me about this, how should we have responded to the Mr. Oxygens of the world? Because this individual in question who was provoking this challenge was not just opting not to wear a mask himself, but proselytizing against the wearing of one at all unto others, parroting the idiotic anti-science rhetoric of the president and his cult. Of course, Northern California is loaded with reds, the Republicans. They're the primary source of all the fires. And they mock liberals for being weak. Then whine about how uncomfortable they feel with a little cloth on their faces. When my son told me nobody wants folks like him to get sick, I said, no, I just want to kill them personally so I can have the satisfaction of their dying by my hands before the virus does them in. While my son and his husband were meandering through the woods with another member of their family, so to speak, millions of Americans were disregarding the pleas of health workers who had begged them to forego travel and large gatherings for just that very Thanksgiving holiday, so that more of us would survive to see the next one. We're already seeing sharp spikes in infections, and the full impact of Thanksgiving hasn't yet come clear. It's enraging to see what I'm describing. We're increasingly told it's a bad idea to judge and shame those who flout the health guidelines that should protect us all, that stigmatizing them makes it less likely those who test positive will inform their contacts and go into isolation. All of that makes it harder to control the pandemic, according to experts, when we jump on these people, jump down their throats before the virus itself does. Fair enough, but we're not dealing here with only well-meaning people with pandemic fatigue or folks who are trying to be careful but slipping up occasionally. My dear friend Brendan Zoget just sent me something in message about my native Taiwan. A link to an article in the Japanese World News, NHK. That's the Japanese version of CNN. In which the headline reads, "Public health authorities in Taiwan's Kaohsiung," that's the southern district, that's the opposite end of the island from the capital in which I was born, Taipei, Kaohsiung. They imposed a fine on a foreign worker for stepping out of his hotel room for 8 seconds. Taiwan fined a foreign worker for an 8-second quarantine breach. And, well, they should. That's fascism. That's why no one is sick in Taiwan. That's why no one has died of COVID-19 in island China, where I was born. But instead of dealing with some poor slob like that, a foreign worker who didn't understand what Confucianism is about, didn't understand that fascist democracy means that they come down hard, as Spock himself said in The Wrath of Khan, when the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Here in the savage land of North America, the darkest of all continents on the surface of the earth, here among the white savages, a chunk of those flouting, mask-wearing, and all other recommendations are doing it deliberately, as a political statement to own the libs. They're following the deadly example of Republicans up and down the ticket who built political campaigns around mocking science and good sense as signs of weakness. Going maskless has become an article of faith among devotees of the presidential cult. When on Thursday night I saw the New York Young Republicans Club posting pictures of their annual gala, where dozens of guests posed maskless and shoulder to shoulder with Congressman Matt Gaetz, the Florida Republican who has mocked the pandemic, a tweet by the group's head read, "Eat shit, Antifa! God bless America! Eat shit, Antifa! God bless America!" Charming. At what point is it okay to demand that people take the personal responsibility that Republicans are always banging on about? Or is personal responsibility only for those who need certain kinds of help from the government? Poor Americans, black people, immigrants, the millions trying to stave off hunger and eviction. Lord knows the President and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell have been content to let the most vulnerable twist in the wind as the virus their party would not tame has ravaged the American empire. Back when the pandemic first hit and the economy imploded, prompting passage of the CARES Act relief package, we got endless warnings from Republicans who argued that if you gave unemployed people too much help, they wouldn't want to go back to work. Personal responsibility! They were underestimating both workers and the depth of the mess they've put us in. And by refusing to entertain further help for ordinary Americans, even as they downplayed the virus, Republicans guaranteed that we'd end up here, in the worst of all worlds, a pandemic raging out of control and an economy in freefall. Millions more Americans have fallen into poverty since the pandemic started. Lines for food banks in some cities are miles long, and millions will lose unemployment benefits and eviction protections by the end of this year. Now, in this most desperate moment, it seems like Mitch McConnell is finally open to providing relief, but rest assured, whatever emerges will be completely insufficient thanks to the red Republicans. And unless Democrats pick up both those seats in Georgia for control of the Senate next month, it will forever remain so. McConnell and his fellow Republicans are the ones who deserve to be judged and shamed here. If anybody deserves a stigma, it's these soulless cynics whose negligence has brought us to this miserable moment. So what did my son say to Mr. Oxygen in the woods? He told myself, I'm just a masked snowflake. Because he admitted to myself he simply took a deep breath and said nothing at all. This is why I see a counselor in the midst of a pandemic. Because I could see myself, had I been there, losing all control and killing that son of a bitch. When this is all over, America needs a commission, similar to the one launched after 9/11, to figure out what went so wrong. America needs a COVID-19 reckoning. Both parties wanted answers after 9/11. This pandemic has killed 100 times more Americans. The coronavirus pandemic is a far greater economic and societal threat than anything the United States has ever faced in recent memory. The 9/11 attacks took nearly 3,000 lives. COVID-19 has taken over 250,000. The nation's responses to these two threats, one a palpable and immediate terrorist attack as propagandized to us, that turned out to have no great follow-up. The other a virus that crossed our borders sight unseen, with no response, have been wildly divergent in terms of repercussions. About a year after 9/11, President George W. Bush signed legislation establishing a bipartisan commission to prepare a full and complete account of the circumstances surrounding the attacks. By figuring out what had gone wrong, the men and women on the panel would help prevent the same mistakes from recurring. A year has now passed since the first official reports of a new coronavirus emerging in the communist Chinese Empire. Our day of reckoning should be upon us, but Americans are too lost in our current tragedy and governmental obfuscation to protect ourselves from another catastrophe, be it another coronavirus, a deadly strain of the flu, or any other biological threat, including a bioterror attack that could dwarf the impact of COVID-19. This is a grave mistake. One of the first acts of President-elect Joe Biden's new administration should be the creation of a COVID-19 commission to address the pandemic and prepare for future threats. His newly announced COVID-19 task force will rightly focus on helping the United States find a way out of our current morass, but the empire, and America is an empire, not a country, also needs a separate bipartisan inquiry that points to long-term structural solutions that would prevent a future disease from causing the levels of death, heartache, and economic disruption that the coronavirus has caused. If the new Democratic president and Republicans in Congress can agree on nothing else, surely they can agree on the need to learn from Americans' current suffering. Of course, I know that's impossible because of the Republicans, which is why they must die or be deported. But let's say I had my way. Formerly known as the National Commission on Terrorist Attacks upon the United States, the 9/11 Commission interviewed more than 1,000 people during a 2-year investigation. It then held 10 days of public hearings. In 2004, when both my parents were still alive, the bipartisan committee issued a 585-page report that identified failures of imagination, policy, capabilities, and management across the government. One key problem that members noted was a lack of coordination among governmental agencies, which left essential dots of intelligence completely unconnected. By overlooking crucial details, including false visa applications, fake passports, and suspect travel patterns, multiple agencies missed opportunities to thwart the men who ended up hijacking passenger jets and deploying them as weapons of mass destruction. The report showed the urgent need to restructure governmental operations to deal with the long-term, recurrent threat of terrorism. Congress had created the Department of Homeland Security in 2002, and the report established clear priorities for that fledgling agency as it stood back then. Today, the Department of Homeland Security employs 240,000 people and oversees the country's naturalization and immigration system, our cybersecurity, and the TSA, which was also created in the aftermath of the attacks. Indeed, the TSA is ever present in the lives of traveling Americans today, with its 47,000 officers performing all searches and screenings at airports. The Department of Homeland Security's duties also include ensuring an effective emergency response to major disasters, aiding recovery from disasters, building a comprehensive national incident management system among federal, state, and local authorities, and developing comprehensive communication strategies for major disasters. The second significant institutional change was the creation of a cabinet-level director of national intelligence in 2004. The DNI's, the Director of National Intelligence's, primary function is to oversee and coordinate among the NSA, the National Security Agency, the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, and other parts of the United States intelligence community so that information that needs to be shared across the government doesn't end up siloed within a single entity. These two changes transformed our government's response to terrorist attacks. Over time, federal surveillance powers, the power to survey, to invade our privacy, if you will, in the name of national security, were expanded, as was the scope of some criminal laws. Now, after 9/11, Americans accepted more limits on their freedoms, increased security at airports, bag checks, and camera surveillance at major public events. And while perhaps not welcomed, these limitations were widely understood as necessary to protect our nation against future attacks. The 9/11 Commission had focused the discussion, both in Congress and among the general public, on which adjustments and compromises Americans should contemplate in the name of safety. So, this was an understanding of the Confucianist symbol, well, the system of logic, that Americans understand as Vulcan. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. And like the 9/11 attacks, the coronavirus pandemic has exposed a dangerous lack of preparedness. In April, Representative Adam Schiff, the California Democrat, who chairs the House Intelligence Committee, circulated a discussion draft of legislation to establish a bipartisan commission to provide a full accounting of our country's response, or rather, total lack thereof, to this pandemic. His draft mimics the legislation that led to the establishment of the 9/11 Commission almost word for word, except that the nominating process for the new panel would be more overtly partisan than that for the 9/11 Commission. Because the Republicans refuse to acknowledge that there is a pandemic. If that alone isn't justification for all-out civil war, I can't imagine what is. It can be argued that for a COVID-19 commission to succeed, it needs bipartisan support from the beginning. Its purpose must be to move beyond blame and seek long-range solutions to America's vulnerability to disease. The disease is the Republican Party, and they need to fucking die or be deported. Because throughout the course of this pandemic, politics has been an obstacle to public health initiatives. A true accounting of what led us to our situation today, where the United States ranks among the 10 worst countries in the world on a deaths per capita and infections per capita basis, requires an honest assessment of our failures, which the well-intentioned and the naive would argue, politics and party aside. But it's politics and party that be why we are here. However, that aside for the moment, a COVID-19 commission could interview officials from the United States military's National Center for Medical Intelligence, which in November of yesteryear issued a report warning about the coronavirus then emerging in southern China. Panel members could also interview Robert Redfield, the director of the CDC, the United States Center for Disease Control and Prevention, who was first notified about the new disease on the 3rd of January. They could speak with the White House National Security Advisor and his deputy, who warned the president of the threat on January 28th. The list of people with potential insights also includes the authorities at the local, state, and federal level, intelligence and law enforcement officials, diplomats, border control officials, pharmaceutical executives, and employees of global health institutions. The COVID-19 Commission should analyze resource allocation blunders, potential failures of oversight by the White House and Congress, and the inability of the federal government to leverage its full weight to combat the disease. The questioning should sidestep the politics of the moment, as members of the 9/11 Commission tried to do, and focus firmly instead on what the nation could have done better. As with the 9/11 terror attacks, the coronavirus pandemic is not the result of a single misstep. Our pandemic failures are the result of years of unpreparedness across administrations and months of downplaying the severity of the virus under this one. The Trump administration dismantled the National Security Council's Pandemic Response Unit the year before yesteryear, in the 2018 year of the Christian calendar, but America's cycle of inattention to disease-related threats has roots that go us back much further than that. The list of agencies with a role in The American pandemic response includes the DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, FEMA, the Federal Emergency and Management Administration, the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, and the National Institutes of Health, and the Public Health Service. Yet they, like the agencies responsible for counterterrorism prior to 9/11, often act separately and sans any detailed knowledge of what the others are even doing. The establishment of DHS and the DNI, the Director of National Intelligence, as coordinating entities can act as a blueprint for post-coronavirus reforms. A COVID-19 commission might consider the creation of a new body, equivalent to the National Security Council or National Economic Council, but for disease. A National Disease Council, an NDC, could coordinate efforts to prepare for and defend ourselves against natural or man-made biological threats. Developing a cabinet-level position akin to the DNI, the Director for National Intelligence, to lead this NDC, this National Disease Council, would allow for the implementation of a national pandemic preparedness program. Even sans new legislation from Congress, the new administration will have the authority to do more than the federal government did in the early days of this pandemic. The National Emergencies Act of 1976, the Public Health Service Act of 1944, and the Disaster Relief Act of 1988 grant the President the power to declare health emergencies and direct the public health service as needed. These laws essentially allow us, the President, and the federal government to do what is best for the people in times of crisis. Under existing presidential powers, Joseph Biden, once in office, could enforce national guidelines for mask wearing, the size of gatherings, and the rollout of tests, treatments, or vaccines. But the severity of the current crisis demands the reform of other structures that have impeded America's response to the plague. A COVID-19 commission would be the best vehicle to identify ways to make this happen. The federal government responded to the events of 2001 with comprehensive institutional reform that improved the American empire's ability to prevent terrorist activity and respond effectively to any attacks that occurred. COVID-19 has already caused 100 times as many deaths in these United States as 9/11 did. The need for prompt, decisive action is beyond obvious. The authors of the 9/11 Commission report wrote, and I read the single sentence from that commission, "If the government's leaders understood the gravity of the threat they faced and understood at the same time that their policies to eliminate it were not likely to succeed anytime soon, then history's judgment will be harsh." One could argue that the danger of a new virus wasn't fully appreciated in advance. In the future, we will have no such excuse. Now, this virus, as all natural viruses do, though there's argument this might have been engineered by the Americans, the communist Chinese say such, and with its initial scourge among the colored communities of America, one could almost agree. Of course, like the weaponized American Army and Navy flu, the so-called Spanish influenza, it's gone way out of hand. And just as there was blowback that killed 20 million Americans back in World War I, There's blowback now, where the whites are facing the music and are now dying at equal and greater numbers, soon to balance out the number of coloreds who have died thus far. In order to prevent these viruses emerging out of Asia, natural, man-made, or otherwise, there has to be a repivot to Asia in our paradigm of political reality, geopolitical reality. All maps have got to stop centering on the Atlantic Ocean. We have to start producing en masse and normalizing the Pacific-centered map of the world, with the Pacific Ocean as the new global Mediterranean, and of course it's Team Blue, the Democrats, who are committed to the repivot into Asia, which was where our very term orientation comes from, because all navigators were seeking the route to the Orient, the land of riches, the land of spices, the land of trade, and therefore all maps in the age of discovery had Asia at the top of the world. All the navigators were seeking the Orient, thus the term orientation, to be oriented, focused, directed towards a goal, an objective. We need to reorient ourselves into what will truly be the Asian century. Joseph Biden plans an intensive focus on the Asia-Pacific region, seeking to build a united front with allies amid the brewing Cold War with the Communist Chinese Empire. The President-elect and incoming Security Advisor Jake Sullivan were instrumental in the Obama administration's original rebalancing of power to the Pacific Rim from Southwest Asia and Eurafrica, from the Middle East and Europe in the archaic perspective. Their policy was a shrewd bet, partly identified by then Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton, who perceived that America's Southeast Asian friends welcomed a more assertive American role as they all adjusted to Communist China's rise on the world stage. The plan was only partially successful. Southwest Asian, what anachronistically we deem Middle Eastern quagmires, are sticky, and the self-declared first Pacific president, Barack Obama, could not get Congress to ratify the policy centerpiece, the Trans-Pacific Partnership Trade Pact, the TPP. Washington buzz about a Joe Biden Asia czar and his determination to consult allies about Communist China will be big news in a region that judges American intentions on how often senior officials, especially the president, show up to visit. But Biden's initiative faces a tougher environment than the original pivot. Communist China, under dictator Xi Jinping, is far stronger and more aggressive outside its borders than it was in 2009. And countries can no longer afford to choose between Communist China and these United States. Beijing is also more embedded in setting the region's economic rules. As the most powerful member of the new RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which excludes the United States. Trump's scattershot Asia policy caused doubts about American staying power. This included his leaving the TPP as his very first act as president, his falling in love with North Korea's Kim Jong-un, his accusing the Japanese Empire and the South Korean Republic of freeloading off American troops, his fawning over, then turning against Xi Jinping as COVID-19 struck, and his completely ignoring Southeast Asia. Another Biden priority, pushing democratization, could complicate efforts to regain influence with Thailand, Vietnam, the Philippines, and Myanmar. Europe should also be careful what it wishes for after the original pivot put some transatlantic noses out of joint. Biden wants the European Union in on the game this time to counter the communist Chinese empire, which will present tough choices for EU member states. Two things be certain. While Biden will empower his diplomats as Trump never did, the previous policy of treating Communist China as a potential partner rather than an adversary has been trashed. And when Biden shows up in Asia declaring America is back, he better be ready for this question. For how long? For now, Communist Chinese companies could soon be kicked off United States exchanges. They must comply with United States auditing rules or face expulsion once President Donald Trump signs the Holding Foreign Companies Accountable Act, which he did, but days agone. Literally into this weekend. It passed the House into this weekend and the Senate back in May. And although the new law applies to all foreign firms, it's really all about Red China. And Hong Kong's stock exchange is in shakeup. There's a change coming for the Hang Seng, Hong Kong's counterpart to the Standard & Poor's or the S&P 500 or Dow Jones Industrial Average. For decades, the equity benchmark index has been the primary tracker of Hong Kong's economic fortunes. But in recent years, it has shifted to reflect Communist China's economic rise, as more and more Red Chinese companies have listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. On December 7th, today, Swire, one of Hong Kong's colonial-era conglomerates and one of the founding members of the index, will be booted off the Hang Seng to open our work week. Meituan, the upstart Chinese food delivery app operating out of the communist mainland, will replace it. Meituan will be just one of Red China's biggest tech firms on the Hang Seng. Others include Alibaba, Tencent, and Xiaomi. Not all of Red China's tech giants are represented in Hong Kong yet, but more are likely to eye the city for their IPOs as the financial hub becomes increasingly Sinified. That means Chinese acculturated by force. Which, of course, will be the great tragedy of our century. Now, the IPOs are, of course, initial public offerings. These are stock market launches, a type of public offering in which shares of a company are sold to institutional investors and usually also retail investors. An IPO is underwritten by one or more investment banks, who also arrange for the shares to be listed on one or more stock exchanges. Honestly, if the Brits had any balls, they would come back to rescue Hong Kong and liberate it from the Communist Chinese. The people of Hong Kong would be more than thankful. Because people like the Hong Kong media tycoon, Jimmy Lai, well, he was denied bail this week. The founder of the independent Apple Daily newspaper was arrested in August under the city's national security law, imposed by the Communist Chinese. But yesterday, or the day before, within the last 48 to 72 hours at this point, he was charged with fraud instead and will be detained until his next hearing in April. For the rest of us, not suffering under the Communist Chinese tyranny, it's about making the most of it. But of course that brings us back to where we're at. Back into the nightmare. In the waning days of his presidency, William Jefferson Clinton agonized over whether to make a historic trip to clinch a deal ending North Korea's ballistic missile program. He didn't go in the end, and revealed nearly 2 decades later, 20 years and on, that he had been convinced by the late Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat to stay back at Camp David in search of a peace deal with Israel that eventually fell short. At the time, Clinton's officials also considered whether the trip would box in the next administration of George W. Bush. Indeed, the new president quickly scuttled the diplomacy with the isolated Korean peninsular state almost as soon as he took office. It's safe to assume that Donald Trump today is not experiencing any similar reservations. In fact, he's doing exactly the opposite. And when he comes out of his post-electoral funk, he may go all out to tie Biden's hands on the world stage. He's got until January 20th to do so, and that's half 100 days of horror yet to come. United States military commanders are already anticipating that the president will soon issue a formal order to further draw down United States troops in Afghanistan and Iraq by the Ides of January, by the 15th day of the first month, opening the next year. 5 days before Biden is inaugurated. Waiting to that point to do the full amount of damage. In 2016, Trump campaigned on a vow to get troops home, so he can argue he's acting on a mandate. Some foreign policy experts argue that America should have come home years ago, and many citizens agree. But the president's 11th hour move also means that any consequences, perhaps a collapse of the Afghan government, under pressure from a rejuvenated Taliban, will immediately become Biden's problem. Washington is also on alert for other steps that Trump could take to limit Biden's options. He might slap new trade tariffs on communist China, further complicating efforts by the next president to avoid an all-out Cold War. which could very realistically lead to another world war. And similarly, Trump could double down on his failed maximum pressure policy on Iran in a way that makes the Islamic Republic even less willing to revive the Obama-era nuclear deal. Of course, with Biden vowing to bring the United States back into the Paris climate deal and wean our empire off a carbon economy. Trump's administration has already invited oil and gas firms to tender bids to launch drilling in Alaska's pristine Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. Now, in mid-November, prior to that time, my son took a walk into the woods with his husband. China was among 15 nations. More specifically, China and 14 other Asia-Pacific nation-states signed the world's largest mega-free trade deal with an opening for India. Asia-Pacific nations including the Communist Chinese Empire, the Empire of Japan, and the Republic of South Korea that day, the 16th of November, I believe it was, on a Sunday at that, signed the world's largest regional free trade agreement, encompassing nearly a third of the world's population and gross domestic product, whilst leaving the door open for reluctant India to return later. Top officials from 15 nations that also include Australia, New Zealand, and the 10 members of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, the ASEAN, A-S-A-N, or A-S-E-A-N, Association of Southeast Asian Nations, altogether inked the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the RCEP, nearly a decade in the making, but cemented by Trump's abandonment of the Trans-Pacific Trade Pact. They entered contract on the final day of the 37th ASEAN, or Association of Southeast Asian Nations Summit, hosted virtually by Vietnam. A minimum of half a dozen ASEAN countries, in addition to the 3 non-ASEAN partners, must ratify the RCEP for it to come into force. This is what Singapore's Minister of Trade and Industry, Chan Chun Sing, told reporters following the signing that took place. He so saying that Singapore plans to approve the deal in the next few months. That deal, which, as I said, encompasses the Japanese Empire, the Communist Empire of Red China, and the South Korean Republic, along the 10 members of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, along as well Australia and New Zealand, will create Asia's largest free trade zone, covering 30% of global gross domestic product and trade. It will be the Japanese Empire's first free trade framework, with the Communist Chinese Empire and South Korea, 2 vital trading partners. Indeed, the trade pact will remove tariffs on 86% of the Japanese Empire's exports to Communist China. But, bigger in whale shit, Everyone's already feeling China's economic wrath. China has increasingly resorted to wielding its economic heft as a diplomatic weapon. Case in point, South Korea, where an American missile interceptor was installed a few years agone over Communist China's objections that it threatened its national security. Corporations, including the retailer Lotte, South Korea's fifth largest conglomerate, and the car maker Hyundai, the second largest, faced steep declines in sales and stringent regulations in Red China that cost them hundreds of millions of United States dollars. Video game makers and K-pop stars saw their products no longer welcome either. Even small business owners have felt the effects to this day. Chinese tourism to South Korea evaporated, leaving restaurant owners and shopkeepers in the lurch. And now China and Australia are at odds. Now, the so-called lucky country down under, Australia, is the object of an unusual amount of bile. And one wonders if Australia's government could have handled China better. You see, it's the oldest move in the Communist Party's playbook to lock a country in the doghouse when it has offended the communist sense of cosmic order. Yet, even by Communist China's standards, the 14 grievances presented to the government of Australia yestermenses, or this month last, are striking in both scope and animosity. The charges include speaking out against Chinese activities in the South China Sea, Xinjiang, and Hong Kong. Xinjiang-WEEKEND area being, of course, Eastern Turkestan. That's in northwest China, occupied by the Communist Chinese Empire, where they're mass murdering, exterminating white people, the Caucasian, ethnically Turkic Muslims, the Uyghur population, sterilizing them, mass murdering them in death camps, and doing this in contempt for whomever dares speak out against it, like the Australians. This is one of their charges against Australia, was that Australia dared speak out against them on that very subject. But the other charges include excluding Huawei from 5G telecoms networks down under, calling for an independent inquiry into the origins of COVID-19, passing a law against foreign interference in politics, if you could believe the Australians having the temerity to do that, since the motherfuckers down under influence our politics every minute of the goddamn day via the murdocracies. Fox News. Rupert Murdoch being the effective ruler of Australia for generations by now. And now the effective ruler over the past 4 years of these United States. And yet they dare to pass a law against foreign interference in their own Aussie politics to prevent the Communist Chinese from buying Murdoch out. Another charge, among many, by the Communist Chinese against Australia involves pressing the state of Victoria to end its involvement in Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's flagship infrastructure initiative. The 14 charges also include charges against Australia, 14 grievances, as the Chinese call them, include charges against Australia for blaming cyber attacks on Communist China. I mean, the chutzpah. And accusing Communist Chinese journalists of being state agents, which, of course, they are. Red China also griped about Australia's hostile media and think tanks. A Chinese official told an Australian broadcaster, "Make China the enemy, and China will be the enemy." Well, by crippling the World Trade Organization, 'twas Donald Trump who paved the way for Communist China's trade war on Australia. Australia is suddenly facing a broad economic assault from Communist China, by far its largest trading partner. But last week, yesterday, Beijing imposed tariffs of more than 200% on imports of Australian wine, essentially shuttering the industry's largest export market. China has halted shipments of Australian coal, leaving ships stranded off China's coast, and has blocked or restricted imports of a dozen other products, including Australian beef, sugar, and timber. The sanctions so far have affected 1/3 of all Australian exports to the Communist Chinese Empire. It's all Chinese retaliation for moves by the Australian government that have irritated Beijing, which presented Canberra with an extraordinary list of those 14 grievances yesterday, but last month before last by now. They included Prime Minister Scott Morrison's call for an impartial international investigation into the origins of COVID-19, which first emerged in the Chinese city of Wuhan, as well as Australia's ban on procurement from Chinese telecoms giant Huawei and restrictions on Chinese investment acquisitions. So, over the last weekend, not this weekend, but the weekend last, Australia's Trade Minister announced the government's response. He will bring a case against Communist China at the World Trade Organization. And not against the whole of Chinese actions, but against one small piece, China's 80% tariff on imports of Australian barley. Barley. When asked to explain this rather modest move in the face of massive Red Chinese provocation, the Aussie Trade Minister, Simon Birmingham, said that Australia stands by the rules-based system for international trade, and if you stand by the rules-based system, you should also use that rules-based system. Now, such a statement should not sound so feckless. For a quarter century, the World Trade Organization stood as a bulwark, a rickety one at times, to be sure, against economic warfare. Indeed, that was its whole fucking point. The creation of the rules-based trading system after World War II was intended to prevent the sort of economic aggression that all too often leads to the real thing. We are now in what, east of the international date line, meaning this side of the Pacific, is Pearl Harbor Memorial Day. That was brought about, among so many other factors, by American trade war against the Japanese Empire. This was what among many other factors, would have forced the Japanese into the invasion of the Dutch East Indies for the oil alone. But so many other factors rendered the attack on Pearl Harbor inevitable. But primary among the factors were restrictions. Japan, of course, had an increased need for natural resources like oil, minerals, and steel. The United States, of course, had an obvious interest in these natural resources in terms of its own imperial expansion. And in order to provoke Japan, the American Congress placed restrictions on doing business with the Japanese Empire. And, of course, if that weren't enough, Japanese assets in the United States itself were frozen, along with, of course, all of America's allies. Now, President Roosevelt also moved the United States Pacific Fleet from mine owned Golden, California to Pearl Harbor in 1939. And of course, that was a direct threat to Japan. And everyone knew the war was inevitable. From not just that point, but from so many others. The point of preventing any of this from ever happening again was to create the World Trade Organization. Now, the Communist Chinese Empire's actions against Australia and similar politically motivated trade sanctions against imported canola oil from Canada and salmon from Sweden demonstrate why the Trump administration was so short-sighted in crippling the WTO. As long as countries respected and mostly abided by its trade rules, the WTO restrained their willingness to deploy economic aggression for political ends. But in the post-WTO world, the world after the World Trade Organization, the fuzzy line between international trade rules and power politics has been completely obliterated. The Trump administration has nevertheless defended its decision to neuter the WTO, with United States Trade Representative Robert Lighthizer spending the past several months on a valedictory tour touting it. Breaking free of the WTO rules allowed the American empire to impose new tariffs on hundreds of billions of dollars in Chinese imports, reducing the American trade deficit with communist China, although it has grown with the rest of the fucking world in direct result of that, and forcing some companies to shift operations out of China entirely. Communist China also recently increased its purchase of American goods to try to meet the terms of the Phase 1 trade deal reached last January, though it will still fall far short. Lighthizer has nevertheless argued, rightly, that WTO rules did far too little to constrain Communist China's trade-distorting practices, particularly its massive industrial subsidies, but also matters related to intellectual property and the forced transfer of technology from foreign investors in China. But it was a big leap from recognizing the WTO's deficiencies to breaking the system entirely, as the American empire did when it imposed unilateral tariffs on communist China shut down the dispute settlement mechanism by killing the WTO's appellate body, and trying to block the appointment of a new WTO Director General because America objected to the candidate. And how has this new rules-free system, this libertarian system, been working to constrain the Communist Chinese Empire? It's all too hard to recall right now, but after Red China joined the WTO in 2001, the Communist Chinese Empire had a reasonably good record of complying with adverse WTO decisions. Indeed, up through the year before yesteryear, 2018, Red China had complied with all WTO rulings against it, though it did drag its feet on several of them. Scott Kennedy of the Center for Strategic and International Studies likens WTO rules to speeding laws. Drivers do not always obey, but they are less likely to speed with such laws than without them. The Communist Chinese government believed, and still claims to believe, in the benefits of a rules-based international system. Adherence to those rules made Red China more attractive to foreign investors and helped to protect Red China itself against arbitrary import restrictions from the West, especially the American Empire. And the Chinese Communist government does not like to be seen as an international outlaw. As long as other countries were adhering to WTO rules, Red China sought to do the same. Today, the incentives, if anything, work in the opposite direction. By blocking imports of agricultural products from Australia and Canada, the two Commonwealth nations that were emphatic of their independence from Great Britannia by adopting the dollar as their currency in opposition to the pound sterling, have both been fucked by the Red Dragon, because by blocking imports of agricultural products from both of them, Red China has freed up room for increased purchases from the American Empire, getting closer to meeting its Phase 1 targets thereby, while fucking over the dominions of the Commonwealth. Rather than fearing that Washington will side with traditional American allies like Australia, Communist China has been confident that it will not, since Donny Boy Trump has made it crystal clear he is delighted if the United States gains export share, even at the expense of America's once close allies. If Communist China later removes the tariffs on Australia, it will have still sent a strong message that will make its smaller countries wary of crossing Beijing in the future. Since Communist China as well has been a victim of arbitrary American trade sanctions under Donald Trump, Beijing sees little moral high ground to lose. This is why mending the WTO needs to be an urgent priority for Joe Biden's incoming administration. It is far from clear that the system can even be restored, but it can certainly be patched up. The list of needed actions is crystal clear. First, the new administration should immediately engage with other WTO members to restore the appellate body, which is short of the number of judges it needs to even operate, and to reestablish a functioning system for resolving trade disputes. Team Biden could spell out that the United States is continuing to demand reforms of that dispute settlement system, which has been roundly criticized but would still immediately permit the appointment of new judges to the appellate body in exchange for negotiations against a firm deadline. Second, the United States should join other countries and support the appointment of Nigerian American Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala as the next World Trade Organizational Director General, and get her, a black African American woman, in place as quickly as possible. Finally, the United States should sign on as a third party to Canada's existing WTO case against Red China on canola exports and the coming Australian case on barley. WTO rules permit countries to join cases even where their own economic interests are not targeted if those cases raise larger issues about the overall integrity of the trading system. Such measures probably wouldn't force the Communist Chinese Empire to change course in the short run, so the Biden administration must make it clear its willingness to stand behind Australia and other allies through stronger diplomatic and strategic ties. But restoring a system of international trade rules would make future actions costlier for the Communist Chinese Empire. The alternative, we have learned, is so much worse. In September, not too long ago, an Australian TV host at China's state broadcaster was detained in Beijing, marking a new dark spot in the ever-worsening relationship between those two countries. Cheng Lei, the detained anchor, worked for the international arm of the CCTV, the Communist Chinese Television, one of the most important propaganda outlets in the Communist Chinese Empire. That raises questions. Cheng Lei, so that you know, is Chinese, a Chinese-born Australian television news anchoress and business reporteress. She served as a prominent news anchor for that Chinese state-owned English-language news channel, CGTN, in Beijing from 2012 to this year. She also hosted the Global Business Program, which airs on CGTN. She's comparatively young, 45 years of age, and she is a case of China blurring the lines of ethnicity and citizenship. Communist China has effectively created a Schrodinger's Chinese Australian, where a person's nationality is simultaneously Australian and Chinese depending on which serves the Communist Chinese Party's purpose. To try and clarify, all this raises questions since it's unlikely Cheng Lei would be considered a political dissident. Red China and Australia have been at odds since Canberra, the capital of Australia, months ago, called for an investigation into the coronavirus pandemic. The two countries have lobbed trade restrictions at each other ever since, including a new Chinese investigation into Australian wine imports that I'll go a bit more into. This situation has led some in the Australian media to speculate that Cheng Lei's detention could be political. That, of course, is preposterous. It's not something that could be political. It is, of course, fucking political. You see, as a nation with a significant ethnic Chinese minority, around 1.2 million people, Australia finds itself in a dangerous predicament created by the Communist Chinese Party's increasing exploitation of ethno-nationalism as its organizing principle. Bear in mind, 1.2 million Chinese in Australia is enormous. That's their equivalent of the number of blacks in the United States. And authoritarian parties, regardless of their initial ideals, almost always turn to nationalism as the easiest and most effective tool for maintaining control. The outcomes of this have been on stark display in northwestern China, it as Xinjiang, where they're exterminating Caucasians, ethno-Turkic Muslim minorities, and Tibet, where well over 1 million people have been exterminated. Both north and south, all of western China, Xinjiang, truly Turkestan, and Tibet, which should be an independent nation, are where minorities are subject to ultra-repressive policies that are genocidal in scope, aimed at their ultimate extermination solely due to their difference from Communist China's Han Chinese majority. Yet the CCP's, the Chinese Communist Party's ethno-nationalism is also becoming extraterritorial, seeing a person's ethnicity as taking precedence over their citizenship. This is creating difficulties for Canberra, the capital of Australia, in being able to protect its own citizens. This approach to foreign nationals is more than the CCP seeing itself as being the sole voice for all ethnic Chinese on earth, including myself, an attempt to encourage all people of Sinitic or ethno-Chinese backgrounds to identify with Beijing and to work for the Chinese Communist Party's interests above all else. It also be an attempt to exert physical sovereignty over any ethnic Chinese people who are citizens of other countries, inclusive myself. The most recent example of this has been the arbitrary detention of Australian journalist Cheng Lei. It's not clear exactly what the Chinese Communist government even wants with Cheng just yet, as her reporting for the CGTN, the China Global Television Network, worked within the constraints expected of a state broadcaster. Beijing's vague claim that she was endangering national security is obviously bogus. Her arrest, instead, seemed to be part of the continued attempts by Beijing to shift Australia's posture to one of surrender, total, unconditional surrender toward Communist China. But this is where the lines that the Chinese Communist government is trying to blur comest into the picture. Ethno-Sinitic, or Chinese Australians, now form a murky category that the Chinese Communist Party is seeking to exploit. Chinese Australians are deemed a group that the CCP feels it has sovereignty over due to their ethnicity, but due to their citizenship, they can also be used as leverage against Canberra. Beijing considers Cheng Australian enough to use to create pressure on Canberra, but Chinese enough to not warrant any special consideration by Red China under international norms. Red China has effectively created a Schrodinger's Chinese Australian, a Sino-Australasian, or a kind of ostrachink, where a person's nationality is simultaneously Australian and Chinese, depending on which can be best exploited for the Chinese Communist Party's malevolent intent. This makes it incredibly difficult for the Australian government to even respond, as Australia would treat these detainees as Australian citizens, but the Communist Chinese Empire would not respond to them in the same way. The two countries will talk across each other in any diplomatic engagement concerning detained Australian citizens because they both define these people in completely different ways. Canberra has been aware of the unique threats that Chinese Australians face for some time. Prior to Australia issuing a travel warning for all Australians in Communist China, it had a specific travel warning for Australians of Chinese descent, Sino-Australians, stressing that they should always travel on an Australian passport and always identify themselves as solely Australian. The advisory notes that if you're a former Chinese citizen, authorities will treat you as a citizen and refuse access to Australian consular services. This challenge to all international norms based on race is a consequence of the Chinese Communist Party's understanding of politics as simply the exercise of sheer, raw, brutal power. The Chinese Communist Party doesn't bind itself to principles that would restrict its abuse of power the way liberal democratic societies do, and the way a liberal international order should. This makes the targeting of random citizens of other countries to be taken as hostages fair game. At the same time, the party's ethno-nationalism makes targeting ethno-Semitic Chinese of other countries an essential tactic, one designed to establish loyalty to Beijing through bullying and intimidation. In its attempts to make the world safe for ethno-nationalism, the Chinese Communist Party is making the world a far more dangerous place for Chinese Australians. Interaction with family and friends or even professional engagements like Cheng's comes with enormous risks. The CCP might believe this fear is useful, that it can be an instrument of governance internationally in the same way it be used domestically. The party seems to have made the decision that Red China has now amassed enough sheer raw power that its international reputation is completely inconsequential to its goals. Coercion, rather than persuasion, is seen as the most effective diplomatic tool. An internally distracted United States, unable to exercise global leadership, makes these tactics even easier to pursue. However, the world has become accustomed to the habits of liberalism, and the notion that different states and citizens of different states should be able to interact in a relatively trustworthy manner. It will prove a difficult proposition for the CCP to break these habits of trust and or even break the aspirations of people who wish to live by this trust. Those who have migrated, escaped from the Communist People's Republic to Australia have demonstrated the power of these aspirations. Punishing them for continuing to interact with China, as Beijing has with Cheng, will only confirm the virtue of their decisions. For this reason, if Australia emerges as the kind of neo-colonial state that I envision will be inevitable. The Chinese will become its middle class. The people who will sustain both the master and slave castes that would evolve of the necessity to even maintain a European culture. My articulation of this is not advocacy. The fact remains that Australia is an Asian nation that deems itself entirely European in its culture. And for that reason, the Communist Chinese feel justified when their wolf warrior diplomats double down on Australia. And this dynamic is why Red China's relationship with Australia keeps hitting new lows. The wine tariffs are following an aggressive pattern. Because after threatening Canberra with a list of 14 demands, similar to what the Japanese Empire once presented to China in World War II, Beijing imposed heavy tariffs on Australian wine, a key export, last Friday, following a range of unofficial trade restrictions in recent weeks. Afterward, Foreign Ministry spokesman Zhao Lijian, who is well known for trolling other countries on social media, a kind of Chinese Trump, if you will, tweeted an image of an Australian soldier slicing open a child's throat. A reference to the war crimes committed by several Australian soldiers in Afghanistan. Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison has demanded the tweet's removal. But this behavior is not new for Zhao. Yet it's now clear that the Communist Chinese state backs his trolling. In previous times, the tweet probably would have been quietly deleted. But under the current environment of communist ultranationalism, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs defended the quote, which is actually an image of an Australian soldier cutting open a child's throat. Some communist Chinese advisors, CHICOM, Chinese communist advisors, attempted to rein in the so-called wolf warrior diplomacy earlier this year, but the wind is clearly against them. Other Chinese media are communist state propaganda mills, including the People's Daily, came out swinging for Zhao, and thousands of red Chinese bots expressed their all-out support on Twitter. Jake Sullivan, United States President-elect Joe Biden's pick for National Security Advisor, has already offered a strong statement of support for Australia, despite the fact that their troops were indeed committing atrocities in Afghanistan like raping and killing children, meaning the Communist Chinese were merely showing the truth. And Communist China itself, in that light, is asserting all the more reason to stand fast. This whilst the China hawks in Washington closely watch Australia's experience, as they see the country as being on the front lines of attempted Communist Chinese influence efforts, where the Communist Chinese consider all Sino-Australians or ethnic Chinese Australians as their own insurgency on the continent down under. Biden has also stated that he doesn't plan on giving up outgoing President Donald Trump's trade war tariffs until a coherent strategy is in place. Australia is particularly vulnerable to Chinese pressure because its decades-long economic boom has been driven in large part by exports to the communist Chinese market, especially minerals. 1/3 of all Australian exports go to communist China, and politicians such as former Australian Prime Minister Kevin Rudd once saw the country's future as inextricably linked to Red China. But the combination of the coronavirus pandemic and Beijing's increased aggression has turned Canberra against it. Stronger defense ties with the United States, prompting even further Red Chinese retaliation, are more likely than concessions. We're seeing the lines being drawn for the next World War. China, India, Japan, South Korea, and the United States. The tripwire, the center of it all. My homeland and heartland of the Nationalist Republic of China and Taiwan. And only my people, the Free Chinese, can lead yours to victory. This was why there was a Vulcan intervention in Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek franchise. To save the human race from destroying itself, so that the humans could go to war and apply their brutality against the Vulcan enemy, their own genetic brethren under an alien and animically hostile ideology, the Romulans. I am your Vulcan intervention. The sole civilized man stranded in the darkest of all continents on the face of the earth, North America, among the white savages, to lead you from destroying yourselves into a better age. We've been spared certain death or mass extinction by the victory of Joseph Biden in democratic election. It is clear that half our country is against us. The logic in this situation is that the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. The Republicans are the minority. They must either die or be deported to Manchuria, the buffer between Russia and China. They can create their own libertarian culture there, based on violence and a mercenary economy. Australia, on the other hand, will likely see the return of a Confederate-style chattel slavery, which, if they extend themselves to the Philippines, would be something that would span generations in a manner where the Filipinos themselves would know of no other existence and consider their subjection to Slavocracy as the natural order. It's there that we'll see the rebirth of the Confederate States, but truly down south, down under. That will ultimately be the emergent enemy of the free world. The immediate enemy is the Communist Chinese Empire. Liberation of mainland Asia will, of course, as is the way of the human condition, see the emergence of other rival empires. Mankind has always been divided by inimical ideologies. The ideology into the next century, after the collapse of the world order amidst environmental catastrophe, will be one of free states against slave states yet again on the global scale. The difference this time is that people will finally begin to see the Germans and Japanese truly as the leaders of the free world, with the white minority in Australia representing white supremacy, privilege, and Slavocracy. When I spoke to Brendan Zogit last, he confirmed that I spoke of the emergence of the drones and revolutionizing warfare well before April 1st of this year. I was talking to himself and the younger brother of Alexander Griffin, whose name I regret I don't even remember. He can verify that himself. He'll vouchsafe for that. My prescience in everything has always come to pass. And for that reason, of course, I will have to eventually be acknowledged. And ultimately, my advisements must be followed. It will be the only way that the human race will even make it into the future. And Petricity Sato left some odd comments that I have no means of deciphering. And, of course, Free Chords and Truth was visiting. That's the individual who loves Selena. Bizarre HD, who's, of course, George Knight, whom I must contact soon, says, "Much love unto you, Douglas. I'll send you a private message momentarily. I have gathered so much footage of the Third Reich in exile." Don't publish anything yet. We'll speak first before you do. Petricity Sato, who's got a very bizarre-looking icon. It looks feminine in nature, but does not look human. Looks like a mannequin. Says, "We'll take you to court in Lativa." Maybe they mean Latvia. Or maybe they mean Marvel Comics Latveria, as ruled by Dr. Victor Von Doom. And then she says, or he, masquerading as a female, says goodbye. At any rate, understand that my educating yourselves. Oh shit, did we go past the 12 hours? How long have we been on? I'd best check the oh shit. Fuck, good thing I checked the clock. We haven't reached 12 hours yet. Oh, thank God. I can't believe I made it that long. Alright, understand that my struggle be thine own. And Mein Kampf, of course, is a long, hard, and arduous one, and therefore requires your full support. Make certain to go to the GoFundMe, and it's entitled, of course, the urgent, fuck, what is it titled? It's entitled, alright, just go to the PayPal. And go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and provide your support by basically saying I'm a friend or family. That'll prevent PayPal from taking its bloody cut out of any sponsorship you provide. And of course, Urgent Contribution is the name of my GoFundMe. Go to GoFundMe, go to Urgent Contribution. professional studio supplies, and provide me some support there. Oh my God, in the last few moments left us, let me think of something that delivers the urgency of the message of my need for your support. I suppose I could do that simply by, of course, re-emphasizing the fact that you need to go to DouglasDietrich.com and hit the red button in order to access the homepage of showsdd.com, where you can sponsor myself with a contribution via either credit or debit card with no middleman, and thereby avoid having to say I'm either a friend or a relation, which may be repugnant to some of you, in which case, of course, I would wonder why you're helping at all. But hey, it makes it easier where you don't have to find that option and indicate that we're somehow at all, that we know each other. It's kind of an anonymous way to say you care about humanity, if not about myself. And as for those of you who are able to stomach acknowledging myself as a friend or relation, part of our extended electronic family, go press the yellow button, which will take you to paypal.me/DouglasDietrich, where you will have to acknowledge the friends or relations option, indicating myself as such, so that PayPal doesn't take their bloody cut when you provide donation. That way providing, of course, your full donation to myself, unless it thrills you for some reason to support PayPal, which has enough fucking money. Thank you. After all, we're talking about Peter Thiel, I believe, who started that shit. And of course, he's the faggot, practicing homosexual. I don't call him gay because that would intimate some level of respect, which I simply do not have for him. He's the fucker who helped get Trump elected by sponsoring his gay lover, Jared Kushner, who, yes, is really the lover of Peter Thiel and is a former female. Believe me, I know this for a fact. My own son used to be a girl, and Jared Kushner indicated himself as such on many formal documents, including the easiest to access, his registrations to vote. He did this multiple years in a row. You don't do that by mistake. He was a girl at one point in his life. The children they have, in vitro fertilization. Yes, that's right. His marriage to Ivanka, it's all bullshit. And the only sex she's ever had was with her dad, Donald Trump. That's why she always looks so sad. It couldn't have been a good experience. So with that, I will say goodnight before I get too close to the cutting edge, the edge of cutoff, which is but mere minutes away. And my love unto all who support myself. This program is dedicated to my late and sainted Cyrus, the Grandma Dame, Takabayashi Hideko, SÖJÅN, Diana Dietrich, and forever shinest her blessed name, as she does herself in heaven. And again, to all who support me, my love and appreciation. And to Team Dietrich and all the members thereof, all my best till next we speak. Blessed be thy day.